CP times. Fear is in full effect. But I'm here. And we going and we rolling. Hopefully everybody can hear me just fine. Y'all know the rules. Y'all know the routine. Hit the like button whether you're catching it live or whether you're catching it while it's being after it's uploaded. Make sure you hit the like button. You know the deal. You know the routine. Let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
What's up? What's going on? What's going on, good people in the building? What is going on? What is going on? Jay the Conqueror in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to those that make it in bright and early, even though I'm not quite as early today. Not quite as early today. My de facto start time has been around about 10 o'clock. And I got the little struggle mug today. I got the pimp cup. It's upstairs. It'll be getting brought down momentarily. I mean, I got this one. but that I don't drink coffee out of that. This one doubles as my, it holds up my cell phone so I can watch the stock market while I'm on the air. But the stock market ain't open today. It's closed, I guess, because of the 4th, even though it's the 5th. But the market is not open. But shout out to everybody in the building. Socrates Paulo in the building. Daryl L. the second. Royce J. in the building. Clue in the building. It says, I believe he's referring to the esteemed gentleman, Marc Lamont Hill, when he says, another effeminate pushed out to represent us as men. Marc Lamont Hill. I take some issue with the pushed out. I'm not convinced that these guys hold a different view, but they're just pushed out. They're like sort of like what Kwame says, the go along, get along gang. I'm not convinced about that. I think they honestly hold the positions that they hold. They honestly operate under these ideologies, these perspectives. I think they honestly hold these positions. somebody used the term people who okay, it was an atheist referring to a Christian apologist or propagandist. He said they're either crazy, ignorant, or lying. Now, that concept, thank you. Got my pimp cup back in effect. Okay. That concept can be applied across the board with many different things. With many different things. So whenever you see somebody holding absurd positions, just ask yourself the question, do you think they're crazy? Do you think they're just ignorant? I mean, they're just lacking information. If they learned the information, then they would know better. Or they're lying. I think that they're when it comes to people like Marc Lamont Hill, I don't know what category to put them in when it comes to what he says. I think they're true believer, but see, the true believer could possibly fall in the crazy category, but I don't think he's crazy. I think he's a true believer. See, when you say another effeminate pushed out to represent us as men, at least I think what you are implying there is that they're pushing people out to say things like they're told what to say. Battery put in their back. Go out and say this, black man. No, I think these dudes actually hold these views. I'm going to do some content that's going to prove that they hold these views, because even when black men are in positions of power, they do things. When they're in position of power and they want to spread their wings and do some philanthropy or do something to try to uplift the community, what do? They do things to give power to women, to black women. I'm going to do some content coming up to prove that. So no, these guys actually hold these positions. So I don't think they're just being pushed out there. Here, go say this. Battery in back. Go say this. Boom. No, they actually hold these positions. But shout out to you, Clue. Aaron B in the building. Emmanuel Asmar. Interesting name. Interesting name. Kenneth Williams in the building. And SKC, the intro god. Been making some good intros. Ike intros looking good. You did some. You're doing good work out there, SKC. You're doing good work. Just want to let you know we appreciate you. I've been slacking, but now I'm not even going to say it no more, because I've been slacking on producing on something that I'm trying to get done that I haven't gotten done. But anyway, long story short, shout out to SKC. This might hurt some feelings. Some people agree with Marc Lamont Hill's point of view. Should be interesting, though. I don't think as many people in the manosphere agree with his position, but there are some. There are some. There are definitely some. Just intermingling with you guys a little more before I get things started. We closing in on 100 people about to be in the building pretty soon. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button as we get things started. I like that I can depend on the audience to show up to the point to where if I want, I can hold off and say, hey, we're going to get started when we see 100 people. Some people can't do that. I am honored that you guys show up daily to support the show, watch the stream. I still, in the back of my mind, think sometimes I'm going to turn this on and nobody's going to show up. But you guys show up and show out. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'm trying to pull the stream up myself so I can actually like the stream. Trying to pull it up myself so I can actually like it. 89 people in the building, only 30 on the likes. The likes are looking pathetic. Let's get it up. Hit the like button. Let people know that you're in the building. Let people know that you're in the building. Let's get things going. Y'all see what Leo Anthony is down there saying support black male media. Hit the thumbs up on the way in, folks. And subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Absolutely. It's a number of things that I'm about to be getting into, that I'm about to be talking about. This isn't I'm not pulling a little big Nate, just go in on the leftists. But Marc Lamont Hill has a history of when he takes a strong position that purports with the left, he has a history of just being eviscerated in debate. He does. With Candace Owens, she was picking him apart and it was too easy. And Candace Owens is a good debater. She really is a good debater in the sense that she's quick and she's witty. She's real quick and she's real witty. She's a good debater in that sense. But when she have discussions with somebody like, for example, Cornel West, she can't really pull that on Cornel, even though she holds her own. But I saw her go back and forth with him, and Cornel West. I'm not even going to get into the little hyena straggery that goes on with this woman in her early 30s talking to men twice her age. Or I'm not going to get into that because I know y'all like Candace Owens, but I mean she operates the same way when it comes. She would talk to a grown ass black ass man like he's younger than her. She will do that. I'll just throw that out there. But overall, she's a good debater. But but she sticks firmly to like the populist talking points, and it's not really nothing wrong with that. There's not really nothing wrong with that. But somebody who's real smart, like a Cornel West, I think Michael Eric Dyson is real smart, even though he has his moments where you got to side eye him. He called Jordan Peterson an angry white man. You got to side eye him, but he's an intelligent dude. He's intelligent. He's an intelligent guy. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. But Marc Lamont Hill, who I want to say is an intelligent man, he gets far upfield in these discussions and he loses all the time. We're going to be highlighting a few of his losses. One of his famous losses is against Ann Coulter. Obsidian talks about this all the time. I'm going to play the clip of that where if you were a liberal back then and trying to break down what's wrong with the black community, and then there's the typical end of it. Oh well, it was mass incarceration, or they implanted drugs into the community. It's what them did to us. What them did to the I call it the what them did to us narrative. If you on that, and then you listen to that discussion that he had with Ann Coulter, and keep in mind, I'm no big fan of Ann Coulter, but I think she hit the nail on the head. There was moments when this was like 10, 12 years ago. This was in, I believe, 2010. There are moments when Manosphere Talking Points was splashing onto the mainstream when somebody was putting out too much of a liberal narrative. The Manosphere Talking Points, they would just make a brief splash onto a mainstream screen. But shout out to Eclectic Agitator. Eclectic Agitator. Shout out to you for the $2 super chat.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
Shout out to you. I was grooving to that last $2. It's like I've been playing that clip. I forget what the whole I forget what the rest of the song sound like. I forget what the rest of the song sounds like. I gotta like play the whole song and just vibe to it a little bit. Yeah, just checking on a few things. Forgive me. But shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. I'm slacking on a lot of things. I got new Patreons, so I haven't formally updated on the list. You will be properly acknowledged on this list down there. So shout out to you. Shout out to all the new Patreons. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. 125 in the building. We about to get into it. I'm about to start just rolling the not so beautiful bean footage. About to start. Excuse me. About to start rolling the not so beautiful bean footage. So let's get ready to go. Let's roll. Why is that doing that? All right, let me do a little click. Oh shit, that's something else. Forgive my language. Forgive my language. That was the last stream. Dotting a few I's, crossing a few T's, but we should be good to go. Should be good to go. Okay, let me get my screen share up and get this thing ready to roll. Had a great stream yesterday. Great stream yesterday. I forgot to ask an important question to X. We was talking about how you go from blue collar worker to blue Henry, as Kevin Samuels calls it. Blue collar worker to blue Henry. You have the skill, you have the trade. How do you go from there to being a business owner, not just self-employed doing gigs here and there, but no, full-blown business owner, full-blown vertical business owner. Had a great discussion about that. I forgot to ask him about the general startup cost, but he was kind of said he started in his garage, but when he moved to another location and had eventually had to get employees, I wanted to ask him how much was the cost of getting that going. We didn't ask that, but we do good things in the business streams. We don't just talk. We'll talk to a solopreneur, but the vertical business owning entrepreneur, that's where it's at. That's where it's at. That's where we need to definitely push more Black people into that realm, into that field. So absolutely. Shout out to Clue as we get things going. He says, one going for my bus fare, the other one for the jukebox. I got to hear me some blues. I don't know what you mean. Got to hear you some blues. The $2 one gets the last $2 blues. The $5 gets the SKC. Says Marc Lamont Hill is intelligent. He knows where he can't go in certain debates and how to frame a point to score a win. He doesn't want to grow his perspective. Okay, I have some disagreement with that because he tends to go places that ultimately does result in a loss. But there are people who are good at not knowing where to go and what to say, and that's a part of the game when it comes to debate, and it really is. That's why I shake my head a lot of times when people make certain points in the manosphere where, okay, that may be a decent point. It may apply to some things, but you're opening yourself up for a counterpunch. And then I will try to walk them back from the ledge on some things, and then I may get caught. Oh man, that's being soft. That's being blue pill. That's being, But like, no. You are opening yourself up for an easy comeback if you take an over the top position. You're opening yourself up for the easy counterpunch. But so some of the good debaters, they do know how to not open themselves up for the counterpunch. Yeah. Good example of that. I remember when I did the show, when Lil Big Nate did the show on my stream, the chick that came up, I forgot her name. Let's let y'all know how much I don't care about these chicks. I cannot remember the name of the lady that came up talking speaking some Cynthia G-isms, speaking some Cynthia G-isms and Crystalline Karazin-isms. The chick came up doing that. And keep in mind, Jessica X is a great debater. Lil Big Nate is good at this stuff too. But one thing that they said they were saying something along the lines of that, of course, white men are doing better. Then they start naming all the historical reasons why, or this or that, or blah blah blah. And some of what they were saying was accurate, but at the same time, I was in the back. I wasn't even up on the stage, so to speak. I was like, that's not the route you want to go. You opening yourself up for the yeah, because you conquered argument. Because you open yourself up for the your oppressed argument. You can't make an argument to where you're coming up sounding like you're oppressed, or you're accepting the fact that you're oppressed. Once you accept full oppression, then they can say whatever they want to say to you after that. You're an oppressed, conquered male. Now, Jessica X and Lil Big Nate wasn't saying that, but they inadvertently opened it up for her to go that route, you know. So that's why it's some things you got to be careful in saying. It's tactic to the debate. It's tactic to the debate. Now, I don't think that we are oppressed in this country. You go back historically, yes, obviously, but I don't think we're oppressed. And so when I say that, it's not just strategy. I literally don't think that. And that's why, and I hate when black men make arguments to make it sound like we're oppressed and downtrodden and beaten and this and that and blah. I hate when we do that. Men don't make good damsels in distress. I hate those. Look what them did to us arguments. And I'm not saying Jessica X and Little Bit Nate was doing that, but they made a point that opened it up for her to try to slip that in. So that's why, yes, when it comes to certain things that you're just supposed to stay away from. Now, if you honestly hold that position, go ahead and be honest and say what you think. I'm not telling people not to say something that they honestly believe. If you honestly believe we oppressed, then okay, then we'll say that. But that changes the ramifications of the discussion when you accept that or when you believe that. KS in the building says Marc Lamont Hill is intelligent, but just not a good debater. Just like some rappers are good performing a song, but can't freestyle or battle rap. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Weird X in the building. He says Mark is very intelligent, but he dumbs himself down by trying to identify with far left ideology. I don't know if that's true. I think some of these dudes actually roll with that stuff, or they're so okay. It could be the fact that, hey, this party is my party. I got to accept the good with the bad. I got to argue the good with the bad. That could be the case. It very well could be the case. Sometimes he sounds like a white liberal female. A lot of black men who are liberals, sometimes when they make their arguments, they sound like a white liberal female, or at least a black liberal female. You're going to see this in this clip that I'm going to play. You're going to see this in this clip that I'm going to play. So just put a pin in that thought right there, what you just said. Shout out to the Bunker TV. Challenge Bernard to a debate on the ramifications of low penguin population. Low, I think you mean penguin populations on the oceanic planktons. Dude, I would cook you in a debate on that. Set it up. Call up Prophet of Thought, Brother Xavier. Let's get that going. Let's get it. Oh, and by the way, Bunker TV, I saw your video. You be trolling me, man. That's why I'm playing around back with you right now. But you be trolling me, man. You made a comment, said I'm funny in a Kevin Hart kind of way. You said I got mad or offended. I didn't get mad or offended. I was just confused. I didn't know how to take it. Did get mad or offended, man. I think your troll game is on 100, and you be cracking me up sometimes with some of the stuff you say. But no, I didn't get upset. I very rarely get upset. I didn't get upset by that. But yeah, you be clowning. Every now and then, when I type in it's hard to. Well, I don't even know if I'm subscribed to you. Man, yes, I am. Just probably not bang the bell. I normally find the little videos you make after the fact. I don't know why I'm promoting you. You be clowning me. So I don't know why I'm promoting you. But all right. Let's get into the video. Yeah. All right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. But like I said, put a pin in that notion, that thought that somebody said. I forgot who said it this time. Oh, I forgot who said it already. But the notion that sometimes they go too far to the left and they say some things that you would think as black men they know don't make sense. I don't know if they really believe this stuff. I tend to think they really do, but it's going to be a moment in this discussion where he's going to cape for something that's just horrible. But let's get into it. Right when the conversation started, I don't necessarily like where it started because they was talking about same-sex marriage, and that's one that I don't care that much about. It's like whatever with that one. That's one that it's that I don't care about that one. But they about to start off talking about that, then they're going to get into talking about the black family and whatnot.
Is gay marriage a Democratic Republican issue?
In the most basic political sense, absolutely, right? People on the left tend to favor this. But if you were to divide the Democratic Party into subgroups, like for example, African American people, we saw that in California, they tend not to support gay marriage issues, which is, I think, is very sad. I mean, black people just got the right to vote like last week in America, and suddenly they're opposing marriage.
There go more of that. We so oppressed what them did to us. I can't stand it. But that's more. There's more of that. Sick Lid in the building. He says you should be very upset. Br Kevin Hart is not funny. I disagree. Seriously funny. That was the name of one of his stand-ups. That was the one right before he really blew up. That one was seriously funny, pun intended. That I like that one. That one was actually funny, and the one he did after that was pretty funny too. But lately, it's just been like, so I haven't been really feeling them that much lately. But thank you for the $10 super chat, and shout out to all of you that are part of the $10 nation.
What do we get for $10? Everything you want. Everything? Everything. You.
Shout out to you, Sick Lid. Appreciate the super chat. And let me get there goes my camera back on. All right, let me get rid of Jonathan Barronville. I said that like Marv Albert. Jonathan Barronville. He says, I'll be honest, Bernard, as a former socialist, I've been a Marc Lamont Hill fan for a while. I used to be too, I ain't gonna lie. I've been a Marc Lamont Hill fan for a while. I actually have truly reevaluated my stance on him since I became conservative. So I'm looking forward to this stream. Absolutely. What is it with women and clinging to victim narratives? I get women doing it. I just don't get men doing it. Men don't make good damsels in distress. That shit gotta stop. I took the time to listen to a little bit of Tariq Nasheed's stream last night, and man, it's like as soon as he goes to go on that victim narrative stuff, it's like he just lose me. He made a buck breaking documentary. Damn. It's like let me make a documentary to make black men look weak, and then make it go #1 on Amazon. Like, goddamn. Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk, in the building. Shout out to him. Peace. Salute. All right, let's get this thing going. I think too. It's Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk, got a channel. It should be fairly easy. You type in that exact name, pretty sure it'll pop right up. Yeah, I go subscribe to him. He had a channel for a while. I didn't even know. I just recently, as about a month ago, I think, probably subscribed to him. So y'all can go check that brother out. But all right, let's get into this.
Mark.
No, my point is we just started getting rights recently. I mean, we black people have been voting really since 1965 Voter Rights Act. So it's very difficult then for black people to oppose civil liberties for other people. I think it's sad that we're even voting on.
I don't know what the hell he talking about like that. Black men been voting for a while, but black women weren't able to vote. But I guess he's thinking because black women weren't able to vote, then black people weren't able to vote because it don't count until women are able. But even though voting counted as voting for a group of people, when other groups of men or white men were able to vote and their women weren't. But I don't know. Hashtag women first. I don't know.
On the civil rights of other people. I mean, come on, if you were to put black people's right to vote to a national vote right now, they still might not win.
Vote Marc Lamont. Mark, let me tell you how black people think.
That is ridiculous that in a country, I mean, at the time of doing this, Barack had been elected once. So we had, at the time that he made that statement that if you put black people's right to vote up for a vote right now, they might not get it. At the time that he said that, we had a sitting black president, and just want to make that very clear that white America voted for him over a white woman. White America voted for him over a white male Republican war hero. They voted for a black man with a funny Muslim sounding name. So right there at that moment, with a sitting black president with a funny Muslim sounding name who beat out a 70-something year old white Republican war hero to become president of the United States, he's saying in that moment that if the right for black people to vote was put up, that black people might not get it. Like that, like you can't be more just drenched in victimhood to make a statement like that. I'm going to keep saying it. I hope it gets legs and other people start saying it. Men don't make good damsels in distress. That stuff need to stop. It need to stop.
Please do.
Tell them.
The issue is blacks were brought here in slave ships. They were enslaved. The laws of states discriminated against them for 100 years.
Absolutely.
Civil rights is a black issue. Now everybody in America wants to be black. The feminists.
No, everybody in America wants civil rights.
Illegal immigrants. Yeah, but you can't.
Everybody in America wants civil rights. They want to be black. They want civil rights.
Is being denied.
And if civil rights is an issue that involves all of us, we all.
Now, I like the point that she's bringing up there. That yes, everybody. We're seeing this happening more today, where the intersectionality, everything is just getting merged together. Everything's getting merged together. We always hear black and brown, this or that. Gay people in their fight and their struggle get merged with black people fighting their struggle and all of that. We see stuff like that all the time. I just was looking at some black organizations and foundations online, and even then, when black people are doing it and putting stuff together, they're putting all the black and brown. They say an organization initiative to help black and brown people. Like black people have organizations and initiatives to help black and brown people. I'm yet to see, and maybe it's out there, the Latino or Hispanic led initiative that's out there to help brown and black people. I don't really see that in their lingo. Now, white liberals say black and brown all the time, because of course we understand why white liberals want to put black and brown in the same category, but I don't exactly see brown people doing brown and black initiatives. I just want to throw that out there. But black people love to do that, black and brown. It goes back to that whole thing about just biting the liberal intersectionality, just swallowing that pill, so to speak. Wizard X in the building. Even Ann Coulter, lady on the side of him, has more balls than he does. He is too much of a soy boy sometimes. We're going to get into Marc Lamont Hill's conversation conversation with Judge Joe Brown. We're going to get into that too. I'm just doing a historical rundown of how Marc Lamont Hill be losing debates. Just doing a historical rundown of it. Just doing a rundown. Shout out to Wizard X. Shout out to you. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the super chat.
Go on our civil rights.
Right.
Why should gay people be any less?
They do have civil rights.
They
No
can't
one
marry.
can marry. Oh, yes, they can. They can't marry someone of the same sex. Neither can you. Neither can
you're
you.
saying-
Neither can
You're saying
I.
gay people can get married as long as they're not gay anymore. Essentially, as long as they don't function as gay
No,
people. I mean,
but
come on.
that
Now, Ann Coulter made a stupid point right there. I don't think that's a fair point to say that, oh, we all have the same rights. Well, none of us can marry somebody of the same sex. So a gay person, yeah, they got the same rights as us. They can't marry somebody of the same sex. Well, it's basically saying they got to stop being gay in order to get married. I don't think that's legit. I don't think that's a good point. I don't think that's a good point. That I can't roll with her on that one. If you're against gay marriage, just say you're against it. But that was a convoluted, contrived argument that falls apart. But anyway, I personally don't care if gay people get married. I mean, I'm not getting into that. That ain't what the show about today. That ain't what the show about today. But I think that's a contrived and convoluted argument that she made. I can't roll with her on that one.
Don't
Sir.
say this is equal rights. This is
You should have the right to marry whoever you want. That's the point. Now, actually,
that is
my proposal
absolutely
is a little
not the
different.
purpose for marriage.
My personal belief is that everyone should get civil unions, and if people want to get married, they should get married by their religious authority. Whether
Okay,
it's
just-
just-
Marriage
we
is a
just need-
religion.
And that actually made sense with Marc Lamont Hill said right there. Civil union, but get married by your religious authority, so to speak. Actually, not a bad idea. If I'm not mistaken, and I hate to misrepresent the good brother Ike Ogiamian, but I think he got he got officially married. He went back home and officially got married, but over here it's something different going on. He didn't get married under this American junk we got going on. I know Myron from the Fresh and Fit podcast said that he's gonna, if he ever gets married, is gonna be religiously, with his where he, his Muslim culture or whatever. I don't know where he's from. I don't know the man's history, but I did hear him say that he's basically gonna get religiously married, but he ain't signing the legally binding documents in the States or whatever. But so that interesting points there. But let's move it here because I'm about to get to the interesting part.
One more nail in the coffin of marriage in America.
No, because I don't want to make these
destroying
artificial
the
distinctions.
family has done such a great thing.
No, because
with
I
poor
believe in
people
because I
America
believe in
and
a
the
separate
black family.
because I believe in a separation of church and state. And if anything is criminal
has
to black
nothing
family,
to
it's
do
not
with-
gay people.
it has
It's crumbling
nothing to do
economies.
with the
It's
church.
crack. It's police brutality.
No, it is
it's,
the end of the black family, and that was done by probably people said
You
at the
think gay
time.
marriage signals the end of a black family?
No, I think it's over because of other liberal policies. You already
It is
have.
absolutely.
No. It is because of what liberals did to the black family that we see how important a mother and a father are. Mommy and daddy must be married to one another, as I detailed in chapters of my last book,
But
Guilty.
can it be a
If you
civil
don't-
union and marriage be a religious institution?
No, I'm not talking about religion, Larry.
She doesn't want to do that because
I'm
she wants to
talking
keep
about-
the connection between church and state together.
No, it has nothing to do with the church.
It
It has
does.
to do with civilization, and civilization requires the family, which means a mother and a father raising a child.
That's a religious
And
narrative.
and
That's okay, but
liberals
let
have
a
tested
church do
this
it.
Theory. It has nothing to do with that.
What role does the state have to play in our?
Look, it
in a
was the
particular-
state that's been subsidizing illegitimacy for 30 years, and look what that has done into the black
Oh,
family.
Uh-oh. There it is right there. And this is where liberal black man with the what them did to us narrative, where it's going to fall apart. This is where it falls apart and where it breaks down. when you look at the mere fact of, yes, they've been subsidizing illegitimacy. That's what this country ultimately does. Now, the thing is, it does it for everybody. Just black people. Black people fall into it a little bit more, to put it mildly. And the detrimental outcomes for that is horrible. And we're about to see a little bit more on that here.
The fall, if you want to say that the black family is not together in terms of a nuclear heteropatriarchal family, if that's what you're talking about, then the things that affected it more are crumbling economies, the injection of crack into neighborhoods,
that's
the poor education systems, and the other, that's what you're talking about, then the things that affected it more are crumbling economies, the injection.
Let's listen to that
legitimacy
again.
for 30 years, and look what that has done into the black family. It's destroyed it.
The fall, if you want to say that the black family is not together in terms of a nuclear heteropatriarchal family, if that's what you're talking about.
Whenever you hear a black man saying, if you want to say that the black family is not together in as far as a heteronormative nuclear patriarchal family, what he's doing is very similar to what Black Lives Matter, they took it down from their website when they say that they want to destroy the nuclear family, destroy the patriarchy, destroy the heteronormative nuclear family. He's basically saying that all these other type of families, these are legitimate families. Just, single woman and kids and men over there to the side, after he knows full well the outcomes of that. He has to know the data on the outcomes of, black men and black women not being together, not making their families work out. He has to know the statistical outcomes of that. He has to know. But he's going to just skate over that and then uplift the notion of, these other families, these other types of families that we're talking about. The black family is still together, just not in the family sense, just not in the male heteronormative patriarchal sense, but the family is still intact. So shout out to Nick Penn. Shout out to Nick Penn in the building with the $10 super chat. Like, when you look at the things that we talk about in the manosphere, and yes, there are different branches and different wings of the manosphere. There are some that just say, the hell with it. There are, MGTOW sectors of it that just say, the hell with, black family, whatever, it's over. Okay. Those ones aside, that aside, if you look at what we talk about in the manosphere, if anybody should be viewed as somebody who's just an enemy against black male patriarchy, it's people who go on media platforms with millions of views who talk the way that he's talking. A black man talking the way that he's talking, making a statement that really truly lined up with that part of Black Lives Matter's mission statement that was on their website that they had to take down when we started criticizing it. This is him 10 years ago, before Black Lives Matters was even created, making similar arguments. Like, let that sink in for a minute. Talk about black male leadership. Yeah, if you're a black man with public platforms as big as Marc Lamont Hill, yeah, you're de facto in a position of leadership. What are they saying? They're saying the same stuff to enable and ultimately subsidize everything that's causing things to go wrong. Everything that in its purest form that the manosphere, or in this case, black manosphere, exists to speak against. Like, that type of stuff right there, that The stuff that he's saying right there ultimately should make you an enemy of the state around here in the black manosphere.
What role does the state have to play in our?
Look, it
in a
was the
particular-
state that's been subsidizing illegitimacy for 30 years, and look what that has done into the black family. It's destroyed it.
The fall. If you want to say that the black family is not together in terms of a nuclear heteropatriarchal family, if that's what you're talking about.
Then it's not together. If it's not together in terms of a nuclear heteronormative patriarchal family, then it's not together. What do he mean that it's not together in terms of a nuclear heteronormative patriarchal family? If it's not together in terms of that, it's not together. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let it play. When I hear him say that, I cringe every time, and I gotta pause it. All right, I'm gonna let it play. And Kay Cooper said, "Judge Joe, shut him down." I'm about to get to that. That's next.
It was the state that's been subsidizing illegitimacy for 30 years, and look what that has done into the black family. It's destroyed it.
The fall. If you want to say that the black family is not together in terms of a nuclear heteropatriarchal family, if that's what you're talking about, then the things that affected it more are crumbling economies, the injection of crack into neighborhoods,
that's
the poor
absolutely
education
false.
systems, and the other thing. And the other thing here is that
if
black.
you take out the factor of illegitimacy, the difference in black and white crime rate disappears. That is a fact. Could we concentrate on that fact for a moment?
If you look at non-custodial fathers who are involved, you don't see a high crime rate. The issue here is not whether or not people are in the house or not. That's a particular American value.
This is about liberals have been trying to persuade us.
Let me get a break, guys.
Using this crazy thing called.
Now, it's I don't even know what to call it when somebody is making a case for the importance of black family, and then a black man is saying that no, the father who's not in the home, or the women and children who's not in the home, as I like to say it, no, they're fine. They're fine long as he comes by and does a little bit here and there. They're good. They're good. They're okay. They're okay. Like, how do you make a case for that? Like, that's more of that baby daddies are no different from husbands type of stuff. I don't know if some of y'all was around, a couple years ago when that became a debate between two different factions, where some people argue that baby daddies were no different than husbands. Or by baby daddy, I mean a dad who don't live with the children, or the children don't live with the dad, the mother don't live with the dad. He's off to the side somewhere, child support and every other weekend, no different than a husband. Anybody who's making that argument, all they're trying to do is, they're not all they're trying to do, but one thing that they're trying to do, they're ultimately they're in the business of protecting black women from criticism. And you could argue to some degree that he's protecting the I like to call them the serial impregnators from criticism as well, because they get criticized over here as well. But he's protecting the dysfunction. He's doing what a lot of, I always say that this is what pro-blacks do. They complain about white people, and they try to spray cologne and perfume over all the feces that's in the black community. And he's ultimately protecting. He's protecting the dysfunction from criticism. I wouldn't even say black women. I wouldn't even say he's just protecting black women from criticism. Everything that's dysfunctional in the black community, he's trying to spray cologne over it. He's trying to spray perfume over it. That's ultimately what he's doing. That's ultimately what's happening right there. Shout out to Nick Penn once again for the super chat. Shout out to Nick Penn. Appreciate you. Now I'm about to transition over to the main event. On a completely different, forgive me for that background. Hold on. to transition over to the Marc Lamont Hill Bill Cosby debate, or Marc Lamont Hill Judge O'Brown debate, I should call it. But to transition over to that, I did a stream on Bill Cosby. Many of you probably saw it. Did a stream on that. It was everybody, a lot of people hammered home the main points, the important points. I just wanted to I took a different angle on that. I took the angle of, okay, everything that they saying that he did, okay, obviously all of it can't be true. But if we go with the notion that all of it can be a lie, okay, he did some of that stuff. Okay, whatever. Not okay, whatever. Because if he did some of the stuff, it's bad. The fact of the matter is there's no evidence. There's no evidence other than people 20, 25 years ago saying he did something to him. The lack of due process. Can you lock somebody up for something that they, with no evidence, they allegedly did 25 years ago because somebody said they did it? That's what I focused on right there. And then I asked the question, well, how do we feel or think as Black people looking at that? Like, that's wrong. There was a lack of due process. It was some BS with the whole asking him questions to got him to admit to something that where he really didn't admit to what they were saying he admitted to, but then flip it around, say this is not going to be used against you. We asked you this question, now it's going to be used against you. I called it a technicality, even though there's better legal language to talk about that. It was just a shitstorm of a bunch of legalistic nonsense that ultimately, yes, that led to it getting overturned. And there's always legalistic nonsense that leads to a lot of people getting off on, I just call it technicalities because I'm no lawyer. I don't know the legal language or everything, but I'll say I can look at a situation and say, he got off on a technicality, So I was asking the question, like, how do we feel about that when powerful Black people get off on technicalities? That was a question that I was exploring. How do we feel when powerful Black people get off on technicalities? That was the angle that I explored that from. But just looking at the facts of everything, he wasn't supposed to be locked up. Just looking at the facts of the case, he wasn't supposed to be locked up. It really just comes down to, do you believe what they said he did? Can't prove it, but do you believe what they said? Can you just lock him up because you believe what they said he did 25 years ago? That's what that ultimately comes down to. I don't know if technicality is the legal term. No. Spiritual Logic, aka Hawk, says the media was created to indoctrinate people who lack foundational values and structure with a narrative where the government was supposed to answer all their problems, removing responsibility. All right, let's get into this Marc Lamont Hill, Bill Cosby situation here.
To Black News Tonight. We are here.
Fair use. And by the way, you look at what we got going on here. I want to take a step back and actually look at something. I want to take a step back and actually, well, no, I'm gonna leave that up like that. But one thing that we do need to take a necessary a necessary step back and look at is what is Marc Lamont Hill doing? What platform is this? Was this on TV or is this only on YouTube? That's important. Should have did my research on this. BNC News. BNC News. So basically, it looks like this is another Roland Martin type of media platform. Another Roland Martin type of deal that he has going on here, which is worth pointing out. Bill Big Nate said black leftist loser news network. Yeah. It's worth pointing out that, look, man, they have their media platforms. They spin their narratives. They speak to the platitudes of what they believe or what we think they believe. And that's why I hate to bring Kevin Samuels into every conversation, but that's why there's no downside to Kevin Samuels having that platform that bigger than this platform, speaking a lot of things that we say, a lot of things that we believe, a lot of things that we uphold. Even if he had to sneak through the back door of Vagina Vision Media in some weird kind of way to get a platform that big to speak to the things that we like to say, the things that we like to talk about. It's like that should, in my perspective, very little criticism should be should be levied at the man who's doing that. No matter how he had to do it, he's doing it. Because Rolo has his platform. Look like Marc Lamont Hill is trying to get this thing going. Look like he's trying to get this thing built up here. I got to do a little more research on this platform. No, I don't think it's Marc Lamont Hills, but either way it go, Lil Big Nate probably called it right. Leftist News Network, Black Leftist News Network, or whatever Lil Big Nate called it. And yeah, people are getting out their views, perspective, opinions, insights, ideologies, and dare I say that dirty word, propaganda. People are getting their propaganda out in one way or another. So whatever we got to get ours out, that's what we got. And the biggest thing we got going on is Kevin Samuels' platform. That's no doubt the biggest thing that we got going on. RBR Network in the building with the super chat. It's so lame that a channel like BNC started by JC Watts and black conservatives is liberal. F out of here. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but you might be on to something. You might be having a lucid moment. The CJ Kyles in the building. Much love to you, fam. Hey, appreciate you. Appreciate you coming on through with the super chat. Appreciate the love. Oh no, Lil Big Nate. No, I agree with that statement. I agree with that statement. I agree with that statement 100%. I agree with that statement 100%. I was looking at Kevin Samuels as more or less as a branch of it. I was looking at Kevin Samuels as more or less a branch of it, a really big branch of it, but a branch of it nonetheless. So yeah. So definitely trying to get I's dotted and T's crossed here. Trying to get I's dotted and T's crossed here. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. All right. Let's see. Apologize for the dead air. I was having a technicality. No, I'm looking at it all as one big group. Just Kevin Samuels is the biggest branch, biggest wing of it. But the manosphere, look, if you add up all the total views of the manosphere, especially even though O'Shea does the celebrity junk thing, but he still does slip in manosphere, talking points, ideas, and views and whatnot into it. And then you also add in the the mediocre tours and reviews. You add in all the channels, the ones that aren't quite at 100K, but they still hit hard and do good views. Then you add all the smaller channels into it. It just turns into one big web of information where, yeah, we killing it. We killing it. We killing it. The views are getting out there. The perspectives are getting out there. The ideology is getting out there. People are, and then more importantly, the data, the facts, the stats are getting out there. It's all getting out there. That's the point. That's the point. But the point is that they're using the media platform also to get their views and opinions and perspectives and all of that out there. So we gotta ultimately punch back, so to speak. Gotta ultimately punch back, so to speak. Shout out to Grown Man Business in the building. All right, let's get into this.
Talking once again about the case of Bill Cosby. As you know, he was released to most people's surprise yesterday, walking out of a Pennsylvania state prison because of a very interesting development in his case. And yesterday, many celebrities chimed in on social media. One of TV's most well-known judges, Judge Joe Brown, was one of those people who called out the way that mainstream media had been covering the story. Hours ago, he tweeted, and to be clear, much of this was in response to something I wrote, but he said, anyone who was knowledgeable of American law would have expected and predicted the outcome of the Cosby appeal. Mainstream media in Hollywood incite public disorder by lying to the people about the law and encouraging mob rule. Hollywood reacts to Bill Cosby release with shock. Here to discuss his recent comments, joining me now is Judge Joe Brown. Judge, thank you for joining me. Why do you say that mainstream media encourages mob rule?
Before Judge O'Brien be looking crazy, by the way. But very important point. All the people, the high up people that understand, got legal knowledge and understand the whole legal language. I admit that I'm a layman on that. So I didn't see this coming. But from what I'm hearing, all the people that know their stuff knew that this was going to be overturned. And seeing as all the people that knew their stuff knew that this was going to be overturned, it shouldn't be any major debate in it. It shouldn't be any major debate. The only thing that's worth being debated is the thing that I kind of touched on is, and it's really almost like a feeling thing. How do you feel about that? Even if he did do it, he legally speaking could not be convicted. That's more of a feelings type of thing. That ain't really a big deal, that angle right there. But who cares about how people feel? But I just wanted to explore that thought process. But that being aside, it shouldn't be a debate, legally speaking.
I've talked to 43 lawyers around the country, 17 judges, and I haven't found one that was shocked by the verdict. Most saw the same thing that I did from day one. This never should have gone to trial. It's a travesty. It's a violation of due process and American law. It is part of this mess that mainstream media is trying to feed into the heads of the citizenry and poison them by saying that their emotions and their feelings are supposed to have paramountcy over what happens within the law. That's not the way it goes. I get people.
That's what I was just speaking to right there. That's what I was just speaking to. Feelings and trumped over the law, in other words. Now, I think it may be the case that black people are not used to being in that position to where legally you can get them by the balls, and regardless of how people feel about the situation is irrelevant. We legally got you by the balls, and this is what's about to happen legally. That's more or less what, you know. I think a lot of black people don't even feel comfortable in that position.
People who never even took what they should have gotten in the 4th and 5th grade get to talking about how somebody gonna disprove what these women accused Dr. Cosby of. And the truth of the matter is you don't have to. They have to prove that what they claim is true, not the other way around. That's American law.
He who makes the positive claim has the burden of proof.
I see too much of this show up on the courthouse, voice your opinion, and get the courts to yield to what you believe. That's not the way the law works. That's called mob rule, mob justice. And if you want a more egregious exemplar, take what happened to Emmett Till and every other black man that's been lynched in the history of this country because somebody got emotional and decided to suborn the law, go around it, and do what their emotions drove them to do. So that is the way things ought to be. Law separates us from the animals, and we can't have this disregard of the law. I want to commend this Howard.
We don't make points like that enough. He said law separates us from the animals. He's depicting those who, due to the media propaganda war that I talk about, they have the title of being they're viewed as being the most humane, the most humanist, the most caring about people. You know, they're the ones that care, but they're the ones who's inflicting the most animalistic mob rule type of outcomes or type of influence. But they're viewed as, you know, the bleeding hearts, the ones that care. Unless you disagree with them, then they're full of mob rule witch hunt. But again, they've won the war to where people who speak like Judge Joe Brown, I almost called him Jim Brown, people who speak like Judge Joe Brown are viewed as the dark, black-hearted, insensitive, not caring people. But something has gone wrong with the media war, the propaganda machine. The other side's for lack of a better way to describe it, our side's propaganda machine is not putting it out there that these are the heartless ones. They will break the law in order to get what they want. But no, they're viewed as the people that care about the little guy. You see? But I like the way that he put that to where, you know, it put it on them like, no, they don't care. They are the evil ones. It don't get put like that enough, because people that push back against them are viewed as the evil, sexist, chauvinist, racist, you name it.
So that is the way things ought to be. Law separates us from the animals, and we can't have this disregard of the law. I want to commend this Howard Dean for being forthright enough to speak out on what the reality is, and I would suggest that they need to strengthen the breadth requirements at Howard University so I don't see such ignorance coming out of this profoundly historic black university. My father went there way back in the 40s.
Well, Judge, there's two things going on at once, though, Judge.
That I have heard come out of that place lately. And if
so, Judge, I think there's two things happening at once.
Justice, they ought to.
All right, before we pass it to Marc Lamont Hill, Black Wolf in the building says, "What's good, Captain? I got 5 on it." Shout out to Black Wolf. Shout out to Black Wolf Inc. And Little Big Nate clowning. Hold on. Can't overlook that. If you like barbecue, Judge Joe sells it online. Support the brother. That's funny.
So, Judge, I think there's two things happening at once here. And I think, on the one hand, many of us are legitimately aware, and myself included, that the criminal legal system doesn't give equal outcomes to everybody, that Black folk catch the worst end of this, that Black men, when it comes to incarceration, get the absolute worst end of this. And the Bill Cosby case is an example of a prosecutor who was dishonest.
That comes up a lot about Black men getting the short end of the stick. There is a human element in it. If it's a white jury, that there is a human element that is hard to correct for, and there's also a, for lack of a better way to describe it, Pookie got a public defender. Pookie can't afford a lawyer. I mean, that's a factor in the equation to it as well. Pookie got priors and a public defender. That's a factor in the equation of Black people getting the worst sentence. There's a lot of nuance to that, but public offenders normally going to walk in there and say, take the plea deal, whereas you're paying a lawyer, he's going to fight for you. Or shout out to Ramil, if you're defending yourself, you're going to fight for yourself. If you're smart enough to do that, go ahead and do it. But I know me, I'm a slip up and and get found guilty on a technicality because but anyway, it's a lot of nuance to that. I hate when people shorthand that statement. They shorthand it as if it's on the books. If a Black man breaks into a house, it's written in, he get an automatic 5 years. A white man breaks into the house, it's written in, you get an automatic 2 years. There's more nuance to it than that. But it's a discussion to be had. Don't get me wrong, it's a discussion to be had, but it's a lot of nuance in that, to where I hate when people shorthand it. People very rarely do a precise breakdown of it.
Bill Cosby, absolutely, if he's told that you won't be prosecuted for giving this deposition, and then he gets prosecuted, that is a violation of his rights, and that is a violation of due process.
Of course it is.
On the
Violation
other
of due process.
But on the right, but hold on, let me finish this point, Judge.
On going forward should be disciplined.
So there's that, but then there's the other question that people. So then there's this other question that people, though, have, Judge, which is a legal question. I mean, which is not a legal question. I think those two things, to some extent, are getting mixed up. And the non-legal question is about whether or not Bill Cosby actually did harm. Legally, you can say he's not guilty because the not guilty stands.
He didn't do anything.
Okay. This is the interesting part of this for me. He's going that route of saying that legally he didn't do nothing wrong. Legally he didn't do nothing wrong, but we still want our witch hunt. Legally we can't arrest him. We still want our witch hunt. That's what's happening right here. Legally, he didn't do nothing wrong. Legally, we can't convict him of anything, but our emotions and our feelings, we want to be able to attack. We want to be able to smear. We want to be able to yeah, man. I'm looking at your comments. Yeah, I get it. It's like it's nothing. It's in a place where it's nothing to really debate. It's almost like what they're fighting for, and I understand it because it is an interesting question about the law versus if you think somebody did it, but you understand the law and you understand that they legally messed up or they legally can't substantiate what it is that they're saying. So legally, this person has to walk free. I understand that, and that is an age-old discussion in this country. I'm sure when law students go to law school, they have discussions like that all the time. They have discussions like that all the time. But anyway, but it's almost like it's a concession of defeat right from the start. You're starting this thing out, you're debating this person, and you conceding defeat right from the start.
American law, there is an absolute presumption of innocence until you are proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt using due process of law. If there was no due process of law, that presumption of innocence does not remove itself, and there is no valid conviction. If there is no valid conviction, that presumption of innocence stands as a rock for the defendant. It is to keep the government from acting in a dishonest fashion and using its powers for persecution. So Dr. Cosby
so I think we're on the same page with that.
Found guilty through due process. He hasn't done anything. So under America,
I love that he broke down the reason for that being the case. The presumption of innocence is important because you have to prevent the government from doing crazy stuff. And that's why, I had, a little disagreement with Pablo. And Pablo, Pablo has this opinion and perspective. Nothing but respect for Pablo, and he's stand on his square. But he was just saying, like, hey, I ain't with them Negroes over there. He out wilding out. He doing crazy stuff. He doing what he doing, and he got caught up. I don't got to put a cape on for him. I understand that. I'm all for not standing by somebody who's engaging in stupid stuff, engage in stupid activity, to play a stupid game, get a stupid prize, something like that. We know the phrase. That's what Pablo was talking about. But there's limitations on that. I'm not going to put on the free J-Rock t-shirt when I know J-Rock was climbing through somebody's window trying to steal their stuff and got arrested. I'm not rocking the free J-Rock t-shirt. No, I'm not doing it. But there's limitations on that, because if somebody is trying to say J-Rock went through a window 25 years ago and they did some legalistically backhanded stuff to try to get him to admit it, and then it wouldn't be used against them, then it was used against them, and then a bunch of other people from 25, 30 years ago parade up and say, yeah, J-Rock went through my window too. Do you got any proof? Nope. But J-Rock went through my window too, and all of that influence the jury and influence no. We got to make sure that they can't just go on emotion and just lock people up, because then the whole system breaks down. The whole system break down. Sick Good, you say I better shout out Tommy Sotomayor. For what exactly? Did I say something that he said? This is where it get weird. Where I say something that he may have said, that somebody bigger than me may have said, but I didn't know that they said it. Anyway. Anywho. Game Changer in the building. Shout out to Game Changer. See, just glancing, just scanning the chat, seeing who's in the building. Oh man, y'all get out of there. Look at Nate said, for breathing, Tommy invented breathing. And cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out.
American law, the accusation itself, and there is no valid conviction.
That statement right there. Okay. Oh, yep. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. He did say that. Yep. I think I assume that's his. So yep. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor. I think that one is legitimately his. So yeah, I do got to give him a shout out for that. I'll give him a shout out. But you see how I did it without even realizing it? Certain things, words, and phrases, they just get into the lexicon We get inceptioned with it. We don't remember where it came from. It's just a part of language. After somebody makes it part of language, it becomes part of language. And now somebody is saying that is not his. See? Who the hell knows? But all right, moving along.
If there is no valid conviction, that presumption of innocence stands as a rock for the defendant. It is to keep the government from acting in a dishonest fashion and using its powers for persecution. So Dr. Cosby
so I think we're on the same
was
page
not
with
found
that.
guilty through due process. He hasn't done anything. So under American law, the accusations are just that. They carry no weight other than accusations, and they must be proven using due process beyond a reasonable doubt. If they have not been, then they are essentially worthless, just so much talk.
Fair use. Or to quote Tommy Sotomayor, fair use, nigga. Shout out to Tommy Sotomayor.
So I think we're on the same page. So I think we're on the same page with regard to the law. I think part of the challenge, and I sent out a tweet last night that you responded to. I'm going to pull it up. It says, I said, Bill Cosby is not innocent. He has not been exonerated. His release means that Cosby, a sexual predator, was incarcerated within a criminal legal system that has as little regard for its own rules and procedures as does Cosby for his victims. And you responded, you said,
he hasn't had any. Law is a baseless accusation. It has no weight.
No, so under the law, I think we're on the same page again. But part of the problem,
This in the 4th and 5th grade, not law school. American law means when somebody makes an accusation, that's all it is. It has no weight. If there's probable cause, you have somebody answer the complaint. But if you cannot find someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they have done nothing. They walk out of there with their presumption of innocence intact. How clear can that be? There is nothing to answer.
I think that
he had a right to remain.
I think that part
silent.
is clear. No, I think that part's clear, Judge. Let me move the.
But Judge, I feel like he did it. That's what he's saying. But I feel like he did it.
The conversation forward.
Proving his guilt. It did not. So he stands.
Right. So I guess what I want to do is just move the conversation up a little bit. I think you and I agree that legally he's not guilty, that legally he doesn't have any burden of proof. The state does, and it hasn't met that. Legally, his rights were violated. We're on the same page about that. I'm saying the legal question to me is rock solid. But I think what
keep in mind, this is a confusing thing about this. Black men like Marc Lamont Hill will go ham, hard in the paint for black men when he thinks that their rights have been violated in any type of way at all. He will go hard in the paint for that. But because what Bill Cosby did involves women and is warped into this liberal witch hunt, now he can't go hard in the paint no more. Like that, think about that interesting dynamic. If he feels that there was some violation that took place with some black man who charged the police with a knife in his hand, he's going to go hard for that black man who charged the police with a knife in his hand. But with this particular black man in this particular situation, what are the factors? I want to hear y'all answers. What are the factors that makes Marc Lamont Hill, for lack of a better way to describe it, get off code, using air quotes here? What makes him get off code, so to speak? What are those factors that make him get off code? I want to hear your response and break that down, because if name any situation. Name a situation where black men have their rights violated, and then you normally see black male liberals. They will go hard in the paint for that, even if the person did some wrong stuff, even if the person is guilty, even if we know that this dude is on tape committing that crime. If his rights were violated, people from that camp do go hard. We can give them credit for that if that's something that you think credit should be given for, going hard in the paint for a guilty black man. They will go hard there. Bill Cosby. No. We're gonna sweep under the rug the fact that legalistically that he can't be charged with anything. We're gonna sweep that under the rug, and let's just talk about how we feel about this. About what happened. They don't do that for nobody else. For nobody else that's black. But why are they doing it for Bill Cosby?
What was happening yesterday was people were conflating those two things. They were acting as if because the state didn't meet its burden and because he was released based on the fact that he didn't get due process, his due process rights were violated, that was somehow proof of the belief that many people had that Cosby was actually not just legally not guilty, but actually didn't do anything at the moral and ethical level. And hold on 1 second. I just want to place.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me place the question.
He don't care about those moral and ethical odds and ends when it's a Black Lives Matter situation for him to put his little fist in the air for. He don't care about the moral, ethical odds and ends and details of it. But he wants to just talk about the moral and ethical. But what did he do, though? How do we feel about what did he do, what he did? He still probably did it. He's probably still technically guilty. And we feel a certain way about that. But anyway, getting back into it. He's conceding the point about the legal aspect of it. Bill Cosby legally is not guilty. Legally didn't do nothing wrong. Presumption of innocence. You can't be proven guilty. Presumption of innocence. He's moving right past that. But now he's trying to talk to Judge Joe Brown about but I do want to make it clear that doesn't mean that he didn't do it. That don't mean that he didn't do it. We can't have people conflating those things. Now, Judge Joe Brown's response to that is this: fair use.
So I guess what I'm saying is, can we hold space for two ideas at the same time? Can someone under the eyes of the law be completely not guilty? And at the same time, can we have a public conversation? Because I know you talk about culture, you talk about our community, you talk about values. Can we also talk about the fact that someone can be doing great harm and even be a predator at the same time that legally they're all the things you just said?
No, because the law presumes them innocent until you prove them guilty. It is a specious thing. That's part of this new paradigm where everybody gets a trophy, a participation ribbon. Nobody's feelings get hurt. Freedom of speech gets restricted if somebody feels uncomfortable or undelighted by what is being said. That's not our reality.
So let me ask you a question. When George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin and the jury found him not guilty, do you feel that the black community should not have continued to express outrage and call George Zimmerman a killer because under the law he was innocent?
They should express outrage with themselves for lacking such political influence in the selection of the district attorney or in the even weight assigned to them. See, the rules are the same. But from my perspective, I think of all the black folk that have called me over the last 35 of jury service, all of the black folk that voted a handout where you've got a racist idiot on that handout for judge and they don't even pay attention to who's on the ballot. I think of all of the black folk who don't go out and vote for sheriff or effectively for mayor or for the district attorney and complain about it. See, when you have an opportunity to do something about it, do it. And see, most of the people that are off in the penitentiaries are not in there for playing.
Hold up, I'm seeing something brewing. All right, seeing something brewing in the chat. Truth is saying, exactly, Dave, Bill Cosby is not convicted, but he ain't innocent. Okay. I explored that concept, but the only evidence why do you say so strongly that he ain't innocent? Because right now the only evidence is that chicks came forward, and say that, 20, 25 years ago he did A, B, and C. That's the only evidence. That's the only evidence. Somebody said he did it 25 years ago. That's the only evidence. That's not enough for me to just firmly say, oh yeah, he did it. Oh yeah, he absolutely did it. I can't. So you're making it seem like, and I saw an O.J. Simpson comparison. With O.J. Simpson, it was a grotesque amount of evidence that O.J. more than likely did it. Now, however, he was found not guilty. But there was a lot of evidence that suggested that O.J. Simpson did it. Lots of evidence. The evidence that Bill Cosby did it is just evidence of people coming forward decades later saying, oh yeah, he did this. That's different. Dane Christopher, are you trolling? You said many of them was willing to testify in court. It's illegal to lie on the stand. So you think nobody has never lied on that witness stand? Like, I mean, listen, I'm the one who did say that all that stuff that they said can't necessarily, all of it can't be true, but it all can't be a lie. I'm the one who said that. Holy shit. Truth, you saying Cosby admitted to it? No, he admitted to giving women quaaludes. Look up what quaaludes do. They don't make you pass out. Well, maybe they can't. Well, he gave them a common drug of the time. He admitted to doing that. He admitted to giving them a common drug of the time. I mean, here in the manosphere, we're very familiar with bag of weed game. There are plenty of us who keep drinks in our house for when we have ladies come over, and so the lady, the lovely lady can have some drinks and loosen up a little bit. Like, that's different from slipping a full-blown roofie in somebody's drink. That is not the same as slipping a roofie in somebody's drink. Now, 25 years later, if somebody is saying that what was given was the equivalent of a roofie slipped in somebody's drink, was the equivalent of a roofie slipped in her drink, well, then that's hard to prove 25 years later. So again, we're just taking the word of some chick who had sex with Bill Cosby in the 60s, 70s, or 80s when certain type of drugs were commonplace. So that I'm sorry, I just can't say. I just can't go hard. I can't go with it. I can't go with it and say absolutely he's guilty. Shout out to Ramil. Ramil always got the facts on this stuff. He said he gave anorexic Frankenstein Benadryl, not Quaalude, and she willingly took them. I don't know what I know what Benadryl is. I don't know what the other stuff is. Said Ramil in the building, give him that bomb drop. Absolutely. Ramil, I don't know if you're busy, but if you want to come up and explain exactly what it is that he gave him, that he admitted to giving him, because my understanding was that he admitted to giving him Quaaludes. That's what I understood. If you want to come up and speak on that, by all means, come up. You're probably busy, but if you want to come up for a brief minute and just get to help us make sure we got the facts straight, there go the link right there. There go the link right there. Ramil Lamir in the building. What's going on?
Hey man, what's going on?
What's up, man? Another day. So help us. Let's make sure we got the facts straight, because I know you be on it. So when he admitted to giving them whatever he gave them, what exactly was it that he admitted to giving them?
He admitted to giving constant Benadryl. That's what's in the deposition.
That's just that sounds like just over-the-counter medicine.
It is. It's for your allergies, and some people use it to go to sleep. Some people use it to sleep better. Now, you never heard of Benadryl before?
Yeah, I heard of Benadryl, but that's what I'm saying. I don't understand why that would even be a thing. That's just regular.
Exactly. You make it make sense, right? So he says he gave her Benadryl. Then he says he used Quaaludes for other situations with other women. But for the situation that he was on trial for, he specifically says he gave Andrea Constant, aka Anorexic Frankenstein, he gave her Benadryl, and then she got assaulted from Benadryl.
Oh, okay. So that's how they spun it. That's how they spun it and got us all confused. The one that mattered, the one that he was on trial for, it was just Benadryl.
It was just Benadryl. You guys can look it up. Go look for yourself. He says he gave her Benadryl. That's even the Supreme Court had to acknowledge this. Actually, in that decision, the Supreme Court chastises the lower trial courts for misrepresenting all these media statements. Like when they tried to say the DA said that he's might change his mind on a decision to charge. But when he said the decision, he was actually talking about his decision to make the reason why he didn't charge public. So the Supreme Court decision did a lot of chastising to these lower courts and prosecutors for like blatantly ignoring, just not reading, and then also ignoring the law as well.
So,
and they also talked about the inconsistencies in the statements between the accuser. So they did actually touch on the inconsistent statements in this decision as well.
So it sounded like the whole Quaalude thing, that was just a red herring. That was just basically
I'll pull it up right. People in the chat. Look, guys, go look at it. Reading is fundamental. God dang, dog. Reading.
Yeah.
Bill Cosby was on trial because they say he gave her Benadryl. The Quaaludes was used for other women. You guys go look this up before you go read. That's all I can say, man.
Yeah, no, you absolutely right. But let's look at how the media has spun this thing to where everybody thinking that it was the Quaaludes that was the issue.
Exactly.
That was that was just a red herring. That was just him admitting that partying in the 70s, 60s, 80s. Yeah, I had Quaaludes just like niggas. I mean, Ramil, I know damn well you done been hollering at a chick and be like, "Hey, you smoke?"
Dude, if a bitch wants Somali, I'm getting her Somali.
Exactly.
All right? I don't give a fuck what you niggas talk. If she asks, I don't even do Molly. If she asks for it and she's going to, use that to loosen up, she gonna get it. All right. Now I ain't gonna fuck with no bitch who do no heroin and shit like that. But if she asks me to get her some shit that's whatever the case may be, I don't give a goddamn. She gonna get it. All right. She want a couple drinks, she gonna get it. You niggas can be mad all you want. Dog. I'm sick of this lame as fairy tale culture where everybody's supposed to just be. No, people like to party, people like to turn up. And it's always been like that. Now, just because these hoes get old and they didn't do anything with their life to secure their financial future, now they got to go back in time and try to go back and see which all the wealthy niggas and the rich niggas they might have partied with to come up on. That ain't my fight. It's your fault that you didn't submit to a man to get your life taken care of. Now you old as fuck. I mean, you look at these accusers, they're nothing. They're nobodies. They're white woman nobodies. They're white women who grew up to be nobodies. Now, if you want me to share the screen, I would share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, no, let me hold on. I'm gonna drop mine down, drop my share down, and now you can bring yours up. But it was while you bring that up, I'll just say it's crazy to me because look, I understand the average person in the general public may not going in, finding the report, the deposition, or whatever, and reading every line of all the details. I get that, but how is it that it's like the people high up that get paid to do this stuff, not even reading? Like,
exactly, and that's what the Supreme Court decision said. They said, why is the trial court not reading the whole press release? Like, people just so in their emotions, they're not even reading. Let me know when you. Okay, here it is right here, man.
Yeah, you got it.
Throughout the depositions, Cosby identified the pills that he provided to Constant in 2004 as Benadryl. Okay, Benadryl. Here it is right here. After the interview, without being asked to do so, Cosby provided police with the pills, which laboratory testing confirmed to be Benadryl. Right? So shit with Andre Constance is based on Benadryl. Now, the Quaaludes, he brings that up when he talks about him dealing with other women, right? But this is why reading is so fundamental. And I'm telling you, as a black man, dog, if you just take your time and actually read through shit, you're going to be so far ahead of everybody in this country, including white people, because they in their feelings too. So once again, you guys can look up the decision for yourself, but they clearly points out in those depositions, he gave that bitch Benadryl. And Benadryl does not get you to the point where you don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm to the point to where taking all the legal stuff out of it, because I know Lamont Hill, people been calling him Marc Lamont Hill. That's funny, but Lamont Hill is on the okay. Legally, yeah, he not guilty, but let's talk about how we feel about what he did. Even taking all the legal off of it and just going off just what you think and what you feel. You really can't even make a case there.
There is no case. There is no evidence. All you have is accusations. These are things that happened 30 years ago. I know you said everything can't be false. I'm saying everything is false because this was a wealthy man in the 70s and 60s. If he was raping somebody in that time, no, come on, man. He would have been on the chopping block.
I'm sliding over to that. I'm sliding over to your side of the aisle on it. And all this junk might be a damn lie.
Come up, man. Point. Come on, man. Yeah. Like I said, and what the media twisting the story. Now here, you see right here, it says, notably during his depositions, Cosby confessed that in the past he provided Quaaludes, not Benadryls, to other women with whom he wanted to have sexual intercourse, but not with Constant. We're talking about Benadryl. But we got a whole media frenzy. This is why.
Yeah, but all the Quaalude popping chicks are trying to pull up on him now. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean, this was clearly some way to get some money. They wanted some bread. That's why this girl, Andrea Constance, she already got $4 million, but she blew that. That's what happened. She blew that bread. This is why poor people, I ain't gonna say poor, but this is why there are economic classes. All right. She got all that money. She ran out, and now she's trying to get some more. This is why Gloria Allred, that lawyer, it's all about money. Follow the money, guys. Everybody else in their feelings, but the people who actually going after him is about that money, man. And they're weaponizing everybody else's feelings based on quote unquote, sexual assault. Why do people care about that shit so much? It's another crime, just like murder, robbing, stealing, right? You got a victim, you got a perpetrator. All right, that crime ain't no special to anybody else. But because we want to put so much of a priority on that shit, we have taken away due process for people accused of this shit, where they can't even face their accusers like that, and it's hard to get a fair trial. So this is what happens when you let a system go on that's based on people's feelings, right? So that's why I'm glad the Supreme Court. When I watched the hearing, I already knew he was going to win the appeal. You know what I mean? The judges were like, "Oh, what the fuck's going on?" And if you look at it, I don't know if y'all want to read this shit. It's 79 pages. They're basically saying, what the fuck you niggas doing down there? They're telling the trial court and the prosecutors, like, what the fuck you all niggas doing? And they said that Cosby has to be, his remedy, he has to be taken back to how he was before the shit happened. So if Cosby decides to file a lawsuit, the Supreme Court said, I'll pull it up real quick. I know this is boring to people. I know people don't like this.
Oh, no. This is good stuff. I don't care if it's a.
Let me just see. They said since Cosby previously discussed the incident without invoking his right to remain silent, the court found no reason to believe that Cosby subsequently would do so in a civil case, so as to necessitate the remedy that the former district attorney purported to provide anticipation of that litigation. Let me see if I can actually if you guys want to go look at it yourself, but when it talks about the remedy, they said that he has to be taken back to where he was before all this crap happened. So in order to undo that type of damage, you know what I mean? Here it is right here. There's only one remedy that can completely restore Cosby to the status of quo ante. He must be discharged, and any future prosecution on these particular charges will be barred. We do not dispute that this remedy is both severe and rare. Then they go down to the other point that they said he has to be brought back to where he was before this. So if he files a lawsuit on these motherfuckers, his kids is gonna be good, man. But what kills me the most is you got so many black people are riding for the illegal imprisonment of another black person. The false kidnapping of that shit just kills me. You know what I mean? And that's why we are at today, because all this emotional thinking. But like I said, I ain't gonna take all day. I just wanted to make it clear that he was accused of giving constant Benadryl, not Quaaludes. That's what these other hoes talking about, but they ain't on trial. Right. You know what I mean? So that's all I just wanted to just clarify this. Reading this fundamental, y'all. But that's all I got, brother.
Good stuff, Ramil. Good stuff. Shout out to Sick Lid in the building. He says Bernard and Real need to watch their back. These broke German shepherds coming for you. And get out of there. Go ahead, game changer. You got it.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks to Ramil. I actually didn't know about the Benadryl part. It doesn't really change, how I felt about the trial too much. It's just that I have a clearer view of the details of it. But yeah, I didn't really follow the details of the new trial, until after the verdict was rendered, or I guess now. But yeah, it is interesting, and I think Ramil hit on a good point that when Ramil and Bernard hit on a good point. One, that when it comes to this particular crime, it does seem like the innocent until proven guilty thing is just thrown out the window. Like that is true for each and every single other, alleged crime in the books. Somebody say they murdered somebody. Okay, you got to prove it. Somebody say that they, that they stole from somebody. Okay, you got to prove it. Somebody say that they blew up something. Okay, you got to prove it. But with this one, it's like, okay, we'll just take her word or their word, in a he say, she say. It does seem as though we're comfortable, society at large, going with the she say. They are the greater minority. Like here, what is happening in the Cosby case is you're putting one minority group against another. And here, let me do this. You're putting one minority group against another. You're putting the Black minority group against the female minority group, because these are primarily white women. And it's a parent who society deemed to be the more oppressed group or the greater minority group. And that's who they're attempting to side with. I'm talking about the liberal side here. That's why we have lawyers who are saying stuff like, legally, he legally didn't do it. And I'm not talking about Lamont Hill. I'm talking about, another attorney else that I was talking about on my show earlier.
Mm.
But I won't get into that. I won't get into that.
Game changer with the shots fired.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, so you seen that show? Yeah.
Yeah.
But
go
I mean,
no, go ahead. No, go ahead again, GC, if you weren't done.
No, cater to the woman is something that the liberal side is going to do, even if it's over the black man. That's all I want to say.
Right on. JB, go ahead. You got it. Mic check. You there? What's going on, man?
Yeah,
Uncle
Ruckus, he ain't trying to come in, but yeah, but I just, man, like, it just blows my mind how many black men, especially like Marc Lamont here, how many black men just don't understand, like, you ride for this BS, you're gonna be next on the chopping block. Like, it's how many times we've seen this countless against T.I. or we gotta protect black women. All of a sudden they going after you because they feel like you were easy lick. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand black men. I expect the feminists and the females and everybody else to be, but men who are not supposed to be emotional, who are supposed to actually be logical and know the facts, I'm just be so surprised he got these pussy ass niggas on here sounding like females, and like they don't like pussy either. Like, are we all out here having sober sex? I mean, because is everybody out here having sober sex? What? Niggas talk, if she has a drink, she can't consent. What the fuck?
Man, bars wouldn't even be open if that was
exactly. Come on, man.
Like that.
Y'all niggas out here fucking with no sort of inebriate. Man, get the fuck out of here, dog. Come on.
Yeah,
come
man,
on.
That's why. Well, hold on. What do you
Can you hear me now?
What do you think about the? Oh yeah, I can hear you now, JB. But hold on for a second. What do you think about the notion that even dudes like Marc Lamont Hill, if it's a situation where Pookie did everything wrong under the sun on tape, but if in the smallest way his rights was violated, Marc Lamont Hill, every black liberal, they gonna ride hard for Pookie who on tape doing everything wrong. But if his rights got violated in the smallest bit, they gonna ride for him, and they gonna argue. They gonna fight against it. But in this situation here, with Bill Cosby, they flipping the script completely. What do you think about that one, Ramil?
Because there's no crying damsel in distress involved. They want to buck back. But once that female starts, even if she's lying out her teeth, that negates everything else. She comes first. That's the wave we on in this country. So that's why this court case actually right now is a blow to all of that. I'm not saying it's going to change the system, overhaul the system, but now these prosecutors are going to think twice before they motherfucking be taking on these bullshit ass assault cases, because they don't want to get their shit overturned because they over here violating due process to the highest degree just to get a conviction based on a woman's feelings. And they going, so it's not going to perfect the system now, but it is going to make them think twice.
Yeah, I agree with that. It will definitely make them think twice. Jonathan.
By the way, it was a black female prosecutor who was on the head team to
is that the chick that you played?
She was one of the prosecutors on the team that illegally prosecuted Bill Cosby. It was a black female. She still,
these educated women be sounding dumb as hell on camera with a microphone in front of their face, man. She sound ridiculous, man.
She's talking about I respect the highest Supreme Court, but I'm gonna have to disagree. What do you mean? Like, you're a lawyer, right? And they told you was wrong. They ruled against you personally. You're the prosecutor. You know what I mean?
Are you shocked though, Ramil? Because I mean, this is not the first time we've seen. Again, not to shit, not to crap on the black woman right now, but this is not the first time we've seen, even amongst judges, specifically black female judges, take the very hard line against black men. I think the case before Cosby that I can think of where this happened was Meek Mill's case. Again, you could call Meek Mill a pookie, but there's a lot of evidence that she was clearly just completely ignoring the law just to mess with him.
No, I mean that's because black women are there aren't black women, they're women black. They're women first, and then they're black after that. And that's only when they're trying to receive from the community or receive from the benefits of past oppressions. They're not actually on Black people's side. They're on Black women's side.
Real quick, shout out to Nick Penn. I didn't know you actually won the joint, man. I helped him win the traffic case. Hey, man, us as Black people, man, we gotta become more familiar with this legal system, man. It ain't hard. It's not complicated. It's not for everybody, but the law does say you can fight for yourself. There ain't no lawyer that's gonna fight for you harder than you. You know what I mean? Even with this college situation, you know what I'm saying? He did most of the fighting because he had to wait it out as an old ass man himself for all them years to get his justice. You know what I mean? But all his other legal teams was fucking him over until they got that white girl. You know what I mean? But that's a whole nother story. But for the everyday person, man, like this justice system is a streamlined situation, which they made it a business, especially on the lower court levels. They made it a business. So a lot of times our justice is going to be at the appellate level and the Supreme Court level. That's just how it is. You can be mad at it, but there's plenty of other justice systems that are way worse than this one. Tough it out. Start standing up for what we believe in and stop being scared, man. I think we got to start learning the system. And then on top of that, learning the system forces you to read. So a lot of us don't want to fucking read. A lot of us going off with the narrative. Y'all niggas didn't even know he was giving out Benadryl to her. So, just reading in general, I just definitely agree that we need to step our game up.
No, you know how hard it is for me to read, man. I'm a Black man, bro.
Man, I don't know what to tell y'all, man. The pen is mightier than the sword. The pen is mightier than the sword in today's world.
I'm predisposed, man, to not being able to read.
Something real quick, Ramil, I thought was interesting. You brought this up before, Bernard, when you were saying how certain individuals want to play the victim, but then they want to do all of these vindictive things on the back end. Yeah, I think that this is an example of this because many times you will hear these people use the exact statement. They'll use this exact phrase. What we're seeking is equal protection under the law. And then when the law rules against them, they'll say, or they'll do things where they want to get rule and retribution via mob rule, cancel culture, social justice, pressure, defamation, all of that stuff. And you're seeing it even with a lawyer, even with legal teams, even with individuals that have shows and all of this stuff. And they talk about all of the legal stuff that Black people are supposed to have this equal protection under the law. And look what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it's actually more because that stuff doesn't apply to heterosexual masculine Black men. You know what I mean? If you a heterosexual masculine Black man, you have to fight for yours. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But just don't give up the fight. I mean, they're not going to give you anything. You pretty much proceed as a threat to everybody else. So just keep fighting. Everybody has to follow the same rules. The system's not perfect, but they got to follow the rules, even if it takes a while for it to be enforced. You know what I mean? So just stand firm, man. But like I said, those rules that what you're talking about, that don't apply to us, man.
So all jokes aside, when y'all couldn't hear me, one of the things I was saying, Ramil, is thank you for that context on the Benadryl, because I haven't read the court opinion yet. So what I had read so far was the transcript, like the transcript from the deposition. And even then, right, even with the context of the Quaaludes, even when they had asked Cosby about the Quaaludes, it was a very loaded and vague question. And he actually never admitted to drugging women as they always frame it. So adding the Benadryl context actually makes it even like worse how bad they've done him. Because I didn't even have that context at all. So that makes it even like I think an order of magnitude worse in terms of the framing that and the thing one thing I want to mention, I think I mentioned this before, Bernard, that a lot of people don't think about is the media is very intentional, which I think to a lot of us is obvious, but the media is very intentional. So when they frame something, so when you see a headline that says Bill Cosby admitted to drugging women, they actually had a back and forth on what that headline should look like and if it should say those exact words. And they want to frame it in that manner for a very specific reason. And so I really hope that people, consider that when they're thinking about what they're saying. Yeah, I read this. I read this online. This is why it's important to actually read the documents. You know, like I read the transcript, but now I'm gonna go read the actual court opinion. You should just go straight to the source. Don't listen to the media because they have as a job to frame things. So I just want to point that out.
All right, real quick. Well, first off, shout out to the Swoovy is in the building with the $10 super chat. He says, "What black folks aren't admitting is there is still resentment for Bill Cosby due to the pound cake memo back in 2004." Yeah, but I think this is something else. I don't think black people going at him for this because of that. I think most black people are liberal and they attach to these liberal movements and that Me Too and all of that and blah blah blah. I think that's more so what's going on. Other than that.
I disagree. I don't think that we should completely dismiss that. I mean, because you mentioned Pookie and the protection that he gets. I think that not only, does Bill Cosby not get that protection because he's far away from Pookie, the pound cake thing puts him like the antithesis of Pookie, like attacking him and is in a real way defending Pookie. Like not only is he not with Pookie, he's on the opposite side of him.
Yeah. No, that's
Hey, grown man, be a grown man, bro.
Yeah, no, yeah, I highlighted that for a reason.
Here we go. Hey, man, you niggas are so lame. What kind of life are you guys living, dog? Like the woman will bring the Molly to my career. I don't, like I said,
but no, this is my problem with it. Hold on, real quick. This is the wording of it. This sort of speaks to what JB talked about. The wording of it. He said you're going to allow a man on your panel to admit it to giving a woman a Molly,
which I never did.
About it like it's something that Ramil did to her. The woman does Molly's. That's her drug of choice. She wanted a Molly before her and Ramil did whatever they did. Before her and Ramil had sex, she wanted to get she requested a Molly. Like so don't word it as if Ramil slipped her a Molly.
Female-minded.
That's incel talk.
Female-minded. This is what happens when you hang around females too much. You start actually believing what they say as if they're not adults.
No,
if they're not accountable
for what's the opposite. It's when you don't hang around females enough, so you don't actually know what goes down. So you just start inventing stuff.
It can go both ways, man. Because these females will switch up. But either way, man, like y'all got to stop with this, man. Women love to turn up. They would. I don't even have to give a bitch a Molly. She gonna come on her own. I don't do no fucking pills, right? But that's what they like to do. This is what they like to do to turn up, man. Y'all haven't lived no life, man. I'm sorry, man. Like I feel bad for a lot of you guys having never dealt with the fun side of females, bro. Like I'm sorry, and then I just record everything.
See, actually, this is one of those cases where, like, this may sound like an ad hominem, but this is one of those cases where I think you can make the point that some people expose themselves. They expose how little they've lived, like Ramil just said, and just the fact that they're probably not smashing women. Because I'm not saying every girl's gonna ask you for drugs or stuff like that, but even if you just partied before, you've been around women who've taken drugs, who are completely not just open to it, asking for it. So this idea that, again, they treat women like they have no agency.
Not asking for it, demanding it.
The reality is that a lot of women won't even fuck with you unless you give them drugs.
Exactly.
I had girls tell me, "Oh, you don't got cocaine? Well, we can't hang out then." "Oh, I don't do cocaine. I guess we ain't gonna fuck, I guess."
I've had girls. I've never had the cocaine, but I've had girls ask me for weed. Like you smoke weed? I'm like, nah, I don't. And they're like, yeah, I gotta smoke weed before I smash. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. So I don't know. I just find it interesting when cats, like, they talk about these women like they have no agency. They don't do anything. They're just these little angels who, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't be supplying chicks either. But yeah, the whole weed thing. I mean, that's the common social drug of the day. So yes, I have encountered quite a few women who they wanted to know if I had some. We had already agreed that we was gonna get together, and they wanted to know if I had.
Wait, hold on. But what do you think is in the chat though? Weed is illegal too. People talk, oh, you get gay, talking about some Molly's illegal. Weed is an illegal substance. Weed is an illegal substance too in a lot of states, man. It's like y'all niggas just, man.
Alcohol's regulated.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's illegal, period, because it's still illegal federally.
It's illegal federally. So I mean, what are we illegal? This nigga said, and it's an illegal substance like Molly. Dude got associated. Man, I feel bad for man.
They're trolling. I think that's just trolling.
I mean, I shout out to Gabe, man. It's just like some of you, man. It's just like
clowning.
Yeah. Hey, come on, man. Bernard, I kind of have. I got a hypothesis that kind of it explains maybe the Benadryl. Now, I think it's obvious. I'm gonna just say this up front. It's obvious that Bill Cosby got railroaded. You can't get all those women together, kind of testifying all at this one time during this Me Too movement. And then, it's like 2 days after this statute of limitations that he gets the indictment. And he had a document saying that he couldn't be prosecuted because he gave over the the deposition documents. So it's obvious he got railroaded. Now, what he did in the bedroom with all these women, not just one cases, but all the cases, we really don't know. But like Ramil was saying about protecting oneself, fighting
Actually,
back.
we do know, because there has not been any cases brought up, and there has been no proof and no evidence.
Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. So we don't know that. We don't know what happened.
No, it's presumed to know because it hasn't been proven.
Well, yeah, that's what not knowing. That's what it means to not know. I mean, if it hasn't been proven, then we don't know.
Then you have to assume it doesn't exist.
Well, you don't have to assume that, but
without the evidence, how can you say you don't? If there's no evidence, it never happened.
Well, you don't know what happened if there's no evidence. You can't say you can't say that this didn't happen because you have no evidence. It's like in science, you have to test something, and then you have to be able to
we know. But there's some things we know. We know that there was sex involved and there was drugs involved.
Exactly. Right.
Okay.
That's my point. So we don't
now.
Know.
According to
let me finish my point, Ramil, because this is
right, go ahead.
Because we're getting
we gotta be careful with words with this shit, because that's how detailed it gets.
Right. Well, that's why I call it a hypothesis. I don't know what happened, but when I hear Benadryl, I get allergies. My wife gets allergies, and I don't like taking Benadryl because it makes me sleepy. It makes her sleepy. Benadryl makes most people sleepy. When I heard these women testify, they talked about being drowsy, being drugged, feeling like they were sleepy, getting ready to pass out. A couple of women talked about, well, I don't know if I actually had sex with them. I just woke up, and so I started to see this pattern of women feeling kind of sleepy. Well, to me, that sounds like it's possible that Bill Cosby has what they call somnophilia. Somno means like sleeping. Yeah.
Okay. So does 3 Benadryl get you to the point where? Let me
finish.
Hold on, no. I'm gonna ask you this: does 3 Benadryl get you to the point where you can get raped? Right? With
I don't.
3. Hey, you say you take Benadryl though. You say you take.
I've never taken 3. I would never take 3. If I could take a half of Benadryl, and that would make me kind of sleepy. If I take a whole one, I'll just want to go lay in bed. If I take 2, if I took 2 Benadryls, man, I've never taken 2
I can take 5
Benadryls.
Benadryls. That shit barely touches me.
So can we not diagnose the brother? For real?
Yes, I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Where does this come from? Are you a professional? Sounds like to me. You're going to diagnose Bill.
You about to diagnose?
Well, hold on, because I'm trying to make a larger point. Whether Bill Cosby has somnophilia or not, I'm trying to make a larger point based off what you were saying, Ramil, about black men protecting oneself. So before we get in our fifis about this and jump at everything I say, just hear me out. Then
not
my story.
Challenging you is not in your feelings, bro. Don't call people saying their feelings because they're challenging what you're saying.
All right. Well, let's not interrupt. So this is what I'm saying is that the average person before they get a DWI for drinking and driving, they say that the average person drinks and drives like 143 times before they get their first DWI. And the reason why that is because the first 100 times you go drinking and driving, your back straight and you're looking through your mirrors, making sure you're not swerving. But over time, you feel like you can handle it. You're not that drunk, and you get used to drinking and driving, and then maybe you get a little sloppy and you swerve a little bit, and maybe you weren't all that drunk and you weren't going to murder somebody, but the police pull you over because it's at that hour, it's 2:30 in the morning or something. They pull you over and you get that DWI. Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that Bill Cosby has somnophilia. But a lot of black men do a lot of people do a lot of.
You just said a lot of black men. What?
Yes, I'm trying to protect black men.
You're
the black. No, go ahead. No, say what you're about to say. You said a lot of black men do what,
but
bro?
You're interrupting me, Ramil. So let's relax a little bit.
Go ahead. What
I'm trying to say is black men need to protect oneself. So I'm really talking about an idea here. I have reverence for Bill Cosby. Like I said, he got railroaded. I'm not saying he did or has anything. But what I'm saying, if he does have somnophilia, which is possible based on the preponderance of the evidence.
No, it's not possible.
And there's no preponderance.
There's no possible. There's no preponderance of the evidence. There's nothing that everything you're saying is based on feelings.
You're just making shit up.
You're literally coming off the head.
These women give testimony saying that he gave them drugs and they started feeling woozy like they were going to pass out.
Did they take the drugs? Did they take the drugs, sir?
Did they say that?
Yes,
okay.
They said there's a whole video. There's a video of Andrew Constance saying that she took the pills Bill gave her.
Evidence, and that's what constitutes evidence.
Hold on.
Let Ramil go.
Quick. Did she say it constitutes as evidence to black men? Notice how he said, "Did she say it?" That's evidence. That's a preponderance of evidence. She said it. Wait till they say something about you. I'm gonna say she said it. That's a preponderance of evidence.
Wait.
I'm passing it to Ramil. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. More importantly, the female saying that they took the drugs consensually. So whatever effect, it's like if you take a drink, you know what a drink gonna do to you when you drink it. Right. You know what the weed gonna do to you when you hit it.
Right.
So they took it willingly. So what are you trying? They're adults.
Okay, let me finish and I can explain it to you. I don't disagree that they did offer that they did ask for it, that they did willingly take the Benadryl and the Quaaludes. They probably, one woman for certain asked for it. It's not my point. Whether I'm not saying Bill Cosby was jumping out of trees raping.
Just said he might have some sort of.
He might have somnophilia, and what somnophilia
are you qualified to even come up with that? That's crazy, bro.
What do you mean qualified? I mean, it's a
diagnosis.
It's a
diagnosis.
Do you have to have a
listen,
PhD in medicine to be able to diagnose?
Now you're coming with the diagnosis of a medical condition based on accusations that have not been proven. Based on accusations that haven't been proven.
And the idea is different than saying that Bill Cosby definitely had this.
Hey brother, you can make the point about protecting yourself without reaching to this level. You're reaching.
Thank you.
How would you know? But you don't know what point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to.
You haven't. Okay, then why is it?
Maybe let's go. The conversation. You guys are in your fifis about it.
So you're in your feelings. You're coming up with information that has not been proven. You're in your feelings.
I said it wasn't proven. That's why.
So why are you going on a tangent about it?
Because a lot of because this
that's emotions right there.
You know why?
You're not going off the facts. You're not going off the facts.
What point are you trying to make, Truth? Let's just, because you said there's a point you're trying to make that you haven't been able to make.
The point is that I'm not saying that Bill Cosby did anything or has anything. I'm talking about a hypothesis and what happens to a lot of young men. And we know that the courts and the legal system and the whole prisons and jail system has its claws and its teeth pointed at the throats of black men. It always has. So as black men, we have to protect ourselves. That's my point. So what I'm saying is that if Bill Cosby, let's take him out of it and let's just say it's somebody else. Somebody else has somnophilia and they don't really know how to deal with it in the ways that are appropriate. So what they do is, they say, oh, do you want a Benadryl? And maybe they mash up a little Benadryl and then a drink along with the pill so the woman doesn't know. Or maybe they give them a Quaalude. Quaaludes do make people sleepy. They can depress your breathing. They can put you in a coma.
What's your point? That's a whole.
Maybe it's possible that if he had somnophilia, that maybe it's possible that
maybe it's possible.
Why are you forcing this theory so much? You're just coming here with a theory.
I'm talking about an idea. Why are you not willing to?
No, it's not an idea. That's definitely.
It is an idea because what I'm saying is that this happens to a lot of different people in different ways. It's just not Bill Cosby. This can affect like people in the chat or maybe one of us where you're dealing with women. You think, oh well, she came over with drugs and this happened. You kind of get loose and it's like you're not staying Trump tight.
That's why I got cameras for. That's why I got cameras for, sir.
That's what I'm talking about. So
I'm all for black men protecting themselves. I'm all for black men protecting themselves, right?
Straight. And
hold on, I'm all for black men protecting themselves, right? And because I always talk about having cameras in your house, keep all text messages, but I'm not about black men walking around like some scary little hoes, right? I like to fuck. I like women. I like dealing with women. All right, I'm not gonna stop dealing with women. I'm not gonna walk on eggshells.
Yeah, I never said anything like
that. No, I'm just saying. I like consensual dealings with women, and even if we do have some sort of,
I think it's a little.
If we have, hold on.
Let Ramil finish now.
If we have some enhancers while I'm hanging out with a female, I don't have to worry about 20 years later. She's talking about I did this because she's trying to get my money, right? Because I got to walk on. I'm gonna protect myself, but I'm not gonna walk around like a little bitch either.
Yeah,
That's why I respect men like Judge Joe Brown.
I've always liked doing drugs. I like partying with chicks. I've been with a lot of women, done a lot of drugs with women.
And there's nothing wrong with that because it's consensual.
There's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't mean you're guilty of anything.
So what are you talking about then? You can protect yourself by recording all interactions, saving text message communications, things like that. But you're saying like somebody has somnophilia or some shit. Like what the fuck does that do with black men protecting themselves?
Well, I mean, you can't say it's impossible. Can we just say that's just impossible?
I'm not going to try to prove a negative, and that's what you're doing. You're throwing an idea out there. No. You're trying. No. What you're doing is you're throwing an idea out there that he has a somnophilia, and then say, "I'm not going to say he doesn't have it." And you're putting the burden of proof for us to say, "Oh, he doesn't have it." We're not going to try to prove that he doesn't have it. You have to prove that he does, and you don't because you're not clinically able to make such diagnosis of that.
I'm not asking you guys to prove that he does. I'm not.
No. You're
That's not what I said.
No,
because what Ramil said
that he is.
Because what Ramil asked earlier, one of the first things that he asked Game Changer is, I don't understand what's going on with the Benadryl. So when I try to give an explanation with the Benadryl, then you go, "Oh,
okay, well, put it like this. That's
all I'm saying."
Put it like this: in order for it to be a matter of him satiating his fetish, then he would have to anticipate them asking for it, and he didn't. Okay. Right?
What do you mean? I mean, I don't know exactly what happened in all these cases because it's he said, she said. It's just a hypothesis.
So stop pretending. You also don't know if he has a somnophilia. You also don't know if he has a somnophilia, but you threw that shred out there, didn't you?
Yes. That's an explanation.
Can I jump in here a second?
As a theory.
No, not even a theory, just a hypothesis. It wasn't tested. That's what I said.
You just came up here with a theory, and then you just threw it out. And then here's the problem. Here's the problem with what you just did is you create your theory, right? And then you build on top of it. That's the problem. So you have a shaky foundation from the beginning, right? Yeah. You can make a point. Right? And we're open to hearing the point, right? Like you can make the point about black men protecting themselves, et cetera, et cetera. But you just came here and threw something out there, right? And you're reaching and then you're building on top of it. So that means from the very foundation, it's already flawed. And then everything you build on top of it, we don't even want to hear that because you're building on top of this like unproven theory that you just came up with based on whatever feelings you have about the situation. It's your feelings. It's nothing you just said is facts. Nothing is just
our feelings, though. It's based on there are facts here.
Isn't your feelings?
There's a lot of facts here.
Okay, point out.
He gave women drugs. He admitted to that. Quaaludes can make you sleepy. Quaaludes can, matter of fact, put you in a coma and murder you because they slow down your respiratory system.
So is that how
Benadryl is well known for making people drowsy.
Is that how you diagnose? Is that how
Bill Cosby had sex with women?
If I went to a doctor right now,
those are facts.
So if I went to a doctor right now,
so you go, let's explain the Benadryl.
Here's the hypothesis. Right now,
and you go, I don't want to hear that.
So hold up.
Say you're not in an emotional space to be able to hear any of that. I'm not saying he's guilty of anything.
Okay, all right, go ahead, JB. Go ahead, real quick, JB. Then I'm gonna go to fatal dose.
Hold up. This is not about emotional space or whatnot. We're not emotional here. We're asking. We're
very emotional.
No. We're asking.
Stop. Oh, everybody stop. Let's stop with the emotionals and fifis and all of that shit. I hear black men having a conversation about the facts of what happened and breaking it down and point counterpoint. I don't hear anybody getting emotional. There was some emotional shit. Everybody stop. There was some emotional shit on my last show, and I dropped somebody down because of it. I'm not hearing people in their emotions. I'm hearing people challenging your point, Truth. So don't just call them emotional because they're giving you pushback. It's nothing wrong with them.
That's not my point. They're not challenging my point.
And it's nothing wrong with you pushing back.
Right,
so
but that's not my point.
So hold on.
The JB was making a point. So go ahead, JB.
You got it, JB.
What I was going to ask you is, if I went to a doctor right now, let's say I had a somnophilia. If I went to a doctor right now, how would they diagnose that I had a somnophilia?
Well, probably interview you, ask you questions.
So you notice how you started. Hold up. You notice how you start your answer with probably, right? You started with probably.
Well, it depends how you ended up there. I mean, obviously.
Because you don't know. Hold up.
I do know. It's very obvious. I studied psychology in school before. They've got what they call is a. You want me to answer the question? I can answer you exactly how they do it. It's called, they have a rubric. They'll have like seven to nine statements on what somnophilia is and what you have to, the behaviors that you have to display.
It has not been. What is it? This is crazy.
He's saying, are you a doctor? Hey, are you a doctor?
Somnophilia. What? Bill
Cosby. Hold up. I need you to answer this. Are you a doctor?
You didn't let me finish answering.
Are
the
you a
last
doctor?
question.
Yes or no?
Are you
Yes
gonna
or
let me
no?
finish answering?
Yes
Or
or
gonna
no? Are
interrupt
you a
me before
doctor?
I'm
That's
done?
a question you can answer. Are you a doctor?
So you'll
Yes
have
or
7 to
no?
9
Yes or
criteria.
no? Yes
The
or
answer
no?
is
If you
no.
make,
Stop. The answer is no. Truth is not a doctor. Now go ahead, Truth.
if you have 5 out of like the 9 criteria of somnophilia, then they'll say you have. That's what you'll have. That's how you diagnose somebody. So you can actually go into the DSM-5 and look up somnophilia. I mean, you can just do a simple Google search and ask what the criteria are, and it'll be right there. So you can read it yourself and kind of, any person who's got,
You have the ability to
who can
diagnose
read
somebody,
can figure
sir.
that out.
Sir, do you have the ability to diagnose somebody? Yes or no?
Medically, professionally.
So
yes. Hold on. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
isn't it true that the main chick that was actually on trial, she said she had some type of allergy or something. She said she had something, and then he offered it after she said she needed something. Isn't that more or less true, Ramil?
Yes.
Okay, so she said she was sick, drowsy, I don't know what the hell, runny nose, sniffles,
she said she had
allergies.
anxiety.
She was complaining about her inability to sleep. Constant came into his house complaining about the inability to sleep. That's what she told Cosby.
That's not allergy.
Okay, so then I didn't know what it was, so I just was throwing some shit out there.
It was anxiety.
So she was complaining about her inability.
Not anxiety, just because you can't sleep, dude. What are you talking about?
She
man?
was complaining. Hold on, everybody, stop. She was complaining about her inability to sleep. He offered her some Benadryl. That's the only thing that he was truly on trial for. Everybody else involved is people that he he had Quaaludes, because that was a drug of choice back then. Giving somebody a Quaalude was not that much different from passing a blunt. So that was a drug of choice back then. And the women that he partied with and had sex with, and they probably all took Quaaludes together, had sex. That's the only thing that we really know. All right. So
that night they didn't have sex on the Benadryl. What's going on is she beat his dick and he played with her pussy.
Right. Petting.
That is what happened on the night of question.
So she wasn't asleep if she did that.
Exactly. She beat his dick off. He played with her pussy after the Benadryl, and this happened right after the pills was taken, right? So the Benadryl, how long it take for that to take effect? So as soon as she swallows the pills, they start playing with each other's private parts and shit, and then all of a sudden, years later, that's a sexual indecency.
And he also used to have Quaaludes back in the day when the Quaalude was the normal drug of choice. All right, for me, that's not enough to reach all the way to insomnophilia.
It's not even close.
We're spending too much energy trying to disprove the insomnophilia.
Exactly. Come on.
And I'm not trying to make the case that he does have it. I don't want you to do that because I'm not interested in actually proving that he has it. That wasn't my point. My point is that, put it this way, as a black man, I'll put it on myself then. I like having a lot of wild sex with a lot of different wild women. But just like Ramil was saying with these cameras, I know that I have to protect myself. What can happen for black men is that you get used to it. You think you got it handled, and the women are cool, and this is not gonna be a problem. I've done this so many times, I'm used to it. Well, then you start to lose your edge a little bit, and then things can unravel. So really, that's
hold on, real quick. If the general point that you're trying to make, like, keep in mind, I've never been that dude that had weed or pills, mollies, wallies. I don't even know what all this stuff is called. However, I do drink. I got drinks behind me. I do a drink. So when I was out there single and mingling, I would, women would come over. We had some drinks, or we would have drinks when we was out, and we would come over. If all you're saying is in the process of doing that, be conscious that where if that chick get to the point where she had so many drinks where she just looking completely out of it, passing out, that's when you need to snap out of it as a man, pump the brakes. Hold on, I can't go any further with this. If that's all you're trying to say, then we agree.
Yeah, point taken.
The everything else in diagnosing him with insomnophilia and all that's where you're going too far. And we like, hold on, you're kind of doing what they're doing. But if you just want to make the simple point that, hey, if you out drinking and partying, having fun with the ladies, and one of them is passed out, bent over the counter, passed out somewhere, then no, don't put your dick in her.
Okay,
if she
but Bernard,
out.
let me give you some.
If you're making that simple point, we agree. Don't
let me give you a little pushback on that.
Don't put your dick in a passed out woman. If that's all you're saying,
let me give you just a little pushback on that, Bernard. Like I'm with
Bernard,
you.
can I get a chance here?
But here's this
okay.
Is why
we going true, then we're going right to fatal dose.
Okay, this is why I put it on the table, is because I mean, He's in court. There's a lot of women testifying against him. A lot of them are saying very similar things about being drugged and feeling drowsy. And I'm just trying to provide an explanation because the Benadryl, even Ramil, you said yourself, you're like, man, make that make sense. And it's like, when I heard Benadryl too, I was like, what? Let's make that make
They're
sense.
lying. That's how you do. That's
They
what you
probably, a
make it
lot
on.
of them,
That's what they're all lying. They're all going off each other's similar story. That's
well,
what's
I
happening.
don't know if they're all lying, but I do know one woman actually wrote in the book lies and then admitted
Yeah,
to
she
lying
wrote
when
in
they
the
put in
book.
that
She said she fabricated. Oh my God, what's the one bitch, the ugly model? She said, "Yo, I literally told a lie
Yeah, she
to
admitted
get
to
real."
it.
She admitted to lying.
So
But
I
see,
don't trust any
this
of
is
them.
crazy, man.
I don't trust any of them.
I
think
don't know.
he should not be in jail. There's obviously not enough evidence to convict him. But the point is, though, as a man, we can definitely get ourselves caught up. And I think that's the point. And so if you actually put a name to it and maybe what Cosby might have, which is possible based off everything I'm hearing, that wouldn't be a stretch. If all these women are drowsy and he's admitting to having sex with them, maybe he does have that. I don't know. But just
How many people admitted? How many people accused Deshaun Washington of that bullshit with the massage?
Right, exactly. And I think that's
so don't
very
matter.
similar.
100 women could come out, bro. That don't
And
mean.
when you say all these women are drowsy, the only thing that we know for sure is that yes, he used to be packing some Quaaludes back in the day.
So you got to be careful with that. Same with
he used
Deshaun
to be
Watson.
packing
It's
a common
dude,
drug.
it's
Weed
all right
makes
to
you
get
drowsy.
massages, but why are you getting in people's DMs with his massages? Now you're putting yourself in a position where you could be destroyed by this legal system, and I don't want to see that happen to any of us. So that's really where I'm coming from.
All right, cool. Shout out to everybody who's been super chatting. Shout out to Black Wolf says, hey, smoke weed every day. All right, shout out to Black Wolf. Shout out to Jonathan Barronville sent $50 super chat. Appreciate you, brother. And somebody else sent one. Hey, when the conversation get intense, I don't like to stop the flow of an intense conversation to read the super chat. So I do apologize, but got nothing but love and respect for everybody who support the channel. I'm about to dig up those super chats through the analytics right now, and I'll read them in a minute. But right now, we're about to pass it to Fatal Dose. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Welcome to Rage, buddy. Yeah, I want to make a point, but I want to ask you a question, Truth. Do you believe in white supremacy?
Uh-oh.
Does it exist?
What kind of question is that? Why would you ask me that?
It's a yes or no answer. Yeah.
Well, I mean, didn't you hear me say before that the
He's
entire prisons and jail system?
Stop. He's asking the question just to set up and build to another question. You know what he's doing. Just go ahead and
like I
answer the
said
question.
earlier,
Just keep
the
it
whole
flowing.
prisons and jail system and the court system has had its point, its teeth, and
That's
claws
he
pointed
just,
at
he
the
just
throats
wants
of
a
black
yes
men.
or a no so he can build to the main question.
Yeah, but no, Bernard, he's trying to attack my character. I'm not going to let him do that shit. Then you're going to co-sign that? Fuck that.
What?
I'm not. I don't know if your character is under attack. He just asked you a simple yes or no
Bro,
question.
this is what's emotional. You were calling emotional earlier. This
hold on, JB.
He just asked you a simple question. It's a simple question, man. You're not supposed. Why you take it so personally? We're just asking questions.
No, wait, hold on. Fair, no, it's actually a fair question. But just a simple answer the simple question. Then I just want to get Fatal. So I want to see where Fatal Dose is going with this.
Yeah, I just answered.
All right, so that was a yes. All right.
All right. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I'm frozen.
No, you must can't hear us. We can hear you. I don't think.
Okay. Yeah. So no, I can hear you now. I can hear you fine now. Can you hear me?
We're a little behind, but just go ahead and just keep talking.
Question.
Yeah, so the reason I asked the question is because you came up and you created a straw man. The same way white supremacy will create the straw man for a black man as a drug dealer, a rapist, a pimp, and a no good waste of life to be able to get a conviction and send us to prison. You're creating a straw man for Bill Cosby as this rapist drug dealer when none of that was ever proven, and that the man went to prison behind false allegations that were never proven to be true.
That's what happened. It went over your head. You didn't listen.
Yeah, right. I wasn't listening. Exactly. That's what was going on. So, I mean, I didn't attack your character. You're attacking my character. I'm just stating the point about the straw man that you've created. I didn't say
that's
anything
not a straw man.
That,
First of all, it's not a straw man. The first thing I said was that
you've been
white
talking. Let me
supremacy in the
finish.
courts is real.
Let me finish. You've been talking. So the straw man you've created and you've painted of Bill Cosby situation, you're using that, and then you're painting a broader brush to brothers and saying, if you want to be protected, not to behave like Bill Cosby. When the best thing for brothers who want to be protected is to make sure the law is applied equally, so that no prosecutor, no judge could then give us unfair sentences. And by convicting Cosby in the court of opinion, what you've done is ensure that judges and prosecutors could use their opinion based on the straw man they created to convict and send brothers to prison. In essence, you're supporting white supremacy.
Are you done?
I think I'm
done.
Well, the first thing I said was that the courts, the prisons, the first thing I said, its teeth are pointed at the throats of black men. That means white supremacy. So I just acknowledged that white supremacy was part of this Cosby case. I said that Cosby was obviously railroaded. That's what I said from the beginning. So if I talk about an idea, now all of a sudden I'm practicing white supremacy because I talk about a plausible idea. Maybe it's offensive to people, maybe it's off-putting, but it's just an idea, it's a concept. There is evidence that maybe that's possible. I'm not saying that it's true.
No, there's not.
It is possible, Ramil.
What's the evidence?
We just went through this.
Once again, fellas, we're talking about this too much. We understand.
Right. I don't want to go. I don't want to.
At least just use the term allegations, because there's no evidence.
I'm not even saying allegations.
Or let's just not talk about it at all.
It's not an allegation. I'm not saying he didn't. I didn't say he did that.
Yeah. So you see what's going on. We should move past this.
Man, these Marc Lamont Hill type dude. Man, maybe there's just one spit of evidence, man. It's just crazy, man. Y'all just can't let a black man be free.
It is crazy, but I mean, it's meant to garner attention, which we're doing. So let's move forward.
I know seeing a black man come out on top. I know I hurt a lot of y'all niggas feelings.
O.J. Simpson. Now we know he's guilty. We know he's guilty. But
I don't know anything.
Who knows what
I don't know anything.
We know
bro. As far as I know,
but we know that he got railroaded too, and he got framed by the police.
Yeah, but his case first
should be found innocent.
You just said we know he's guilty. So how are you gonna make that statement?
We don't know anything. We don't know anything. Now you may have an opinion about it, which is fine. And I think my opinion. I think my opinion of OJ's situation compared to Cosby is drastically different. But at the end of the day, we don't know. It still comes down to that. There's more, and there's actual evidence, by the way, with OJ's situation. There's actual evidence.
That's my point.
Okay, so why are you comparing it then? Why are you comparing
it? It's apples and oranges. You're taking an apple.
Okay, this is what's going on: is that black men, you guys are rightfully hyper defensive of Bill Cosby because of historical white supremacy.
Why you keep saying it's not hyper defensive? The courts hyper defensive too? You keep saying like we're doing something crazy by saying, "Hey, Bill Cosby innocent." That's not hyper defensive. The court agrees with that.
No, because
you're hyper defensive of your trash ideologies.
It's not an ideology.
Well, hold on, go ahead.
You just said it's an idea.
Defensive because
you just said what you said is an idea. That's an ideology, sir.
Because in 1 year from now, when the emotions kind of cool down and this isn't so raw, guys would actually be able to have this conversation without getting so defensive about it. Because I'm really not.
I think he's guilty. They are still emotional.
Hey, brother, let me ask you a question. Why do you read people challenging your points as like emotional? Because you keep bringing this up, and I'm actually very curious. Like, why do you read that this way? Why?
Because my point isn't being challenged.
It is being challenged. Somebody has somnophilia. They're not going to use Benadryl. They're not going to use Quaaludes. They're going to use something way stronger. They're going to use tranquilizers. Because because you saying that this guy likes to have sex with people that are asleep, you're not going to.
You're the expert on somnophilia now.
Are you? Apparently, you are.
I'm not saying.
I know. I can read the definition and see that if somebody is really into this sick ass shit, they're not going to use Benadryl. That's common sense.
Are you an expert? That's common sense.
Dude, it's common sense. If you want to fuck somebody who's knocked out,
I'm not saying. Listen. I'm not saying that he has it. That was never my point to say that he has it, though. So you're trying to
provided.
I'm not saying Bill Cosby has somnophilia. I'm not saying he did anything to those women specifically. I said that this is just an idea.
I was just about to ask him, do he think that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court was
Well, I
emotional
think
in
Game Changer
their
had a good.
feelings?
Yeah. So
That,
so
that
check
was
this
that was
out,
a $1
right?
million question. Does the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, were they emotional in their feelings when they came to their conclusion?
I think
That's the
Game Changer
question I
had a
wanted
good
him to
point
answer.
because you notice he just came on here and derailed the whole thing on a idea, quote unquote idea, and he just
Exactly. That's why I stopped talking. Yeah.
Not true, indeed. You know, sometimes it's just that when people say such outlandish things, sometimes you have to challenge it to the end, or else because
And that's
people
why
would,
he said
would
it.
hear it and then would go with it if there's not a proper challenge. So, but I understand what y'all was saying. But if he kept bringing it up, I was gonna care because that's just such a outlandish direction to go in with the situation. That was even I haven't even heard the white liberal media bring that up. Well, maybe Bill Cosby is a what the fuck he call it? I never even heard that come from the white people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just crazy to me.
It was meant to be that. I mean, that's because that's what gets attention.
Yeah, a game changer. I get what you mean by you didn't want to address it, but we can't let dudes like that just come up and take the floor and start spreading that garbage, man.
We gave him the floor.
Yeah, I agree with Ramil. We got to challenge it, man. That's why I came up, because I was sitting here listening to this crap.
But you know what I find fascinating, though? What I find fascinating is that I noticed this mostly in this type of space is dudes like that where they get challenged and then they call it emotional. Like it's it's almost a way to try to shame you from trying to challenge their points. It's like everything we've done is challenge your point. He just keeps saying we haven't challenged his point, and then he keeps accusing us of being emotional. It's kind of interesting to me.
Well,
the thing is
the main problem with that. Hold on, I got you next, game changer. Yeah. The main thing with that is that I dropped a link when I saw Ramil in the chat because I know Ramil got raw, just unemotional facts. He pulled out the actual 77-page document and read word for word what the Supreme Court essentially said. So that's where I'm like, dude, like we're not on the emotional side of this argument. You can't make that point. I got legit frustrated with him on that one. And truth, I've done one-on-one with him. So he cool on some issues, but on this one, yeah, I can't. I don't know what the hell was going on here, where he's accusing brothers of being emotional for literally logically breaking down legally what happened. Like, God, that come on, man.
Yeah, people are just
the emotional.
GC was about to say something. GC had next.
Yeah. The emotional argument was pre-canned. Basically, he said something that he knew was going to be provocative, and then call you emotional when you get provoked. That's nothing new. He was being passive aggressive, and this goes to Uncle Ruckus's point of how he was saying that we wasn't covering his point. Basically, he wanted to throw that out there under the guise of so black men should watch themselves. Like, you don't have to say, or you don't have to accuse a man of having a somnophilia just to say that black men should watch themselves. That's not what he was doing. He was throwing that out there under the cloak of, and you should protect yourself. First of all, that's an obvious thing. About that. Second of all, that's something you can do whether you have it or not. So he was being deliberately provocative.
Yeah.
And passive aggressive.
Yeah, I can see that. I think somebody else was trying to jump in. I think Fatal Dose was trying to get in. Were you trying to say something, Fatal?
Yeah, I mean the entire conversation, right? He's creating this fantasy in his mind, which is not based on any of the facts or has any relation to the actual factual evidence in the case, but then he is accusing everyone else of being emotional. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna throw this one to Ramil. What do you think about the idea? I think I know where you're gonna go with this one, but what do you think about the idea that, look, a black man, got caught up in the system, stood his ground, fought it, and won. And a lot of people talking about what they think happened, what they think he really did. I even did a stream exploring if he did actually do it, ramifications of it. But hey, he held his ground, and legally he was innocent. Y'all can't say nothing about it. He was legally innocent. That black people should just look at that and be like, yeah, hell yeah, clap the hands, applaud. And just be like, look, a black man beat the system, and just so fuck it. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Just be happy. Just be happy about that. What you think about that? Taking that whole take on it.
I mean, he beat it because they violated the due process. But if you want to look at it that way, I don't got a problem with it. I mean, other groups of people get wins off all types of shit, and that's not our business.
That's what I was going with. Yeah, other groups of people be winning off legal technicalities, and hey,
but that's not our business.
They people turn a blind eye on that shit.
Exactly. That's called having some sort of you want to call it a code. I know we kind of ran that word, but as black men, that should be the case, even without all the procedural violations and things like that. Black man got off the same system y'all complain about. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I do agree with that as well. Even though I don't ride with it all because I know the procedural violations that happened. But yeah, black man got off. Y'all, it should be no complaints. I'm with that.
Yeah. But even though, I mean, right now I'm to the point to where I'm willing to say that he probably didn't do nothing. That Benadryl, that's some BS. That's some BS. You ain't. I've never heard nobody breaking off Benadryl.
He was a wealthy black man in the 70s to 80s. He probably had sex with so many women that in the average guy. Here's the thing, man. Like the average guy, the average man can't understand what the top, I'll even say 20% of men go through. The amount of options they have, the amount of women they have at their disposal, right? So to them, it's an automatic truth when 50 women come out, 60 women come out. But to the guys,
hold on, Bitcoin L, there's no evidence of that, man.
Bernard, just don't respond. Don't even respond to it. Just
come on,
just let them rock it.
Bitcoin L know better. Bitcoin L know better.
Yeah, but it is because brothers, it's hard. When black men come out on top, we're still getting used to it. Even though what I'm saying, when you've been winning for a minute, this shit is nothing new to you. So, but anyway, yeah, man. And I forgot what I was talking about. What was I saying before you said that, bro?
Shit, I don't know.
Yo, you're funny, Ramel.
I forgot because that Bitcoin L threw me off. Man.
Ramel, I think you were saying that we all should be happy that the brother got off.
Oh yeah, on that level, yeah. But even then, I don't want to stay on that because I do want us to actually learn the system and see how it works. And we shouldn't be depending on that. We should be depending on the statutes, the procedures, the codes, which are readily available on the internet for free. Anybody can read them, right? These courts got to follow the rules. What happened with Bill Cosby was a clear violation of due process. Also, the fact there was no evidence. It should never been tried. That's why the first DA didn't try it. The first DA said, I didn't try this case because it was not enough evidence, right? So we're dealing with a man who had a lot of women in his life. It is what it is. And those women got older. They realized he's still on top. But hey, I'm over here, old hag. I'm single. I ain't got my finances straight. What the hell? I'm white. I'm not supposed to grow old like this. And so they try to get their last straw at success, and it is what it is, man. But the system,
Bernard, Marc Lamont Hill, he made us an interesting point in his back and forth with Judge Brown, and I actually really like the answer that Judge Brown gave when he brought up the Trayvon Martin situation. When he basically mentioned to him, he said something along the lines of like, since what's the guy's name? Zimmerman. Since Zimmerman got off, should black people have just stop caring about the case? So however he framed it, I'm not quoting him word for it, but and Judge Brown's answer was essentially, we should be more upset about the fact that we don't have the power, right? We don't have the influence, the power, the political influence, so that things like that don't happen. And I actually found that to be, because to be quite honest, like that, I thought that was actually a very fair question, right? Because I still feel a type of way about the Trayvon Martin situation. You know what I'm saying? And so like, I thought that was an actual fair question, and Judge Brown's answer pretty much aligns with just my stance in general. And we've had conversations offline about this, Bernard. Like my main goal in my life is acquiring power. Like it's not even money; it's literally acquiring power, right? And there's a lot that I do behind the scenes for that sole purpose. And so I think this is a point that's not made enough, specifically amongst Black people, and then even more so amongst Black men, is we need to care about power. We need to care about power and influence, because that's really how every other group gets the outcomes that they want and that they need etc. That is through power. That's the only way. That's why certain groups can have the same a lot of the same what's the best way to say this? I'm trying to figure out the way to say this.
But you're 100%
Hey,
right.
but-
I'm going to say that if you don't know who your local, if you don't know who your mayor is, if you don't know who your local prosecutor is, if you don't know who the local these aldermen, dude, like it's very. You're right about that. But we don't pay attention to things like that. Who's actually running the local situations around us? And we wonder why we get railroaded by these other groups of people. It is about power, and that's how I've been talking about since I got on this bitch. But it's very hard to get into black men's minds to be a proactive person, to be the actual person moving shit forward. We always the reactive. We always reacting to the system instead of proacting. And Judge Joe Brown was 100% right about that. You mad about the Trayvon Martin shit, but who was the DA prosecuting that? Did y'all vote him in? Did y'all have any say in that? Black people don't want to do the political thing. We don't want to put that brown paper bag money in both sides, right? Of both parties. So I know in my city I live in, I know who the prosecutor is, I know who the mayor is, I know who the fucking alderman is, I know who all them niggas are, because I know I got things I want to do in the future that's going to require zoning and things like that. These are things us as black men got to get into, man. Grown man shit. Pussy gonna always be there. Fun is gonna always be there. But shit that actually moves society forward, we got to be involved, man. Even if you're not gonna run for office, put money in the pockets of the people who run for office. Like that's how you're 100% on point with that, man. And then that prevents things like this to happen in the system, because instead of that black woman who decided to kidnap Bill Cosby and prosecute him, maybe there'd be somebody else in office. The other prosecutor who decided to do it for political reasons, what's his name? I think it's Kevin something or something like that. These type of people should never be touching office. That's the people's responsibility. Those are elected officials.
Right. Shout out,
let me add to that.
real quick. Shout out to Wizard X in the building. He said the first Diaz was Bruce Castor, Trump impeachment lawyer. Shout out to Brighton BGT in the building, says a YouTuber who was at his trial and on her live stream last week stated that she saw Constant change her story and the reporters were shocked. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. I got to step away for a very brief moment. I'm gonna pass it to Fantastic, even though I'm curious to see what Truth's got to say. But I'm gonna pass it to Fantastic real quick. Y'all share the mic, but go ahead, Fantastic. You got it.
Yo, what up, man? What's going on?
Going on.
Yeah, man. So, shout out to Ramil, bro. And this is one of these. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he already said it if he hasn't already, though. But it's not about moral. It's about what's legal. All right. And niggas get so mad, man, whenever you have any remnants of understanding of the law, and it's like you speaking Greek to them because niggas can't take their Negroes can't take their emotions out of things, and they want to feel, they want to think. Again, man, it's not about what you think, it's not about what you feel, it's about what the law says. And the fact of the matter that, again, black men are coming up here, man, and some of you same dudes that was sitting in elementary school when black women and black men and everybody had us watching the O.J. Simpson trial at a lunch table. You know what I mean? I just can't understand this. And then furthermore, like you said, you guys are coming here with the Bill Cosby thing, but yet still now, George Floyd is like the greatest nigga ever living. Okay, so if you guys don't see what's really going on right before your face, it's a scary thing. And from the sexual improprieties thing, man. I have the authority to say this because I have been married, I have daughters, I have a mother, I have sisters. I don't believe all women, okay? And this constant thing, the reason why they didn't go for criminal charges, and it was stated on the fact by the same dude that told them what the deal was, because after she claimed that she was, any type of sexual misconduct happened, she continued to hang around Bill Cosby repeatedly, time after time after time after time after time. Now, if my daughter, and people got mad when I said this the last time, and I use my daughter as an example, but if my daughter said that some dude did something to her inappropriately sexually, and then she continued to hang around this dude after the fact, and she never went to the police to file criminal charges, me and her are going to have a serious talk. And I'm not going to give her my full undying and blind support in her claims of him doing something to her in an inappropriate manner from the sexual nature, because okay, this dude did something to you, but you continue to hang around him after the fact. and benefit from his wealth and his esteem and all these different things. No, it don't work like that, man. So again, man, this is when very seldom where other people have a code. Like Ramil said, bro, the Bush family, the Kennedy family. If you go back and you look into where they got their family name and esteem from, all that stuff was done from black market and dirty money. But yet and still, like you said, their name came to prominence through what? They understood that you got to take that money and clean it up and give some of the individuals away from that dark side of society, man, and put them out here in the limelight to be everlasting figures in a in a community or in a society, and these dudes will do that in the history books. But Kennedy's was tied to bootlegging, and I forget what the Bush family was tied to. Some messed up. I think it was the mob or something, or a casino or something. I don't know. But yeah, man, that's just what we got to start looking at, bro.
Opium.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We got to start looking at this thing from a power aspect. If you're comfortable with power, man, power don't care about your feelings, bro. You got to break some eggs to make an omelet. And nobody comes out clean, man. All right, now, not every guilty person is going to be found guilty. Not every innocent person is going to be found innocent. But it's never going to be like a 90% of where it's the other way around. And that's the way black people look at shit. Unfortunately, I don't understand it. Niggas just feel like every dude that's locked up is what's the name? Every dude that's accused of some type of sexual impropriety is like, stop it, man. And furthermore, you putting your sons at risk, bro. You can't give up. You can't protect your daughters and sacrifice your sons. That's something we got to start looking at too, man. Listen, just because of girls or whatever, and especially when you grew up, bro, we got to start looking at this, bro. How many times I've seen this personally, more than one time in high school. I tell this story all the time, bro. This girl, for whatever reason, and you niggas, I don't know what's wrong with you niggas in these trains, okay? But hey, that's why I always been a coop nigga. All right? I don't understand it, but hey, all you train niggas, all right? If you don't ever ran a train, bro, keep it to but you shouldn't have nothing to say about no motherfucking no R word, man, or no type of sexual fucking misconduct, because that in itself is just a major setup for you to get caught up in some BS. But this girl, man, for whatever reason, decided to participate in a line of dudes in the high school bathroom, and when she got caught up, even though it was voluntary, okay, what did she do? First thing she tried was, hey, they took advantage of me. They forced me to do it, until people started putting it on her, man. And she finally changed her story, and the girl ended up changing schools and all this other shit. But she had the power of a whole group of young black boys just out of her being ashamed. And if we gonna act like, bro, that shit don't exist and it don't happen, man, as men, bro, we ain't men. We just these same betas and these cucks that we talk about in the space all the time, bro.
Hey, I actually want to make 2 points here. Fantastic. First of all, I think your point about when you bring up like your sister, mother, etc. I think that's a great point, right? Because a lot of times people try to use this as a way to kind of like they almost see this as a clapback. Like, well, what if it was your sister? And one of the first things I always say is, well, if it was my sister, first of all, most of my reaction to that is probably going to be emotional, right? It's like, even if I'm trying to be a logical person, it's probably going to be emotional if it's somebody who's close to me. So whatever my reaction is, you can't judge what should be done based on what I would do in an emotional state, right? Like, that's the first thing. But second of all, is also understanding that, hey, my sisters and my female cousins, my aunties, etc., they're just as human as every other, and they're women just like the rest of women out here. So the same things that other women could do, just like, I could call this girl Akeisha, my sister could be Akeisha too. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that's an interesting point that we don't highlight enough. And then also, I'm going to actually make a controversial point here about power, right? Because there's a specific community that, the J word that we don't like using here. But people always bring them up in terms of power, right? And one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is the way that the method they use to maintain that power, to not only get that power, but maintain it, whether you like it or not, you have to be fascinated by it. Is, for example, the fact that you just criticize, their region, let's just say, right? Because I'm trying to avoid using certain words here. You criticize their region and immediately, or their actions even, and immediately you're, anti something, right?
Yeah,
like,
they hit you with that word, exactly.
And they've basically turned that, like, they've been able to make it so that you can't even criticize like very visible actions, right? Like things that it's like you have to be stupid to not be able to see, okay, like this is clearly wrong.
And bro,
you can't even criticize it.
Can I hop in real quick? just real quick to your point, and I'm glad you said that. And I made this point specifically. You're the second person I only hear say this, bro. There's no way that black people have allowed people from Israel to do what they've done, and it's no way we figured out a way to copy what they've done. When literally, no matter what they claim was done in the the thing that happened to them, when the numbers in comparison and the years of time in comparison. And yet still, like you said, bro, even if it's anything that seems like it, shout out to all you LeBron James fans out there. Remember what happened when he quoted some rap lyrics? Bro, they made that dude bow down and give an apology within 24 hours. Okay. Mind you, he's from a race and class of people that built the whole country. Slavery, as much as y'all love to talk about slavery, hundreds of years of all the stuff that you went through, and yet still, nigga, anybody can say it. You got to fight Asians for saying it now. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, still, but let you say that even not even a derogatory term, which I don't even hear nobody use, but you can't even say the J word, like you said, man. You can't even say the J word itself without coming down with a whole power of everything behind it, and you having to fucking do that mea culpa immediately.
Well, and the thing is, they've turned it so that you can't even. I mean, again, like I said, I'm thoroughly fascinated by it, like, because I had somebody accuse me of that for simply pointing out that the New York real estate market is pretty much run by this community. That's a fact. Like, this is not, you know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. This is not like my opinion. This is not me. This is just a fact. But just because I said that, they said I was anti something. I'm like, are you serious? But it's got to that point where they've made it so that they have that type of political influence. So you could be upset about it, but you gotta look at that and analyze, like, how have they been able to build this structure where you just can't fuck with them. You just can't. You just cannot fuck with them, and they make it so hard for you to fuck with them, and they have the power behind it.
Hey, Uncle Ruckus, check this out though, right? Here's the point. Here's the thing you're not gonna see. You're not gonna see them trying to throw each other under the bus. Think about when Harvey Weinstein was getting lambasted by regular white folks. You didn't see not one of them come out and against him, right? They didn't say anything, but they didn't come out against him either and try to make up, diagnosis or whatever it is about, oh, he may be this sick person. You don't see that. You don't see. Look at the Asian community. Do you see them coming after each other like that?
No,
right?
That's true. They don't have the same thirst for attention.
Right. They not just that. They understand that power comes in numbers. Right, and you gotta have the numbers to do that, and you gotta have the financial backing.
You gotta be on one accord. It's not just that, like you said, it's the code and it's the thing. And as much as I disagree with pro-blacks at the time, because I think they take it a little too broad and extreme as to where, like, they're not looking at the important parts of it. But not only the economics, but like you said, the mindset, man, the understanding of that you got to get rid of the niggerlander syndrome, man. Again, they don't have that. They understand, bro. If one of us make it and one of us at the top, then we all make it. But for niggas, it's like, no, if it's not me, I don't want it to be nobody else. So, yeah, man. And it's crazy you said that, Fatal, because remember the case that happened during the riots again. They didn't even do that when they're dead ass wrong. When the Chinese, whatever she was, Korean lady, whatever, shot the girl in the back of the head. You didn't have the Asian community coming out and saying she's wrong and this, that, and the other. Hell, they got them motherfucking rifles and the pistols ready and hopped on top of the damn building, was ready to play goddamn target practice. Same thing with who's the famous he's a person from Israel. Who's the dude that was the movie producer that ended up
Weinstein.
No, from back in the day. The dude that ended up dealing with kids.
Oh, the little guy with the big nose.
Woody Allen.
You talking about Epstein?
Woody Allen.
Woody Allen. Yeah.
Married his daughter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All these different things, man. So again, bro, you got to understand, bro. Out of all these, and even recently, Kevin Spacey. Where was the thing for Kevin Spacey? Kevin Spacey admitted to, vaguely dealing with a child, man. And you didn't see not one white person, not one what's the name? Because what did he do? He throwed up that alternative lifestyle flag. Oh, I identify as a gay man, and then everybody shut the hell up, even though he was dealing with children. So yeah, man, like y'all say, bro, I'm here. We see it, but until more men get the understanding that we have in this space, bro, just we all we got, and that's we constantly say here. So if and when there's a possibility to link with like-minded brothers and brothers understanding, bro. We got to start doing that because, again, bro, everybody's not going to make it. And every day that goes by is a day closer to the shit hitting the fan. I know everybody say, "Oh, you get it." No, I'm not. I'm not talking about Jesus coming back. I know you hate God, niggas. I'm not talking about that. But I'm just saying, America being the superpower as we know it, not no longer being that. So again, man, and these other people are setting themselves up. We're the only people that are stagnant, man. Like, damn,
Fantastic. Here's a bigger point. There's a point I made before on a different panel. I had a colleague once tell me, an Asian colleague. He basically we were having a conversation about politics, and one of the things he asked me, he's like, if I were to ask you, what do you think? Which party do you think most Asians vote for? And I was like, okay, well, first of all, it depends on which Asians you're talking about, because Asians could be Indians, etc. Like, I was trying to break it down, and he's like, it actually doesn't matter. And I was like, interesting. So I was kind of like trying to gauge what he was saying. And basically his point was, it actually doesn't matter whether they vote Democrat, Republican, because they still get the outcomes that they want. And they do this through power. So that's why if you talk about black people, most people just know, black people overwhelmingly vote Democrat, right? We just know that. But for Asians, if you were to talk about Asians, or even if you broke it down at a more granular level, you can't really tell me what, who they vote for. But yet you can still see the outcomes, and they still get the outcomes that they want. They still
like you said, though, they have a better understanding of economics and politics, and like you say, people in the right places. Look, bro, it don't matter who you vote for, especially, bro. We're talking people like Ramil gave the example. People don't even know who their city councilmen are. Okay, and I just found this out recently that in certain places, in certain cities, have it set up to where, hell, it don't matter what the mayor or the governor says. If you get enough city council members to vote on the thing, they override the governor. And a governor, for you guys that don't know, is like pretty much like the state of the president of the state. You know what I'm saying? But that's the power you have, but people don't understand it, like you said, and don't even care about it, and they just vote anything or don't vote at all. And then these people into these very, very powerful positions, everything from zoning to education to housing, all these important things, man. And like you said, only time niggas care is every 4 years for the president. Barely know. Hey, niggas even tell you how many congressmen there are? I bet you like over 50% of grown ass niggas can tell you that. I keep saying I gotta stop saying that. But
and then every 4 years,
hold on,
the new president.
Real quick, to speak to the point about Asian people, little known fact. Well, I mean, I think in this space we kind of know, but most people don't even realize they vote the least out of all Americans. They don't even vote. So when Jonathan, Uncle Ruckus, as I see him on the screen, is talking about it don't matter who they vote for, but they know what they got to do to get the power and all of that to get the results that they want. I know Ramil did a breakdown on how they got the little Asian hate thing through, but like let's just what exactly are they doing? Because I don't see them. You don't really see them making political moves. You don't see them campaigning. Whatever they do, the point that I'm making, whatever they doing, you really don't see the shit until it's happening.
Well, hey, so again, real G's moving silence like lasagna, man. Power don't show itself, man. It don't. That's the purpose of that's another big thing too. Bernard, my bad, Fado, man. You go ahead. I'll hop in after you. Go ahead. My fault.
No, I was going to say that the more I get involved with local politics and the state politics, I see, and I had a brother that, I have a brother that used to be deep into this stuff, man. And what happens is that if I want something done, I got to donate to my politician, right? So if someone's running for, let's say someone's running for mayor, then there's a Democrat and a Republican. I don't have to vote for any of them. All I got to do is show up with a check to both of them and tell them what my agenda is. And whoever wins is going to owe me. So this is why you see a company like Goldman Sachs will give both the Republican and the Democrats money, both Republican presidential and Democratic presidential candidate money. It's because the power comes from you funding them, because it does. Because
here's the problem with black men. We got enough black men that are involved politically, got a voice, got a platform, enough of them with the money. The thing is, if they putting their money anywhere, they putting it towards the whole liberal agenda that don't give a shit about black men unless they dead.
But that's
So,
because they got
Right,
us.
and
That's
that's the
because they got us on
problem.
the.
And
They got us
that's
on a hook, Bernard. They
they,
got us on a hook.
they
Because,
putting all their time, effort, energies, media platform, and money towards that bullshit.
well,
So
let me ask you a
right,
question,
and that's
Bernard.
the problem. Hold up. Let me say this. That's the problem, right? Because what they do is they go to one party. That party knows they didn't go give that other party money. So if they don't give them what they asked for, they're just gonna keep coming back to them. Now, if black men had gotten together and went to the Republican Party and say, "Hey, we're supporting your candidate. If you win, we want this," and went to the Democrats and say, "We're supporting your candidate. If he wins, we want this." Right? They would know now they're competing against each other, not just for votes, but for finances to get their name out there to get those votes, which is what the other groups do that we don't do. That's the problem.
Yep, and here's another thing too is we've gotten to a point where politically, I mean, let's just be honest, like black people, like politically, they don't respect us at all. And the easiest way to look at this is the easiest example of this is what other group of people would you see a politician running for any position actually? But let's say, I mean, even the highest, to be a president or vice president, what other group of people would bring up a freaking rapper to their campaign? You know what I'm saying? Like bring a stripper, on a live with them, Cardi B or Lizzo to their campaign, right? As a way to attract black people. That's how little they think of us and what we demand of them, right?
Well,
because they can just throw symbolism at us. They can just throw, symbolism at us and quote unquote acceptance and all this other bullshit, and they just know they're just gonna come, right?
well, the sad
They
part
could
about
never
it,
ever listen. They could never ever try this with the J community, with the Asian, quote unquote Asian community. Even if you went at a more granular level, they could never do that stuff.
yeah,
In
but
fact, you can't find
Well,
a single.
they do. Other
but
groups they do use entertainers and more of these periphery groups to bring attention
Give
to
me an example.
politics. But the difference
Give me an
is
example.
that
Give me an
well,
example.
you got what's his name? Who's that rock star who admitted to sleeping with 16-year-old girls? Man,
huh?
what's the funny cowboy hat? He's always on
Oh,
Fox News. They love him to death.
to my Kid Rock,
But that's not bringing him to a kid. You misunderstand my
Toby
point.
Keith.
My point is,
Kid Rock.
No, he's like from the 70s or stuff. I never
I
even
have
heard
no
of him.
idea.
But they do that too with white folks or rock
Yeah, but it's
folk.
not. But are we going to act like it's on the same level? Hold on, come on. We got to be this again, bro. We have to be realistic. We can't
No,
do.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that it's on the same level. Let's not be argumentative. I'm not saying that it's on the same level. I'm giving you a
Yeah,
point,
so that's
but I'm just saying that. But what I'm saying is they do it too. Now the
yeah, but
real
hold on, but
issue is
that's
that black men
the
don't
point is,
organize as a
actually, no, they
block.
don't.
but hold on, just real
Actually,
quick.
no, they
Yeah,
don't. I
exactly.
will
Hold on.
actually.
Yeah.
No. So
Hold
I'm
on,
actually
brother.
going to disagree
Let
with
me
this.
hop in real quick.
Hold on, but the thing is that black men
Hold,
need to organize as a block outside of black women, outside of within the Democrat Party, and within the brother had it right. We need to be within the Republican Party, within the Democrat Party, and put money on the table as a collective, and then we can really start to move that political machine. Now, it's kind of unfair to compare us to Jews and Asians. Jews have like a 7,000 year written history or something crazy. I mean, Jews are so entrenched in politics is that with evangelicals, they're trying to make prophecy come true in the Bible. We have literal United States foreign policy being written away to bring Jesus back into Jerusalem. This is like a real thing. So of course they're a very and extremely powerful lobby and group of people. So for
But
us
they're
to
not powerful for
compare,
that reason. They're not
all right,
powerful
real
for that
quick,
reason.
Hold on, JB. I'm gonna pass you so you can respond to him. But shout out to Uncle Locke in the building. He says black culture need our ADL. Thank you for that
hey
super
Bernard,
chat.
they didn't beat me up too bad earlier, did they? My phone died, so that's
Oh
what happened. I dropped.
no, you good.
So
Clue in the building. He said the Seventh Heaven actor was left off the hook as well. He's still working too. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And to the somebody just reminded me that I didn't read the super chat. Man, we way past off this topic, but Wally D, because you retyped it in the chat, I'll read it. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. He says when guys sleep with drunk or drugged women, there's a chance they'll regret it later and create false charges as revenge is plausible deniability. And also Sick Lid sent another one. He said, I'm so hung. Women need to. I ain't reading that shit. All right.
But no, let me just respond to
for that
that.
super chat. All right, we can go ahead, JB. I think I got the couple super chats that I missed. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Appreciate all of y'all. Go ahead, JB.
Yeah, two quick points. The first thing is one of the super chats actually mentioned this, and that's precisely the correct thing is ADL. The ADL, right, is it all the things you just mentioned about the J community. Okay, it comes down to one thing. They've built certain organizational structures to capture and maintain power. That's all it comes down to. All the other history is actually quite irrelevant from a political standpoint. It's not entirely irrelevant, right? But I think the main point I'm trying to make is that in terms of them capturing and maintaining power, it's solely on at this point, or for the most part, on these organizational structures that they've built and maintain and get funding to, etc. Right? And in fact, there was a perfect example of this was Andrew Yang, right? Andrew Yang, he's been running. Well, I don't know what I actually haven't kept up with that for a while now, but he was running for I think mayor of New York or something like that, right? And he made a comment. That some people in the J community had an issue with, and there's this guy named Kyle Kalinske who had him on his show, and he straight up asked Andrew Yang. He was actually one of the only people to ask Andrew Yang a very direct question. He was basically saying, "Hey, are you pandering to the J community by saying what he said?" And I would love for you guys to actually go and listen to how Andrew Yang responded to him, because Andrew Yang is a very smart man, and you could tell he responded by basically saying in a very, he used a certain words to say without saying it, but it was very clear that he pretty much was literally admitting that he was pandering, right? He was pandering because he almost like he had to. He's in New York. He has to. And the point I'm trying to make is that like they've built the structure where you just cannot fuck with them. You cannot make them feel, that, I mean, you just cannot offend them, period. Like you cannot offend them, and they stay on code. Whether they agree on everything or not, they always stay on code. That's a very important point. They always stay on code, which I think Fantastic brought up. They always stay on code.
I want to give you some pushback on this this idea that their traditions and their history are meaningless in current politics, because if just studying anti-Semitism, part of the reason there's so much anti-Semitism throughout this world is because they've been able to go into different countries and ball out of control and rise to the top, and then other people would feel threatened. And that's because of their culture, because they have this history, and it's written into the culture to have to be highly educated, to get into politics, to get into finance. It's like part of their tradition. As Black people, we just don't have that. So even like you ever been out to the country, to like one of these country rural conservative churches or any of these people's homes? Like I went to this guy's house when I was in high school and spent the night at his uncle's house out in the country. I couldn't believe we went to church on Sunday that church was more political than it was religious. In their home, they were playing conservative talk radio. They had conservative newspaper articles posted on the wall. It was like politics was entrenched in everything that they did. So for us, as I look at Black people, I was like, we don't do politics that same way. So it's something that we've got to start doing. And as Black men,
hold on, young fella. What did you say you disagreed with? Let me hop in here, back in here real quick.
What did you say you disagreed with though? Because I'm still trying to.
Because as Black people, it's tough for us to have that same level of political aggression, because it's not part of our culture in the same way. We don't have this 2,000-year history of having success, and that's written into our culture.
Yeah, but we got to stop making that as an excuse. But listen. Again, every other culture that didn't start here in America has came to America and outdid us as Americans. When are we gonna stop using it as an excuse, bro? All the information, all the
I'm not making it as an excuse.
I would say it's more.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying it's an excuse.
I would say it's more of a disadvantage than an excuse. The remedy for that truth would be to learn from their history, and incorporate it into our own to move
But you see, that's what I'm saying. So if
no, so you're both saying the same thing.
But
right, I agree with you. Fantastic.
Well, and again, man, like I understand there's a way, but we need to start saying it the way it has to be said and not couch it, not be gentle, not care about feelings, bruh. There are no excuses to be made. The culture is not the reason why we don't have the culture we want is because niggas are choosing not to change the culture. Point blank, period. This is a choice at this point. And again, bro, we working now on less than 30 years left, okay, from permanent underclass. And and more likely than not, that's going to move closer than further away, depending on the status of the American dollar as we proceed. So again, man, we need to give the sense of urgency that's very, very real here, and stop trying to talk around it. If you want, niggas need to change like immediately. Okay, this shit about culture and all these other things, we have too many
Culture
blueprints.
doesn't work that way, Fantastic. I mean, you
But
can't just say,
again,
just
yes, it
niggas need
does.
to change. They just, no, it
Again,
doesn't. Everybody knows
hold on.
culture doesn't change that way.
Yes,
Change that
yes, it
way.
does.
Yes,
Yes,
it
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 does,
does.
takes
Truth.
Yes,
time.
it does.
No,
Yes,
it
yes, it
doesn't.
does,
It
Truth.
All right,
doesn't.
hold on, wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait, hold
listen,
on, wait,
No,
wait,
it doesn't.
stop. Everybody stop. Culture. I mean, Truth, you said culture doesn't work that way. They say yes,
It
it
doesn't
does.
just change
You
overnight.
should, I know,
You
but
can't,
you should.
you can't say,
Wait.
Well, right quick,
The first
fantastic.
thing you should want to do is
Fan-
hear
fan-
them explain how it does change. They're about to explain that, so let's.
yeah, how does it change overnight? Explain that.
Okay, I'll give an example. So, within a generation, the Japanese went from a sword-wielding culture to a strong competitor in world wars, like World War I, World War II. They defeated the Russians in I think it was Manchuria and things like that. And this is within a generation. They omitted the samurai culture and adopted a new one immediately because it was necessary for their country. So, yes, cultures do change within a generation.
And further,
think about the situation
but
here.
What
Hold on.
undergirds, but what undergirds that culture is they had what undergirds that Japanese culture is a culture of collectivism, which black people don't have, a culture of massive collective discipline.
So they had a
So what I'm
necessity.
saying is that. So what I'm saying is that, I mean, just to say, just niggas will just change by Friday, we'll be okay. I mean, I'd like to believe that.
What is an
And we need to do that.
Okay. So there's nothing we can do. Fantastic. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. Can we? You're again, respectfully, brother. You're the problem, because of course no one's saying that. No one's saying anything's going to change overnight. But you're being.
You just said that. You said no, culture can change just like that. That's what literally. That's what you guys
I
just
don't
said.
think he said that.
Bro, you're being disingenuous. You're being
That's how we
disingenuous.
said. You say cultures do change overnight. Now they don't change overnight.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on. Say Fantastic. Can I say something?
Wait.
Well, I haven't said what I wanted to say.
You're trying to make me out to be the bad guy. And I actually agree.
Truth. I know you can hear me, man. Come on. The first example Game Changer gave, he used a generational example. He showed how a culture changed in one generation. So they didn't say by Friday, but I want Fantastic to go ahead and respond to what he was about to say. Go ahead.
All right, man. For going, the dude got to stop he's being disingenuous on purpose. And it's double. For one, no one is saying overnight.
That's true.
It is. For one, nobody's saying overnight. And then two, like you said, bro, it's too many examples. You can use, again, Africans in itself, bro, is proof of that. The way that they come here and learn how to get either a visa or learn how to get any type of immigration status here to get themselves away from a less opportunistic in their homeland, that's proof. And that's not just Africans, it's Asians, it's Indians, and all these things. It's too many examples of what you're trying to say. The problem, bro, is you keep trying to excuse.
You're making it strong.
Wait, damn it! I want to hear
about me. That's not true.
Hold on, you don't know what he about to say
You
about
do interrupt. Everybody talk for 10 seconds. Then you interrupt. You go. I didn't interrupt. Bernard, don't let me interrupt you. I'm just gonna interrupt.
I'm being extremely respectful. Don't make me motherfucking get off the shit now.
All right, Truth, you cut him off before he made whatever point he was about to make about you. So you don't even know what he was going to say about you. So go ahead.
Did you not just hear all that? This slander?
He was building towards the.
Okay, all I'm going to say is, Bernard, just when they interrupt me, just have them fall back. That's all I'm saying.
Again, bro, I didn't interrupt you not one time, bro. I didn't let everybody have their time on the mic. But anyway, fuck it, bro. Listen. Again, the way him being an emotional ass female right now is another thing too, is the way he's going to let me speak. That's the problem with niggas. All right. Again, so let me get back to my point. The whole thing is this, bro. If you want to, and when you see the need for power, you do whatever is necessary as power. And that's what men do. We got too many fucking non-fucking men-minded ass males around this motherfucker, bro. We have too many examples. Again, we are part of the original big three in this country, and yet still we've been outperformed by people that don't even speak the fucking language. What are we talking about here? Culture this, culture that. Again, bro, fucking Mexicans send back more money to Mexico than we make, like not than we make, but it's like $30 billion in a year. That's what they just send back to Mexico. That ain't their entire fucking shit that they making. This is the money they sending back to Mexico. And we know what? It's what, 1 to 20 for the fucking dollar to the peso. So they're literally sending back 20 times more money back to there just so they can what? So what's the excuse that niggas got? We don't even got $30 billion to invest in a fucking, like you said, towards a politician. So yet we have too many examples. The example that GC gave you on a historical aspect, and it's plenty more after that, to the ones I'm giving you right now to real time today aspect. So man, can you stop with the fucking excuses? That's all I'm saying, bro. No matter how you say it, you're making excuses.
Okay, all right. So here's the thing. This isn't about. I'm not making excuses. I actually agree with what you guys are saying. Yeah, like in a generation, we can move mountains within a generation. I'll give you that. That's true. I agree that. I agree with that. And furthermore, I take it a step further. I would say that what we're doing in the manosphere right now is part of that change. Like you go, we need to change. We need to change. That's what we're doing. We're changing. But the thing is, when you're in the middle of it, you're in a complex system. This complex synergistic system. It's like evolution. You don't see evolution in 5,000 years or 8,000 years. No, you're going to see evolution when you look back 50 and 150,000 years ago. That's when you're able to see the evolution. Well, right now we're evolving, and black men are starting to organize. We're starting to figure out that not only is the Democrat Party really not championing for black men, that black women are championing for black men, and that we have to do it ourselves because we're not going to get serviced at all throughout government. So this is what we start to see in the manosphere. So as much as we've been talking about the gynocracy and all that, it's very obvious to me where we're headed now is guys are going to start putting up GoFundMe pages. They're going to be asking for donations, calling up your local, your congressmen, your senators, and you're going to get these politicians, hopefully on the Bernard Riley show, talking about politics, putting together documents saying, well, these are what black men want, and then putting up money and giving it to these politicians. So I think everything I'm agreeing with you. It's just going to take time. And say, well, we should be. I'm just saying, we should be where Jews are at, or we should be where Asians are at. It would be nice, but we have a different history. But moving forward, we have the potential to move mountains, and I think that's what's important. So I think that's what you're saying. Fantastic is let's not dwell on the past so much and why we can't do it or whatever, because that's kind of meaningless, which is true. But I think that we can definitely move mountains.
So I don't want to cut you off, but I got a question. Hold on, we're just real quick, Fatal. And you got it. So how much more time do we need? Okay, because like I said, I know civil rights only happened 50, 60 years ago. But okay, how much more time do we need if again we're on the 30-year clock to being a permanent underclass, pretty much being back into not a physical slavery but an economic slavery for the rest of our existence in this country? How much more time do we need?
I don't know. I don't think anybody could quantify that.
Well, it has to be.
That's a question without a definite answer.
Wait. And that's a problem. If you're saying, I just told you something that's factual, something that's been confirmed and pretty much agreed upon by even black economists, that the black community has pretty much a 30-year time limit as to where you will be in a slavery state from a financial standpoint. And we all know that money is inevitably power. Okay. How much more time do we need?
So that's not necessarily true. Fantastic.
Huh?
You can't say in 30 years we're going to be buried as a permanent underclass. That's it.
Brother,
history doesn't work that way.
Brother, I didn't say that. Again, I'm going to repeat it to you again. That's why I said the way I said it properly.
Right.
Not according to Fantastic.
Economics isn't a real science, though. That's not like a hard science.
What?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's not a hard science.
Are you serious?
It's not.
Is this what we're doing right now?
It's a fact. Don't get the squeaky voice. It's a fact.
Are we really doing this? Are we really doing this?
Economics is a social science. It's like psychology. It's not a hard science. So they say things to sell books and to make headlines, and they say things. A lot of times they're true.
How this whole system works is not a hard science. This is crazy, man.
Economics isn't a hard science.
That's a disingenuous statement. Nobody was trying to claim that it was a hard science.
No, it's not disingenuous because Mr. Fantastic is saying, well, economist says this, so that's true. Well, that's not necessarily true just because an economist says it.
This is what I can tell you. Okay, hard science or not, this is what I can tell you. The economists have been right. And there's a literal fucking table that you can.
What economists have been right,
bro? Plenty of them. Okay. Just look at it.
Overwhelmingly, economists have been wrong. The whole nature of economists is wrong. It's like psychology and science. Yeah,
Well,
like
hold on,
most of science,
wait. So
90,
hold on,
90% of science that is
wait.
produced is wrong.
Wait. Hold on. So you and me about the same age, right? So if I remember right, you had economists in I want to say at least 2005 to 2006 predicting the economic downturn of 2008. Did they not? Awkward silence. Awkward silence.
The
Awkward
year,
silence.
I don't remember them predicting
Well,
2008
I'm pretty sure
network
somebody
would be
Well,
on
they
no.
the
don't
panel
gotta
or
get
in the chat can agree with me and prove it. Listen, bro, anytime there's an influx or
Yeah,
especially a downturn when it comes to any type of negative going on in the and this isn't just a national thing. This is global. Again, man, this is why certain you got it, bro. I'm gonna shut down.
JB, you
well,
was
you're
about to
making these
say something. Go
claims, the
ahead.
definitive claims that the black people don't get together in 30 years where it's a permanent underclass. That makes a great headline. It invokes
Bro,
fear.
can't.
I
I
mean,
didn't make no
it's
comment. No,
possibly
please
true, but
stop.
to
If
say
you
like
did,
that's a
if you
fact,
did, can you
that's
stop
not a
saying
fact.
that? Damn, I didn't say this. There are several articles saying this by
I know
again
just because they're
black
in several
economists.
articles doesn't mean that's a fact, though, Mr. Fantastic.
All
If a
right, fine.
damn, it means
If you
it's a
talk, have you ever talked to
possibility.
an economist before?
It
I've actually
means
talked to economists. You know
that
what they
it's a
say? Economists,
probability.
it's like sociology, it's like psychology. We make predictions. A lot of times we're wrong. It's very fascinating. Economics is a very fascinating field, but it's not really what you think. Like economist says, that's like saying, well, there was a scientific study. You go to
Truth.
any of
And
these scientific journals,
truth.
90% of these
Truth.
journal
Truth.
entries are wrong.
Truth. Can you
Bro,
just
it's like
concede
he
this very simple point that when they said it based off whatever numbers they ran, whatever math that they did, that it's a probability that may be the case.
Be
You're
the
off
case.
mute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, I'm saying it's
Okay.
not
All
definitive.
right. Okay.
hold
So
up.
if that's a probability, if it's one of the possibilities, do you think that's something that we ought to be concerned about?
Of course.
So, can I
Okay,
jump in
so
here and
then
say something?
if people are showing concern about it, how would why why is it even an effective line of arguing to say that to even
That's a
argue?
good
Oh, yeah, it
question
might never happen.
because then if black men actually believe that hook, line, and sinker as if that's fact, and then start behaving in the 30-year cycle, that could create problems for them. And you
It's,
don't
it's
know what
better.
those outcomes
It's
could be.
better. It's better
That
for us
is
to behave. It's
why
better
you
for us to
well,
behave in
wait,
a
can I
30-year
finish, please?
cycle.
Because I talked 10 seconds and now you're interrupting. What I'm saying is that, yeah, we need to get our stuff together and move as quickly as possible. Whether in 30 years we're going to be in a permanent underclasses or not, we need to act as quickly as possible. Whatever the timeline is, and even
So
if
you
it
still
does
didn't
say,
answer my
and
question.
even
So
if
that
it
goes.
does, even
We're
if there
back to
is a
my original
30-year
question.
window, we need to operate as if
But we're
it's a
back to my
50-year
original
window,
question. We're back
If
to my
and
somebody
original
they can have
tells
it
question,
me
which
that
you
anyway.
didn't answer.
there's a possible asteroid coming towards the Earth that's going to be here in 30 years, possibly, I think we need to do what we need to do to deflect the fucking
But
asteroid.
we don't want you to feel bad, Bernard.
We need to
We don't
talk
want you to
about the
feel
damn
bad.
asteroid.
But we don't
That's
want you to feel
bullshit
bad.
because some
Can I
random
talk here,
some random
Bernard?
economist that you can't ever name by name. It's an article you read on some
I can
obscure
pull him up right
website.
now. I got pull
It's
him up right
way
now.
different than that's way different than astrophysics. Way different than
Hey,
All
astrophysics.
right,
That's not
Ramil said he
astrophysics is
can't
a
remember
hard
the name.
science.
Go ahead, Ramil. Hold on, there we go. Ramil got
No,
the
I'm
floor.
just saying
Ramil got
this
the mic.
is where the actual report comes from. This comes from a nonprofit. These are the guys who came up with the report right here. Okay, so look, you keep saying like the information we can look up the shit, man. All right, they go through all these things about how about the wealth, the income, things like that. That's how they came to this conclusion, brother. So you're saying this as if it was some random shit, bro. I think this is pretty serious. I think it should be taken into consideration because if you actually go through it, they ain't talking no BS. They're saying by 2053, I'll pull it up right here. It says right here, if the racial wealth divide is unaddressed and is not exacerbated in the next 8 years, median black household wealth is on a path to hit zero by 2053. Right? So this, like I said, brother, if you're gonna counter something, and this is what you've been doing all day, you've been countering things with
Nothing to back
That's
it up.
bullshit.
Thank
You
you.
got the inability to actually absorb what I'm
what
telling
about
you,
it?
Ramil.
No, I'm not. No,
First
dude,
of all,
I can't absorb
Bro, he
BS.
just
this time I'll give you, Ramil, this time I'll say that you're making a valid point, but before you were on
I've
some
been making this.
bullshit, bro.
No. I've been on point since I got on this thing, bro. You've been the
You're
one.
on point now.
And your response, he just showed you a document. And your response is, well, you can understand what I'm saying. Are you serious, bro? Like, is this how you debate?
Yeah, that's how I'm dead serious. What are you talking about? I'm dead serious.
You showed me the document on the screen.
No, and I just said,
This
didn't
is
I just say
where
along
they're
with this
getting that
document?
from. When they come with this study, this is the original study where they got it from. All right, we got people who worked in the government who came up with this study. This guy who was on the legislative team. This doctor right here who's an economist. There's people who have. So when you say, "Oh, these people," you can't even name them. Like this shit is hard to find.
Ramil, did you hear what I said about that document?
The appropriate thing to do.
Ramil, did you hear what I said about that document? Though? Did you hear me say that we should behave as if it's true? Did you hear me say that?
The appropriate thing to do.
Ramil, did you hear me say that we should behave as if that document is true?
All right, go ahead, Jonathan.
The appropriate thing to do, Truth, would be to say, you know what? I was not familiar with this document. Let me go check it out, and then I'll come back to y'all.
He don't want to do that. Because he's too good for that. He think he know everything.
You're listening to respond.
That's not true. I've heard that before. I've heard it before.
So can I say something?
Can you let me finish my point? You listen to respond rather than actually listen to understand what people are saying, and then you count.
I just responded because you said I didn't read that document before, and what I said is I've heard that information before.
Can you let me finish my point? See how you keep interrupting? You see how you keep interrupting? That's the point here. So you made a point. Ramil pulled up his screen and showed you the actual document. You should have been like, you know what? These are not random economists. So let me go actually check out that document. That's not what you said. Immediately, you have an immediate counter. That's not somebody who's actually listening to actually understand the what's being presented. Okay, you're just listening to respond every single time, bro. Like, let me ask you a question on your point about how quickly we should operate. I think it was Ramil or Fantastic who made the point about who brought up the Japanese, but I can even ask a question about China. Do you think Mao in, let's say, the 60s and 70s could have predicted that China would be this? I mean, technically they're still socialist in some sense, but do you think Mao could have predicted that China would have been so open to capitalism as it is today? In the 60s and 70s? Do you
how would anybody know the answer to that?
Are you serious? Are you serious? Do you not know? Are you not familiar with Mao's policies or his stances on anything? I mean, if you're not, that's fine.
He's a sociopath.
That's not my question. I'm trying to. Never mind.
Hey, can I say something?
Go ahead, Fatal.
If I could.
All right, so
we're going Fatal and then Game Changer got next.
All right, so check this out, right? You have the way you know if what these economists are saying are true is by looking at the financial market and their trend. Who are the banks going after to court their business? See, in the 90s, when I first went to banking, they were trying to court black people because black people didn't have bank accounts and they were these new customers. They're no longer doing that. They're not trying to court us because we've essentially are economically stagnant. We're not growing economically, so it's no longer beneficial for them to spend money on marketing and advertising and building in our neighborhood, building branches in our neighborhood to bring us in. So where they're investing their money right now tells us a lot about where we're going in the future, right? So we can't just dismiss something because we don't feel that, or because me, for example, I may not feel that this is how it's going to go. But the reality on the ground is that there are people with a lot of money that are looking at us saying, hey, you guys aren't going anywhere. So we have to take these things into account. We can't just deny things that are going on around us because it doesn't fit with our worldview and our emotions and how we feel about things. The Black community is dying as a community because we're economically deficient, we're politically deficient, and we're morally deficient. Ethically we're lacking, and there's a whole gamut of it. And to bring that back to the point that was being made earlier, look how quickly the culture changed into rap culture. Right? We had when I was a kid in the 80s, we had rap, but the culture wasn't essentially wasn't lockstep with rap music, whereas today it is. right? So the point that it's going to take time to change the culture, that's BS. When we want to do the fuckery and follow the BS, we're able to change the culture overnight. It's just that Negroes a lot of black men are okay with where they are and don't want to do better, and that's fantastic. Always say we're gonna have to leave these dudes behind. We're gonna have to move forward without them and change the culture with the coalition of the willing, and we move forward without them. Because I'm not trying to take the whole community with me. I'm just trying to take the brothers that are willing to do better. Let the Pookies and Ray Rays can be gone for all I care.
Can I say this real quick, man, about this community stuff and all the other stuff? Look, the black community is over. You cannot bring this shit back. So the thing is, how I see it is that black men who have any sort of intelligence or whatever the case, who are not on the same level as the other blacks, those lower blacks, those are your workers. You're not going to save these people. They're always going to be a lower class of people that's going to be on some fuck shit. And just black people just do it a little harder. Every race got it. Those people who can't get it together, those are your workers. If the prison system don't get them, put them to work. You can rent out to them, get money off of them by renting out the properties in these areas. Those are the people that you can use to economically take yourself to the next level. As far as saving the community, that shit is over with. That's how, and if we focus on making money off the ship as it goes down, you as a black man remain sovereign and have your family, whatever the case, take care of your people. But saving the community is just over with. Black people don't, as a collective, we're just not going to get the politics and the economic shit that you got to have together to succeed in this country. As a whole, as a collective mass, it ain't going to happen. So
here's the thing.
Okay, so
hold on. Damn, I know I said you got next game changer. My bad. But the thing about what you're saying, Ramil, in a way, that is de facto saving it, just not in the way.
In a way, yes, but that's
employing the lower class, giving them jobs.
Yes.
The wealthy or just the more affluent or industrious of a group of people, yes, they are supposed to build businesses and employ the worker bees. That's how it's going to go. And some of them worker bees probably got a criminal record and probably do a bunch of fuck shit. But it is what it is. You get their ass a job, let them work on an assembly line, banging, drilling shit together. Like that. That's simply what it is. That's what other groups do. You look at all the big old companies owned by white people, big ass factories. They ain't trying to save the white community. They trying to make
they just put them to work. They just put them. They make money by. So you're right. By default, yes. I guess you will be quasi. Savings, whatever. But I don't give a fuck about that because at the end of the day, the lower whites who go work, they still got to go home. They dealing with their own problems. I'm not going to make the lower class problems my problem. Now we can have a symbiotic relationship where I put your ass to work. And I make money off of you, but yeah, if you do want to quote unquote save the community, that's the best way to do it, to hire these people and put them in a job.
Way to do it.
Exactly. So by default, I'm more pro-black than all these people. But
I've been saying that. I've been saying that, Ramil. For real. Because you think about, but when white people, a white person that's rich build a big business, a big factory with assembly lines, and old Joe Smo plumber's crack showing dude in there assembling stuff on an assembly line. That the rich white dude ain't thinking about saving the community. Now it just so happened that Joe Smo plumber's crack dude happened to be making just enough money to take care of his family. So in that sense, that job is providing for a family. But what it's doing more than that is making the rich people sitting high up, is making them money. It's making them get richer. So they can use that money to get richer and richer and richer. And that's really what's going on. But no communities are being saved. No.
Exactly. And that's how it always works. But we just, us as blacks, we got, I don't want to oppress them.
We got to have everybody.
Yeah. Everybody. Yeah. Everybody is. Exactly. Yeah.
They want to bring everybody to the same level. Go ahead, GC. You got it.
Wow. So a while back,
my bad, GC.
No worries. I think it was Uncle Ruckus mentioned the Mao regime. I just want to say that that's another example of a culture changing within a generation. So it does happen. And Fatal Dose brought up a good example with the rap culture and things like that. I mean, and most immigrant cultures that come to America change within a generation as well. So to say that that's not the case is,
I agree with that. Yeah.
a lot of times it's going to take at least a generation. So, and I said it's plausible. I actually think I'm actually optimistic about the future. I think that with technology, with black men starting to organize and understand that we have to fight for our own resources on our own, independent of anybody else, start to wake up with that. Black men are more educated than ever before. I mean, it's like you can never really read the future. And we live in a capitalist society, and we've got more access to resources and raw materials in ways that we never had before. So let's just say, any one of you five men had, a son or a daughter and raised them up. They might be able to spur some technology and build a giant corporation. And maybe they do their best to hire more and more black people, and then their kids do something similar for their careers. And so then maybe in 1 or 2 generations, we lift ourselves up out of the bottom rungs. We start to elevate towards the top. You never know. It might sound far fetched, that can't happen, but you just never know. It's like these type of conversations right here. It just seems like some random conversation on the internet between strangers, but this can have a profound impact. Just like watching the movie Oz or The Wild.
Yeah, I was just about to let him know. His shit fell off. I didn't kick him off, but it was dying on the line. His connection was on. Was needed some damn respiration or something. Anyway, fantastic in the building. He says the still existing problem with the black community is that we put the last first. Every other demographic understands that everybody ain't equal. Until we get that understanding, we'll continue to lose. Shout out to Fantastic. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate
I agree with
that.
Fantastic wholeheartedly. I think that mindset comes from Black people collectively being a underdog for so long, unjustly. We were race-based underdogs that we are afraid to allow people to be merit-based underdogs. We associate the least among us as the Black people of something, because Black people have been the least amongst the nation's ethnicities for so long. So yeah, definitely agree with that. We need to change that mindset.
Right on. Jay Speed.
I don't know if black men are
ahead,
ruthless enough, man. Like, because that requires you to control and to subjugate people, right? And that's something that black men have had a problem doing in this society, subjugating people legally.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because we identify as the subjugated, we have a problem with subjugation. Personally,
I feel
So we need to change that mindset and be comfortable with the goods that subjugation give us. The computer I'm talking on is made by subjugation, and I'm not going to pay an extra $2,000 to have it say made in America either. I'm perfectly fine with benefiting from the subjugation to others. Like, incidentally, when they were proposing, because China has become a world economic power second only to America due to the subjugation of its, labor force. Now, when the proposal was made to outsource our labor to African countries, because we were so just anti-apartheid in the 90s and stuff like that, people didn't want to do that, and denying them the opportunity of power through subjugation.
Mm-hmm. Jay Speed in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Good morning there, you and the panel. I've been sitting back listening to you. I've been listening to all these great examples. But what I don't hear with all these great examples is, if you don't have the backing of the UN, or you don't have the backing of the World Court, the main powers that runs this planet, all these things is the accomplishment these people are talking about. That's what it comes through, and nobody wants to talk about that elephant out of the room. It took the Jews over 600 years to get where they're at today. Now, you might want to start their history back from Hitler, but if you go back 600 years back, it took them that long. And I don't know, why do we think we can just do something overnight? It can't be done that way. Evolution don't happen that way. So I understand we want it fast. I understand that we want it tomorrow. But y'all just not putting real time on these accomplishments from these other countries you're talking about. If you're talking about the Japanese, at one time when they lost the war, we were getting everything built in Japan. That was part of our policy. And then when we went over to China, we made a policy for them to build our stuff. So if you go back before 1980, everything came in America was really built in Japan. That's when Japan was over. And then Japan started messing around with their currency. We got angry with them. And then we moved things to China. Now everything comes to this country. It has a China mark on it. So when we just be real about this, if we go tell the truth, let's tell the whole truth. How these other countries get backed by the UN and the financial world. And that's how they're able to accomplish. And the Israel and the J word would not be a word that the ADL or anybody else could not talk about if it wasn't backed by the World Court, if it wasn't backed by the UN.
Where's the World Court, sir?
In this building, sir.
Where's it located? Where's it located? Because you said
in this building, sir.
Exactly. The World Court has nothing to do with people coming to power in America. The World Court doesn't even have jurisdiction. The World Court doesn't even handle Kate. This is what happens when we say stuff and we don't do any research. The United Nations has nothing to do with people coming into power in America. First of all, America is the most powerful place on the planet because we have the military. The United Nations is a formality. All right.
That was my second, and that was my second wave. That was my second. If you go back into my chat, sir, you will see the levels I gave for the information that I just gave you all. It's already been put in the chat room about the military, about when Mr. Greenspan could dictate how the economy. So that guy wasn't really off. So when you got to understand how the world economy is still ran, and we're losing ground on it. It's called OPEC. It's called OPEC dollars, sir.
Yeah,
it doesn't run through the United Nations, and the World Court has nothing to do with
who gave who gave Israel that land over there?
Yeah, you can't just focus on.
I don't want to answer that question, Mr. Van. I know you want to get in.
No. The United States and the pretty much the globe came together to agree to them getting it. Again, we know that.
Thank you. And 19 what? In 19 what?
Whatever after the fucking World War happened, man.
Okay.
I can't say
I'm not trying to nail you down, Mr. Vantas. What I'm trying to say is when you have backing of the world, it gives you a lot of power. And that's one thing we don't want to discuss.
Yeah, but hold on, just real quick. Again, none of the damage and most of the damage that's being done or control that's being done is not being done from actual Israel itself. OG, it's being done here, like Ramil said, from the States. Everybody still comes through and everything goes through United States of America. Why? Because United States of America has the world reserve currency, sir. Okay,
and that's what I was telling. That's what was my first part, Mr. Vantastic. It shows you that
you might have meant to say, but you didn't mention that.
No, it's in the chat room. I put it in. I put it in the queue before I came up, and I put everything in the queue that shows you who's running this planet right now. And as I know, we got the #1 military, right?
Yeah, of course.
And as well as I know, we can print as much money as we want to, right?
Problematically, yes.
Yeah. And as you know, we can go and take over any land that we want to with our powerful military, right?
But
I'm just asking.
Similar, but not anywhere. But yeah,
but we don't. We just can't.
Wait. We don't. Ramir. Even if we don't do it, we don't announce it on TV. We do it secretly.
We do what secretly?
Well, you know what? I shouldn't even be talking to you about military policy. I should be talking
in the military.
Okay, but you know what? I don't know what your rank, what your position, or whatever.
You brought it up.
But I'm just saying.
I'm just asking you the question. They do it in secret. What do they do in secret? That's all I'm asking for clarification.
If you was in the military, you already know that. There's certain information I'm not gonna pass over these YouTube streets.
It's not classified. You're not in the military.
Okay. Well, you don't know what I am, sir.
I know you're not in the military.
Okay, you don't know what I am, sir.
Wait. J Speed. Are you talking about classified information?
Yes, sir.
All right. Come on.
You don't understand. Look, you don't have a history. Me, you don't have a history. Me, Mr. Fantastic, do know a history. He know a little bit more about my background than you do, sir. And I'm not on these YouTube street
I
trying
guarantee you do
to.
not have a clearance of any sort.
Okay, sir. Whatever you say. But anyway,
I put money on it. Prove it right now.
Whatever you
I
say.
put money on it.
Okay. Well, you can put money all you want to on anything you want to.
I know you don't have a
You know,
clearance. Are you just talking out the side of your neck?
Wait a minute. You can put anything down you want to, sir. Your money is not big enough.
Right. But
that's
like
number one. Your
you
money
said
is not.
You talk about some classified information. Why would you even bring it up if it's classified?
Well, I'm just telling you. I said in
now
secret.
You're a military operative.
Wait. I just said in
I thought
secret.
You was against the system.
Sir. I said it was in secret. All right, just like you use.
Wait a
minute. Again. Just like you can't use the P word, the F word, and everything else word. There's nothing stopping you from using it other than your fear. So I'm gonna say it in this way. I'm not gonna use the C word, the classified word, just to prove to your ass, because I don't know who the fuck you are.
But you brought up the information. You
but
said
I said in secret, sir.
Why would you bring that to a debate?
Because you know what? If you are who you say you are, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you're not,
I'm not saying I'm not 007. You don't want to talk about all this.
I never said I was 007, sir.
Hey, OG, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir. Right? Please go ahead. Because I know he got a personal thing, and we can handle that anytime.
I don't have a personal thing, which I'm just calling.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
So this one got personal thing against me.
Oh, yeah. At least I can be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
At least I can be honest about it.
Exactly.
Can you go ahead and ask me the question,
no,
sir?
You're not big enough for me to have personal issues with.
Okay,
I'm gonna clown you intellectually.
Okay, you can't clown me intellectually, brother.
All right.
Can the brother ask a question?
JB was about to ask a question.
Yes,
Shout out
sir.
to Wizard X though, real quick. He said black men in the U.S. had it. Look at the figures: Reginald Lewis, G. Gaston, Robert L. Johnson, and so many others. Libs made the U.S. black man soft. Rebel Rose says society, social media teaches us that we all are bosses, and this is a delusional teaching. Society does not move without the economic pecking order. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, we got Sick Lid in the building. Says 007 OG Speed. Right on.
Thank you, brother.
And was it somebody else? Nope, that was it. All right, cool. Thanks everybody for super chat. Appreciate everybody who support the stream. Go ahead, JB, you got it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna ask OG a question that I think since I know you know a lot about this topic, right? So actually just to make the point that I think Fantastic and I and Game Changer and even Ramil are making, right? The Nation of Islam, right? They've been around for less than 100 years. I don't remember when you guys were founded, but
1930.
1930, right? And yet, even within the Black community in America, right? Yes, you could talk about power overall with as a community, but even within the Black community, when you look at how the NOI specifically how they move, that's a cultural change, and then specifically how all the things that we were just discussing, how you guys managed to. For me, again, I always have a lot of respect for y'all for that reason, just because regardless of what somebody may think of, certain leaders, et cetera, you guys stay on code. I could never imagine a NOI person, at least in terms of what I've observed myself in real life, turning on each other. You guys protect each other, et cetera, et cetera. Like all the things we've discussed, and you've managed to do that in a relatively short period of time. And depending on the which communities we're talking about, in certain cases, I think it's under 50 years in terms of the changes that you could see in those communities, right? So would you agree with that or disagree? Because I think for me, just looking at how y'all move, and like I said, I grew up around a lot of, I've said this to you before, I grew up around a lot of NOI folks, right? And I think just seeing how y'all move is precisely the type of thing that we're describing here, is how you can be in the hood, right? And yet you guys move very differently from the rest of the folks in the hood. Right, very different. Economically, ideologically, etc. Like you guys move very differently. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree along with that. But the one element I would say, as the Christians too, we have a spiritual element goes along with that. Because if you look at the Marcus Garvey movement, the biggest movement that ever was done in this country, over 6 million members. I won't tell you exactly what our numbers was at the top, but we had to have some setbacks. And when you bring the spiritual element into it, just look at it as the church. At one time, the church was a leading in this country, regardless of what denomination it was. They were impact into our society to bring our society to certain levels. There were certain secretive things was done within the church, which is not done today. But it shows you, yes, you can have an impact in a very short period of time. But it either have to be backed by finances or it's going to have to be backed by a spirituality. Them are the two strongest keys on this planet, because once a person becomes spiritual, there's no way you can put fear in them to stop them once they have that spiritual drive. And same thing when it comes down to money and military, it's the same thing. And so if you have one of them elements missing out, that's where a lot of your sacrifices come from. So yeah, I agree along with you in that term. Things could be done at a very rapid speed, but you got to have certain elements in it to make it work. And this go back to pick it back onto the person who talked about the rap culture. That was a forced culture. I was a DJ at that time. As same as the CD was a force. It was forced because when rap first came banned, and it was way before a lot of people heard, in 1973 when they was doing plates out of New York. It took them for the industry to get a hold on it. And once they got a hold on it, yes, it was forced because they run the risk.
But hold on.
What do you mean by force? People like talking about.
No. Listen, what I'm just saying.
They like dance partying and dancing and partying and songs
listen,
about bitches and hoes that sound
okay,
good.
listen, what I'm just saying. But you're talking about the late part of it, the 90s. Well, what I'm saying is, before that ever happened, Mr. Riley.
So you're saying NWA was forced on black people?
Listen, what I'm just saying
or did they hear it and they said, "Oh, I like this shit"?
What man? Okay, your question is really a two-part answer, sir.
Okay.
It's because if NWA had never got no radio play, you wouldn't even know who they were. A lot of underground rappers who are doing positive rap, you don't hear about them due to the fact they don't get no airplay. You got to understand how that industry runs.
But Public Enemy was on the radio at the same time as NWA. I think the market.
Okay,
shows.
well, listen. What I'm just saying
market
is,
shows.
I understand, but there was a switch in that market. And that was done by the music industry.
Always white people fault when it comes to this guy.
No, it's not even white.
Always
Wait.
supremacy.
I would never say that.
We didn't like the music. We wasn't dancing to the music.
Ramir, I wouldn't say that because in that time there were a lot of people in the music industry that looked like me and you.
It still is. I mean, I can say I like drill music. I'm not going to go ahead and say white people.
I understand, but you know, what I'm trying to make the simple thing I'm trying to say is, when I was in radio, it was 1984. A white guy comes in and a black guy comes in, and we was just using 1200 Technique turntables. They was trying to get the radio stations and the DJ to switch over to CDs. So what they did was they came in, they slid a damn CD on the floor, and then they put it in this machine, and it had so much beautiful music. You can hear the highs, the mid range, and the bass, and everybody was like, "Wow!" But the radio station at that time was not ready to go to that format. It took them almost 7 years to force that on the industry. And what they did was to go into all the places who sold music and told them they was no longer going to supply them in wax anymore. They was going to supply them only in CDs. And they supplied most of all the major radio stations with the CD players. So what I'm trying to tell you, it takes more than just a idea. Sometimes it takes force. And that's what I mean, Mr. Riley, when I say force. When you start looking at the airplay, I don't know, you know about payola. That started way back in the day. The music industry is ran by the major music.
The consumer still has to consume the product.
Right, but I'm just saying,
they gotta listen to it.
You got to understand
you
what
force it in the free market system.
That's a lie because you don't understand power rotation. If you understand power rotation, my sir, they don't.
That's the case.
Wait. Hold on, real quick. Let me hop in here. Listen. OG. Nah, man. Like you said, the market still got to decide, man. You know how many times and how many things has been tried to get you know, black people specifically to buy into, but we didn't and we rejected it. It's been plenty of things I can give you that counters the thing. Music still has to be accepted by the people. The people have to be cool with it, and not just that, like you said, buy into the culture. Because it was certain shit that was tried as to where, you know, you had the whole country rap shit that came along, and niggas like, it ain't no damn country rap. Same thing with gospel rap.
I understand that. I understand it, but you talking about choices versus. Wait a minute. You're talking about choices other than a genre or music. I like for everybody in the chat room and everybody on this panel go and look up power rotation. If you understand how the radio station works.
Power rotation.
Okay, okay. So there's a lot of times the artists come out with what we call a B hit. It's not even a real hit, but we put it on power rotations all over this nation where we can get your feet to pack to it. You ain't even got to like the song, but if we get your versus a passionate listener, if we get you in.
Whoa. What are the determining factors that would make that B hit get put in the rotation?
Like the industry comes in.
They pay money. They pay money to promote their whack ass song.
Right.
Yeah,
there
but
you
if
go.
the song is whack, people still not going. But yeah, if the song is whack, people still
not in all cases. Mr. Fantastic. Well, how they have to disagree.
He has a point. So OG has a point actually, because I think y'all are speaking past each other. I think the point that he's making is that it's the same thing as propaganda, right? Like when you see propaganda in the news, etc. It's like the more it's pushed to you over time. Like you may not actually really like a song, but you just keep hearing it and get stuck.
Bro,
in
I was a young adult.
But he started it.
I was a young adult during the snap and trap era, bro. I understand completely and totally what the hell you talking about.
Hold on.
My bad.
He predicated it on gangster rap. I'm assuming what he was talking about. It was forced on black people. I don't think you can predicate the statement on that, but then leap to there's times where a song could be some average at best song, but they play the shit over and over again, and eventually you start bobbing your head to it.
You're obviously Mr. Menard.
I don't think
it ain't about you thinking; it's about you knowing.
Real quick, I don't think the phenomenon of NWA and gangster rap coming out of the late '80s can be compared to that. I think
gangster rap didn't come out to the '90s, sir.
In the first place, was in the 80s. So
wait. I say gangster rap didn't come out to the 90s, sir.
NWA
California.
Wait. NWA was late 80s.
That NWA was in. Listen again. California was never considered a major music mark until gangster rap came out in the 90s. Okay. I worked in the industry since I was 16 years old.
It was forced on black people.
Okay, you can think
that an average at best song.
I understand, and you think, wait a minute. The people who make these decisions don't worry about where you think; they worry about what works for them.
Okay, Bernard, I actually stand by OG on this one.
All right, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think he actually has a very legitimate point here. I think maybe the wording is what's throwing us off here with the force, but I think he has a very legitimate point here because, I'm going to make a point that's slightly derailing, but I think it's just to make an analogy, right? I think it's the same. I look at it similar to like war sentiments in America, right? So there's a vested interest in not in basically in terms of us in terms of arms sales and just us being involved in different countries, etc. Basically imperialism, right? There's a vested interest in us supporting whatever the United States does across the world. So therefore, when they put out movies where they make us see our actions across the world as us basically establishing democracy and doing all this stuff. And a lot of that goes through, let's say, specifically in Hollywood, it goes through the CIA. Like there's an actual department that greenlights some of these movies, right? So I know this is a bit derailing, but the point I'm trying to make here is that you may watch a movie, right? You might watch a movie and not realize that it's really trying to send a message to you subconsciously, right? Or another example is like the cop shows, like Law and Order or Chicago PD, right? They'll show you a cop that does something that's clearly, that they probably should not do, but then they make you feel like, okay, he had to do it in that scenario. And you register that, even as somebody who clearly sees, like, you probably should have not shot that person, but they present it to you in a way where you're like, well, what choice did he have? Right?
Yeah, but we're reading a little too deep into this, man. We understand propaganda. We understand, subconscious programming and all these different things. Yeah. But bro, it's just not that deep with that. Listen, bro. Black people have killed certain things. They have a choice to make. They made the choice, bro. We got to stop. Again, are we saying, because when you're agreeing to what you guys are saying, you're basically saying that black people have no mental capacity of our own whatsoever. It's been several. I can tell you several things that have been tried, bro. I'm a almost old nigga. Okay, so I've seen a lot of stuff that's been tried and been put forth the black community, and we swatted that shit down like Matumbo, dog. So again, man, from music to TV to movies to fashion, a whole bunch of different shit. Okay, and that's what I'm just telling you, man. If we not with it, we just not with it. And like I said, the track record of black people shows that shit. So at the end of the day, like you said, man, certain and the fact of the matter is certain shit has died out. Like you said, the gangster rap and the killer shit, like from drill music. So I seen it go from, like you said, the gangster rap and shit from the '90s, and look, well, let's use better yet, let's use R&B music, bro. R&B is all but dead. Okay, the last R&B person you had was like R. Kelly, and like you said, he lasted to like up until the like what early 2000s. So R&B, all this type of lovey-dovey shit, that shit don't exist no more. So and that's just the how black people decided to move with the thing. So again, man, are we gonna actually sit here and say that we just don't have the mental capacity to think for ourselves and choose what we like or don't like, and everything we do is pushed by fucking some major corporation? I hope that's not what we saying, man. That's all I'm saying.
And Mr. Fantastic, let me say this to you. Explain commercials then.
Again, OG,
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you. Why do you think they spend
you got to hold up. You got to
$1
be a
billion?
little more specific than that. Hold on,
No,
Let's hold on. This is the disconnect. Commercial advertising and yes, propaganda. That's one thing, but when you say that hip hop, rap, gangster rap, it was forced on black people. The implication there, and what people hear when you say that, is that you're saying that white people, on the strength of their evil whiteness, forced rap into the ears of black people to try to corrupt them.
You didn't hear me say that one time, Mr.
But
Riley.
okay, so I don't.
You
So
didn't hear me say that one time. No. You didn't
Wait
hear
a
me
minute.
say
Okay,
that one time.
good. You didn't say that. All right, good. You didn't say that. So if
Okay,
all
you didn't
you're
hear me
saying,
say that.
wait a minute. If all you're saying is that that I'm starting with NWA, even though you said that technically don't count, but if all you're saying is Eazy-E, Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, they went in there, they made Boys in the Hood, the shit sound good. When they got it in the hands of whoever was financially backing it, those people that was financially backing it wanted the songs that they had a financial vested interest in. They wanted that to actually sell so they can get rich off of it. They paid a lot of money to the record companies so their song could get airtime on the radio, and it got into everybody's head and everybody started bouncing to it, and they made money and a new genre of music was created. If that's what you mean by force, we agree. But when you say they forced it on black people, it sounds like you're saying something else. But if all you're
No,
talking
okay.
about is the
That
normal
you
process of
explained it eloquently that time.
if you're talking about the normal process
Sounds
of
like
selling
marketing to me.
albums, if you're talking about the normal process of selling albums, then nobody disagrees.
Okay, it's kind of like
I disagree.
the way you
That's not
explain
called
the way you
force.
explain.
That's called
Okay, the
marketing.
way you explained it that time, Mr. Riley, you pretty much explained it perfectly. But there is one more
That's called
element
selling
of that.
albums.
Okay, look, there's still one more element you got to understand too, right? If you go to rap from 1976 up to 1982, there was a genre of rap that they wanted to get rid of too, because it was positive. I'm sorry, it was positive. So it's kind of like killing two birds. So you add on what you just said
Who
and
is
add
it
on
they
to
that
what
wanted
I
to get
just
rid of that?
But you had
most.
positive rap.
Was it the competitors?
I agree.
Hold
I
on, wait,
agree.
real quick. Was that?
Oh, let me
was that-
finish.
was-
Can I
real
finish?
quick,
Can
hold
I?
on. I want to know who was the they that wanted to get rid of it. Was it the competitors who was trying to sell the other shit?
It was okay. A lot of the other rapper stars who I'm speaking of as being positive, they were always pretty much on independent labels. And if when the industry saw that the independent labels was doing a lot better than the major labels in that, because they were behind the game. And so when they did get into the game, they offered these independent labels to buy them out. All right. And that happened in the 80s. A lot of these independent underground rappers who were doing positive rap was not want to sell to get rid of their creativity. So what happened is they took a major music mark of the music that was coming out the West, which was not even known for rap at that time, coming out of the West. And so what they did, all these major labels.
Hold on, OG, respectfully, OG. Again, you keep saying that, but people keep putting in the thing. Ice-T was out before NWA. So I don't know why you keep talking about the West Coast had no rappers or wasn't respected for rap.
No, listen what I'm just saying. Listen what I'm just saying. Anybody, if you talk to anybody who in the major record company, they'll tell you California was never considered a major music mark. And a major music mark is a test market, all right? A lot of stuff that came down here before 1985, Mr. Fantastic, most of all the mix downs was done in New York City.
New York, we know that.
Right. And that changed. Wait. That changed over when the gangster rap, at that time it was called gangster rap, came out. That's when California was considered a major music mark.
So can I say this?
Go ahead, GC.
I agree with OGJ Speed that it can be done, and it probably was done. When you look at the amount of control YouTube has the ability to, make the Bernard Riley show as big as Kevin Samuels overnight if they send out enough notifications. I do believe that to an extent that
the show still got to be good for people.
The show still got to be good. Well, put it like this, Ramil. They have the ability to mute a good show or just get rid of their channel altogether. They have the
market
ability.
still got to decide. They can push Bernard Riley.
I understand that. However, they have the ability to allow his show to reach its full market potential. How about that?
And the market still has to accept it.
Ramil, let me finish. That would be his full market potential, the amount that the market will be willing to listen to it. So they have the ability to allow Ramil's show to reach its full market potential. And they also have the ability to see to it that he doesn't reach any market potential. YouTube has that ability.
Ramil, your points are actually.
I don't know if Game Changer finished. Go ahead and finish Game Changer.
Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, I do believe that that there was similar power as it applied to music in the 80s. And I do believe that because there's money in getting in on something on the ground floor, that any change in the music industry would have been beneficial to the powers that be at the time. So I do concede that it is a there. However, we as the listeners, we do have the power to just say, I ain't listening to this crap because, it's detrimental to our people. That we didn't actually.
Let me say, do you know how many channels there are on YouTube that got caught that one viral video that did some crazy stuff? YouTube can push whatever they want to push. At the end of the day, the audience has to retain it. Okay, so what you're saying is,
I just said
the whole argument because they can expose the point. No, you guys are missing the point because I understand marketing and selling way better than you guys. Let me tell you, you can push something as much as you want to and try to force it on the audience as much as you want to. If they don't receive it and if they don't consume it, it doesn't matter. You know how many times they try to push?
I just said that.
No one's arguing that, Ramil. That's what we're trying to say.
But you're saying that they have the ability, right, to manipulate what people want to hear.
I said reach their full market potential. Let's just
say reach your full market potential without the market.
Let's just say there's 10,000 people out there that's willing to listen to Bernard Riley each and every single day. That is his maximum full market potential. Or let's just say it's 50,000, right? If they heard him one time, then they will listen to him each and every single day. There's 50,000 people out there. Now, YouTube has the power to access those 50,000 people and get them to listen to the show once, having him reach his full market potential. That's what I mean when I say full market potential.
That's not what the full market potential means. And here's the other thing. And on the other thing, the argument was that rap culture was forced among black people so that they can benefit from the higher ups over there. That's the argument.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so I'm not backing that part.
To do that,
okay, I said what I said.
Yeah, but to make that happen,
go ahead, Ramil. Wait, hold on. Wait. Ramil was building towards the point. Go ahead, Ramil.
To make that happen, once again, for them to have promote rap music to the point to all the black people and that it affects the black culture. To do that, black people have to play a part. You can expose something. I can spend as much marketing dollars as I want to. So if that's the point, then you're giving them too much power.
They wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't no black people.
No, I'm not giving them too much power, Ramil. I'm explaining the power that they have, and I'm explaining the power that we have as the consumer.
So who has more power? Who has more power? Who has more power than the consumer?
The consumer. Always.
Okay, thank you. So if the consumer has more power, why are you making it seem like they got the power?
I'm saying they have more. Wait a minute. Just because people have more power, black people have more power than they potentially use. If you ain't gonna use it, someone comes in there who thinks smarter than you to keep you in that same square, sir.
So Ramil, here's a
that's a personal issue.
Ramil, here's
our whole issue.
JB got it. JB got it. Go ahead.
Let me make an example, Ramil, so that you can understand, because you guys are actually speaking past each other. Your point is not incorrect, Ramil, but here's an example. Just like when you go to the supermarket, right? You can have your favorite peanut butter might be on this shelf, right? But then there's another one right below it. Companies will pay differences in millions of dollars just to be on one shelf
life. Yeah.
Just to be on one shelf above, right? Yet the consumer still gets to decide, I want this peanut butter over this one. But just by being more visible, right, you get more access. That's the point being made. You guys are speaking past each other. Yes, the consumer can still decide, but if the company is pushing one harder, right? If the, let's just say the powers that be, even though I don't really like, speaking in those terms, but if they want to push something harder, they absolutely can. We can't just ignore that.
Nobody's ignoring that.
The powers to be is somebody who wants to sell a product to make money. I don't think that's what Jay Speed meant when he said they forced rap music on black people.
I thought I clarified that, Mr. Riley. I said you said it eloquently. You keep going back to it.
All right, what did you mean?
I said you clarified exactly what I was trying to say. And so I think we should be past that point. We already know the consumer has the power. It's the people who are in charge of how the mind works, how to get that from them.
All we were talking about is somebody made a product and they wanted to sell it to make money, then there's nothing to argue about. But I'm just telling you, when somebody come in here and say they forced rap on our community, nine times out of 10 they talking about some other shit. That's all.
Well, I wasn't, and I was trying to make.
Cool.
Okay, so we went past that point because I think the gentleman on the right hand side with the one eye, I forget what his name is.
My real name is Jonathan. This is
Jonathan. I think he made an excellent point. How and Amir, you the expert in this. You know how
I ain't no expert. I'm just talking about sales and marketing. That's what
I'm saying. You speak of marketing, so you should know how this stuff is done. I mean, you have people actually going and goddamn buy dog food, don't even own a dog if they do a commercial pretty good.
So is that the dog food?
No, it's not. We're not speaking. Amir, we're not speaking.
Exactly. Come on. Yeah, that was.
That's somebody on the spectrum,
we're not
man.
speaking.
That's somebody on the spectrum.
I'm just saying is we always know the consumer has the power, but how do people come together in marketing?
Wait.
Can I say? Let me. Hold on. You can't market. You can't make nobody do anything they don't want to do.
Yeah.
Now you might hit their subconscious, right? Marketing could hit your subconscious and make people think they didn't want to do that shit. But at the end of the day, if somebody marketed something to you and you go after it, there's a part of you that wanted it.
Thank you.
Mamir, I will tell you the law speaks different than what the hell you just said.
What law? What law is that, brother?
What law?
What law?
Wait, so Ramil, you're denying influence?
Hold on. He said the law speaks different. Do you have a law on that, brother? I would love to see that.
Yes, sir. I do have one. I have a great example of it. If somebody wait a minute, if you go in the club and somebody slip you a Mickey, they can make you do some shit that you didn't want to do.
Marketing. Slipping somebody a Mickey
what the law
and
is
marketing is
what
two
is the law
different
for that?
things. You're comparing getting
drugs asking you
to marketing.
But you made clear. Wait a minute. You made clear that you can't make people do what they don't want to do.
Not you. Hold on, man. Wait, come on now, OG. We talking about Cardi B, and come on, man. We ain't talking about.
We ain't talking about no Cardi B.
Yes,
We're talking about anything.
No. OG, that's not the same, man. You're talking about giving somebody a fucking truth serum and sipping them.
Thank you.
That is.
What is commercial
advertising?
So commercials
are equivalent to slipping somebody in
That's not the same, man.
Okay, let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Fantastic? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
The people who are in marketing who make commercial, what do they always say? The first level of a commercial is what?
What do you mean?
The first level of a commercial is what?
I don't know.
When it comes to the mind, suggestion, hypnosis. What is the first? That is the first level. Okay.
No,
you only have three stages.
First level is hypnosis. The first level of marketing is hypnosis.
No. Listen, what I'm just saying is.
Thank you, Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, suggestion.
No, it's actually Fantastic is right. You attention grabber is the first. It's the first thing when it comes to marketing.
Okay, and then after that, what is suggestion? Right.
Yeah, of course. That's what
keeping their
attention. I know you're gonna say no. You're gonna say no to any damn thing I say. Remember?
Advertisement. Wait. Come on. Let's not go through this, man. I think we get into, but let me wait.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised we're going down this rabbit hole.
What I'm just saying is, Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic. The only reason I'm bringing this up is y'all act as if the mind don't have anything to do with what we do in life.
No, we
understand that already. I think
agreeing with that. Look, nobody's disagreeing or arguing that. The thing though is you guys are giving absolutely no, I guess I don't even want to say responsibility, but possibility of self-thinking. That's you guys are canceling that out.
No. So Fantastic.
That ain't even the problem.
That ain't what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
Wait. Words mean things, people. Wait. Words mean things, man. Listen,
that's why
you said. Listen, bro. Nobody's gonna convince me to eat a plate of dog shit. I don't give a fuck how you fucking.
Yeah, but see, that's.
So they put a jingle and a picture on the Fantastic. They can't market it to you. They can't market it to you.
But that's disingenuous, guys. Hold up. That's
totally.
Hold up.
It's disingenuous to say marketing is equivalent to drugging somebody. Drugging somebody is marketing.
Let me clear up your argument. Then we go to the guy right there to your left. You get on this tube all the time, Mr. Fantastic, talking about Transformers, what they doing in school, what they doing in advertising, what they doing this and that and this and that. Y'all went through a whole segment of this shit on this live today. Now you gonna come back and tell me on the back end it don't matter?
That's a whole nother. You just throwing stuff out there, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not throwing stuff
I'm actually starting to feel bad that I had it back and forth with you, dog.
I'm glad you said that though. So OG, I'm gonna use your analogy to you. So is there an advertisement that could get you to date a Transformer?
But again, wait. I know you was coming. Hey, Ramir, I set him up for that. Hey, Ramir, I set him up for that goddamn question. Now I'm gonna tell you the answer to it. It's just like everything you always talk about, Mr. Fantastic. That everybody's not gonna be saved. There are some people who think, okay, listen what I just said. Let me finish what I just said.
Don't take too long answering that.
Okay, hey, let me just finish what I got to say, Mr. Fantastic. You are the one who said that everybody's not gonna be saved.
Can we get an
No,
answer to that question?
I am answering that. I am answering that. Okay, there are people who are totally conscious.
Who's your favorite Transformer, OG?
Probably your daddy.
Hey, I'm just messing with you. Hold up.
I was gonna say Megatron. That was funny. That was funny.
You know not to go ahead at me. I do comedy for a living, brother.
Oh, hold up. So I think, with all due respect, I think Ramil and Fantastic are being a little bit disingenuous. And here's why I'm saying this. Okay, just hear me out before y'all respond. All right, because why do you think Facebook, for example, hires PhDs in psychology, right, to work on their timeline teams?
Brother,
right?
everybody does.
Bro, hold up. Fantastic. Just let me finish making my point, and then you can respond. Right? Yes, you can't. I understand the point you guys are trying to make, that you can't really force somebody to, but influence is very similar to sometimes there's a blurred line between influence and force, because yes, you can't really, it's not like somebody puts a gun to your head, right?
Not a blurred line.
Hold up.
Solid line.
Hold up. It's not like somebody puts a gun to your head. First of all, let me make this clear. I'm not trying to make excuses for people. I think we should absolutely, hold the responsibility for, consuming rap and all that. Like, I'm not trying to take that away, but I do think dismissing the point about influence, I think, is disingenuous. Like, influence actually has a very, very important. I mean, Facebook literally pays these PhDs in psychology a shit ton of money just to work on the team.
Pay them once again.
It's all companies for advertisements. All advertisements are done from a psychological aspect, bro, to get to the subconscious and to the shit of where people don't understand and don't realize what that they're being, like you said, psychologically manipulated. We understand that. You guys are bringing something to the table that me and Ramil both have discussed ad nauseum time and time again. We understand that. But what you're doing is, again, words mean things, man. Listen, you guys are saying what I said the other day as to where the system, to a degree, but especially with black people, has been reversed as to where it's supposed to be the consumer controlling the market, not the market controlling the consumer. And whenever the roles are reversed, that means you have very dumb consumers. Okay, that's just the hard facts. Okay, because like I said, no matter what you do, and we've all seen this, we're all up here are adults at the very least, and I think most of us are either late 20s or somewhere towards 30s or whatnot, what have you. So, bro, I've seen the shit fall and fail. I've seen fucking the fall of shit that was popping. FUBU ain't around no more. Fat Farm ain't around no more. Rockaway ain't around no more. A whole bunch of shit is just not around no more, man. This is what I'm saying. So I have so many examples I can give you as proof as to people just making a choice and moving on, or them trying to promote stuff to people, black people specifically, and I'm saying no, we ain't with that shit.
What you just said, Mr. Fantastic, there would never been a Hitler.
All right. I think I cracked the code on this conversation a little while back. I'll reiterate it. I think we all understand that advertising and promotion matters, and people do that with the goal of making money. The only disconnect, and me, Fantastic, and Ramil, we lockstep on this one. Whenever black people start trying to say that somebody else, mostly white people, forced something on us that we made a choice to do, that is not an acceptable excuse. Now, if you're trying to say that somebody was just selling a product, whether it was rap music or fucking Captain Crunch berries, and they made some real cute commercials and people bought some damn Captain Crunch berries, then okay, the advertisement worked and we ate the fucking cereal. But we ain't about to warp all of that into the whole victim with them doing to us all the time narrative. I think that's where me, Fantastic, and Ramil are pushing back at.
Exactly.
But again,
that's what I'm at.
If we're talking about somebody made some music that sounded pretty cool, which rap music did sound pretty cool coming out of the late 80s, and they wanted to sell the shit, so they put up a lot of money to sell the product that they made so they can get rich. And people bought it and enjoyed the product because it was a pretty good product in terms of just, musical entertainment that, that chicks can bounce their ass to. I mean, yeah, it was some good entertainment. You could still put in an NWA CD and vibe to that shit. I mean, it's timeless. So if that's all we talking about and they advertised it and sold it and succeeded at it, nobody has any disagreement. The conversation, even though J Speed copped a plea on it, but the conversation, it was guised in that language of what them doing to us, they forcing this on us, we so oppressed. That's what it was sounding like, and that's why me, Ramil, and Fantastic was like, nah, fuck that. But if you're just talking about advertisement, then okay, yeah, they did a good job advertising a product that they was selling to make money. We all can I
be honest?
We ain't got nothing else need to be said after that, as far as I'm concerned.
Can I be honest, Bernard?
Go ahead, JB.
I think there's a bit of this, right? Just me being honest. I think there's a bit of what you did. I agree with you on this. I agree with you that's why I said I think we're talk past each other. I think there's a bit of your reaction here that's that's kind of like you're driven by your own biases. Because I actually didn't hear when I heard OG say this. I didn't hear it and I actually have the same position as you on this. Like I don't want to hear that the white man forced me to do this. But when I heard
black men don't make good damsels in distress. I hate that shit. We need to
I'm with you on
somebody
this.
did
When I heard him say this, I didn't take it like that. I kind of heard what he was saying, where his focus, and if I'm wrong, maybe he was saying that, but to me,
they forced it on us.
The key word was forced. Forced was the key word.
If he would have led with, man, they had a pretty strong marketing campaign when it came to rap music, this conversation wouldn't be happening. When he led with, they forced it on us. That's more of that.
So you don't like the F word?
So is the distinction, Bernard? Is the distinction that it's
That's funny, Bernard. You don't like the F word?
No, I don't.
That's funny. I'd like to ask you, how many FBI non-redacted reports have you ever read?
I don't know what they got. Oh, okay, the answer is none. Now explain.
Okay, then. So you don't understand why I use the F word.
Okay, explain.
Reason why, when people have an agenda outside the regular marketing tool to kill two birds with one stone, then you might not ever want to hear the word force. But you got to understand there's people who are smarter than you and I who deal with the mind and the brain and understand how it works. And they come up with a agenda that they want to force on any community. It has nothing to do with black people. It could be white people. It could be Spanish people. It could be any people. Quick Pro is one of the ones I tell you to go back and read, and they do have unredacted reports on it. How they moved the church industry and how they kept tabs on Martin Luther King and all the people who were in the movement, pro-black, pro-church, pro-anything to uplift the black community. When you understand how that works, military-wise, mentally-wise, economy-wise, then you'll understand why I use the F word.
Okay, so it sounds like you are. It sounds like the plea, how you copped that plea earlier. It sounds like you owning it now.
No, I'm not owning it. What I am saying is everybody who sunk with the goddamn Titanic didn't drown. There are certain people you are never going to ever be able to maneuver in the way you maneuver because that's just who they are. But there are certain people who are just nothing other than followers. And you are easily could come up with a plan with that.
All right.
Man, that didn't make no sense. Bernard, is the distinction you're making, is it because that it's a choice? Is that the distinction? Is that
no? As I'm not about to stand behind an argument that we only have rap music because of white supremacy. I'm not.
That ain't what I said.
I know you didn't say that, but
I'm just asking.
That's the way you took it. That's the way you took it. That's what we having a disagreement. That's the way we having a disagreement.
That's exactly what he said, man. You ain't crazy, Bernard. This nigga saying that
Bernard, rap music came into existence because we were not wasn't allowed to express ourselves in the major music market with the major companies. It started way back in 1970 something.
But that's not true. Wait. And again, OG, I know you're a subject matter expert on this. You've been in the music industry.
Obviously, he's not.
But hold on, man. No,
obviously, I'm not. You're right.
Hold on. But I'm saying there's so many things to counter what you're saying, though. Like I said, you had a whole music genre of like, hell, it was like break dancing and party music and just regular rap, like you said. And I think you're giving too much credence and credit to, the powers that be, even though, 10-4-2
all that,
by the way. But
we're not saying anything different.
That things exist, but hold on. Again, there's a time and a place, OG. Again, it's just, the culture changing. I mean,
okay, again, Mr. Fantastic. In 1973. No, I'm just saying.
When the last time you seen somebody breakdancing, OG?
Okay, again, let me inform you. Wait. I'm gonna answer your question. But I'm gonna pick it back on what you just said.
I know you had Jerry curl in the tight.
I did, and I had that Michael Jackson jacket and all that other bullshit. So again, Mr. Fantastic, I know what I'm talking about. In 1973, I was going back and forth to New York because that's what they usually do with kids in the South. They send them to the North. All right. So before you ever seen break dancing, before you ever seen dance to the drum and beat, because that used to be the first record they played for all MCs and rappers. All right. It was in 1973 at Park 292 in Brooklyn, New York. This is way before rap was ever known on any stream other than the outside of New Jersey and New York. Okay. That's when you had the MCs come, you had the DJ come, and they would always bring their dancers. This shit was going on for about 6 years before any industry looked at it. What happened is the independent record companies that was made up from this was making money in New York and New Jersey before they ever spread anywhere in the United States. Okay? So what I'm trying to tell you is when that rap music was all about boasting about my home, my car, my food, my everything. It was not, I'm gonna kill your mama. You ain't nothing but bitches and you ain't nothing but whores. It was not that type of music. It was really just poems put behind music that guys wanted to do way before the industry, because that music was declined by the industry. Once they seen that it could make money, these guys was making plates. That's what they called the wax at that time, plates in New York. Once they seen where they can make money at it, that's when the industry came in and came with their agenda.
Well, that
So
still would
that's
be
my history. That's my history when it comes to rap.
Yeah, but the onus was still listen again, man. Like I said, the onus is still on the people to make the choice of what you allow and what you don't allow.
You're
and that's
right.
happened.
We
So,
don't disagree on that one. We don't disagree on that. That's anything in life. You can
Yeah, so
choose
that's
to
what I'm saying.
submit. You can choose to submit, or you can choose to do whatever. So what usually people do, what people usually do in life is what makes them feel comfortable around other people. That's the fucked up about human nature. It's what they feel about other people. You can go from one city, think you in style, and you come to California and you wear that shit in the nightclub. You'll start looking at yourself, what you see outside yourself, and say, you know what? I'm not in step in what California do. You'll go and buy some more fucking clothes to put on the next time you show up in that goddamn club. So what I'm trying to say is influence is a motherfucker. You can call it marketing, you can call it force, you can call it anything you want.
Yeah.
Influence is
What
a
has
motherfucker.
more of an effect? What's more stronger? The free will of the consumer or the manipulative forces of the power that be? What's stronger?
I think
Could
it depends on
you restate that again?
Okay.
Could you restate that again, sir?
What is stronger? The will of the consumer or the manipulative powers of the powers that be, or whatever you want to call them? What's more stronger?
The will of your last, the will of the people. The will of the people. What you just said is correct. But when people don't have a will, what do you do then?
Well, that's their problem. But the masses, are
When
never
a
going to
person
have.
don't feel like they have a will, what do you do? That's where the advertisement comes in.
That's for the masses. Most of the masses are sheep. Okay, so you can't do
I
nothing
told
about
you that at the beginning. 80%. We'll go with 80. Would you go with 80%?
Okay.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Okay, 80% of the people are sheeps, right? 10% know the knowledge. I say 5% know the knowledge. 10% control. That's the ones who makes the plan.
Well, no, actually, the plans would be like the 1%. The planners would be the 1%.
No. The planners of all the planners and the movers and shakers are always up and around in the 10% side.
No way. OG, either the higher up you get, the least amount. That's in everything.
I understand. I didn't say the person. I didn't say the Don. I say the people are in that community. The people
That's what I'm
who
saying.
roll
Even
that
the
way.
amount of people. Just think of the record artists versus the record execs or the record companies. Those people would be the record companies, the owners of whatever the fucking current record company is. I don't know, Columbia, Arista, whoever the fuck's still around. I don't know. It's very, very limited numbers.
Yeah,
of
but you're talking. You talking about the man who sits at the head of the table versus his workers. Wait. I'm just saying. You're talking about the man who sits at the head of the table versus all the workers that he had to implement
Even
his
the workers
agenda.
are very few and far between. OG.
I know, but I'm just saying they implement his agenda.
Yeah, but they're still going to be like the 1%. All of them consist of the 1%.
No, the 1%
You
is the
got it,
ones
man.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
I'm just saying the 1% you're talking about is the one who makes the decision.
we just gonna agree to disagree, man. Because
Yes, sir.
no
Yes,
matter
yes,
what
yes,
we,
sir.
yeah, no
And you
matter
know
what we
what? And at
do,
the end of the day, we're gonna respect each other for that.
yeah,
Y'all
it's
just been
not a
talking
problem.
past each other this entire time. Like I actually don't see much disagreement.
It's not.
So it's kind of funny because I think y'all disagree, but I really don't see what y'all disagree on.
Because you know, Mr. Fantastic, I am one who say you are responsible. You are the architect for your life. You are responsible for your life, regardless of what outside influences or anything else. But I don't think there's one time on these YouTube streets that we don't have concerns about what our children are being taught in school, how these images are being put in front of our children. I think we make whole shows on it. It must have some power for us to even discuss things like that, other than the person making the decision within
We
itself.
talking about thing affect to children versus grown or adult
No, I'm
people.
talking about
I
even
think it is.
grown-ups. I'm talking about even grown-ups.
The grown-ups got to
I
feel for
think one of the biggest things. I think one of the
Agendas
biggest
get
things we're
pushed.
talking about.
We
I think one of the biggest things we're
understand.
talking about now is the BET or a lot of
We
content creators are talking
understand.
about.
I think everybody understands that agendas get pushed. And also, people understand that people make products, and one of those products was rap music, and the people that made it had an agenda to sell it. So they put money behind advertising and paying record companies and radio stations to play it so they can sell it. I think we understand that. That's it.
Yes, sir.
It's done. It's over with. I'm not
All
about
right.
to wrap that into black oppression. That's
Okay, so Bernard, let me ask you.
That's what Loki was done. I'm not wrapping that into black oppression. I'm wrapping that into somebody made a product. They had an agenda to sell it, and they sold it.
Bernard, let me ask you a question. Are you taking the, and I'm just asking you, I'm not presuming.
Go ahead.
Do you take the absolute stance that you can fight all types of influence that anything that any specific power is trying to influence you to do? Do you take the absolute stance that you can always fight it, like in every case?
If somebody is trying to influence you to do something, can an individual always fight it?
Yes. Can you always counter the influential forces? Essentially, yes. That's what I'm asking you. Like,
yes, by not drinking. Okay, if they're trying to influence you to drink the Kool-Aid and you say I ain't drinking that shit, then you fought it, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking you, are you taking the absolute stance that you can do this in every scenario, in every case? Because I think it's actually it's not a silly.
If you're a strong-minded, strong-willed individual, yeah. If you got your head on the swivel, then yes, you could do that in every.
There are some people that'll die
case.
for it, bro. Again,
but everybody, I'm willing to say that everybody might get caught up or fall for something sometimes. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a setup question though, because I pretty much he's saying pretty much there are very limited people, even the most strong-willed of people, that's willing to choose death versus death being an option. So if you're saying anything other than that, yeah, man. I mean, if it's all it is,
No, that's not what I was trying to.
What are you saying? What are you getting at, JB? He was building towards something.
Here's the reason I asked that question. The reason I asked that question is because it seems to me, it appeared to me that you guys are taking, because the thing is, like I said, I don't really hear much disagreement. I think we all agree here that it's up to you to make choices that work well for you and I guess by extension your community, and not blame everybody else for your own choices. But at the same time, I think it does us a disservice to just ignore that you can be influenced. Like even us in this community, who I think we have the knowledge, we have the
we run our YouTube channels to influence. Yes,
we're making conscious decisions, but at the same time, like you can be influenced. You can absolutely, like, I'm not gonna tell myself just because I think I'm a pretty smart person and and I'm well versed in certain things that you can't influence me. And I think that's where I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice to pretend like that's not the case. To pretend like that's the case where, yeah, man, nobody can actually really influence my decisions. You can actually
what's really going on. You're federally saying something a lot different, and anybody can be influenced. The thing is that you guys are saying, what about the masses that get manipulated and influenced? The thing is, those people are already subconsciously looking for direction because they can't create it in their own life. Once again, you cannot influence somebody or manipulate anybody to do something that they don't already want to do. Even the sheep.
That's the part I disagree with. That's the part I disagree with. That's the part of this idea.
Somebody has the ability to make you do something that you don't want to do.
Yes, I actually believe that. Yes, I believe psychologically.
Has it happened to you before? Has somebody ever made you do something you don't want to do off marketing?
or laws
No,
or
not all. Hold up, hold up.
political.
Let me
No,
actually
laws
answer.
is different because laws
Hold up,
literally
let me answer.
that's how
Hold up, let me
civilization
answer.
moves forward.
Thank you.
Civilization
Yeah,
moves
yeah,
forward
y'all.
because of
See,
laws.
that's what we said though. And
Let me
hold on,
answer
I
it.
think.
Let me
Hold
answer
on, I gotta
Ramil.
say this. I gotta say
Let me
this.
answer Ramil real quick. Vanessa, let me answer Ramil real quick. I can't really think of that many scenarios, but
You know why? Because she doesn't
hold up,
happen.
hold up. Let me just answer you. Let me answer you. I can think of scenarios like where, for example, I mean, I mentioned before here that I used to be a socialist. There are a number of reasons why I became a socialist, and I think part of it was due to certain influences, for sure. I think a big part of it was due to certain influences. Like looking back, especially now, hindsight is 2020. I'm like, wow, I can't believe I fell for this or I fell for that, right? And I don't think I had an innate.
But I wasn't. So you didn't believe. So when you were the socialist, you didn't believe in socialism at that time. You were just influenced.
Well, no, but hold on. You're leaving out a complete and total context. Hold on, wait. Again, you're conflating too many things. You're being extremely broad, man. Listen.
Okay, how am I doing that?
The ideology of socialism or whatever, what have you, and the reason why you stopped being it is because again, you didn't have an understanding. A lack of understanding of a concept as serious as like the way a nation is run or the way you think from sociological, economic, and political fashion is totally different from consumer based. Buy this or don't buy this. You're conflating too much stuff, bro. That's too. And then again, like you said, the law thing, like Ramil brought up, bro. Something where there's a punitive action if you do not comply is totally different from your total, complete free will. Hey, I'm going to do this or I am not without penalty. That's why you conflated too many things. That's why I posed the way you posed it, and then when you answer, I'm not saying you did it purposely. But when you answered it from a standpoint of, like I said, if there's anything you won't do from like if there's punitive measures, of course. If somebody puts a gun to your head, or not even necessarily a gun to your head, it's a major inconvenience. We see this now going with the whole, the jab thing. That's what they're trying with the thing. And plenty of other things to make your life completely and totally inconvenient or something as to where you're restricted. Yeah, that's going to be totally different from just like, hey, buy this beer, buy this cereal or not. Come on, fam. Like it's like, and I'm not saying you're deliberately doing that, but that's the way you're couching your argument right now.
Well, are you saying, Mr. Fantastic, the word influence can be applied to anything you just said?
Hold on. There, I want to make something very clear because there I said it is asking this question. BR Fantastic and Ramil. It is naive to discount social engineering through promotion advertisement for a reason outside of money. Are y'all discounting that? Because
No,
I'm
not discounting social engineering. It happens, but once again, you got sheep and you got people who don't fall for the BS. And on top of that, the sheep have a subconscious need to be led. So social engineering, look, they're trying to social engineer the whole country to accept this.
Yes,
guess what? It's not working for everybody. Okay, because it's only social engineering applies to a certain group of people. This is what we don't want to talk about: the difference in intelligence, the difference in who could be led, and difference between people who actually lead.
Leaders and makers and shakers.
That's what you guys are not telling you. You guys can be influenced. Go ahead, but ain't no advertising campaign in the world that's gonna get me to eat dog shit, like Fantastic said. If you guys can be that easily influenced, then y'all gotta fucking step your mental.
Let me ask a question. Ramil and Fantastic. Do y'all think that black people were socially engineered to like rap music?
No, gangster rap music. No, it's a decision you made. But this is the thing. The gangster rap music was an extension of something that was already going on. Niggas didn't start selling dope and drugs and fucking hoes and all this other shit or whatnot after fucking rap music. It was something that was already going on, and somebody decided to talk about it in rap lyrics.
And put it to a real nice beat.
Yes, thank you. And niggas glorified it. Just like, again, every nigga wasn't dancing. Bernard Riley, have you ever been able to dance like Kid and Play? I haven't. I've never been the dancing nigga. Shout out to all you dancing niggas. You Chris Brown, Michael Jackson.
Okay, you're shooting yourself in your foot. You're making I'm gonna use your word. You're making my point, Mr. Fantastic. You're making my goddamn point. I'm gonna tell you how you're making my point.
You stealing my shit now, but
no. Yeah, I'm stealing your shit. I told you before I said it. Mr. Fantastic, I told you before I said I was stealing your shit.
Before you say he's making your point, remember your original point. is
I
that
know what
rap
my original
music
point, not what
was
you thought. First,
rap
what I
music,
said, Mr.
rap
Riley. You ain't
music
gonna
was
never be able to make me swallow that goddamn juice.
hold
All
on, rap
right.
music. Hold on, rap music was
No, I
forced
did not say
on
that.
black
That's what you
people.
keep echoing and
Hey, ain't nobody,
regurgitating, but I
ain't no
never
man
said that.
convincing no man to swallow nothing. Calm down, OG. That's a foul.
Okay, I got you. I understand. I understand. I come from a
If all we're talking about
different
is
generation.
advertising media
I can get on
campaigns,
YouTube and take my shirt off and don't feel nothing about it, but I understand y'all new generation. Y'all got this shit going on. So let me just say it this
hold
way.
on, real quick. If all we're talking about is advertising media campaigns and people pushing political or social agendas and the effect that it has on the masses, then I think everybody agrees with that.
Okay, then I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but that ain't what he just said.
I am not convinced that the higher ups forced rap music on black people with
I
some
did not
agenda.
say that. Why you
I
keep
know,
saying some shit I didn't say?
I got you, but I'm just making it clear.
But I'm just saying, you're starting to sound like some goddamn somebody trying to make a point that I didn't say.
Okay, you didn't say it. All right, cool.
So here's the flaw. Here's the flaw.
Right.
Here's the flaw in the argument, though. Here's the flaw in the argument that I'm going to stand on this. The flaw in the argument is that, first of all, I think this idea that yes, I know that the masses are sheep. I'm with y'all on this, right? But this idea that there's a certain percentage of folks that we know better, etc., and because we know better, like this doesn't apply to us. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. And not only that, the other thing that I think is being discounted here is the fact that when you are in your specific group, right? So let's say we all here call ourselves conservatives or whatever we want to call ourselves, right? When you're in a specific group, you're more likely to, like, what's the best way to say this? Like, for example, when I was a socialist, I truly believed that I was right. Right. I believed that I was right. And I was reading the literature that made me feel that I was right. I was around the people that made me feel like I was right. In this community, right? Let's say I'm around conservative black men and we're saying a lot of the same things. And this is, by the way, why echo chambers are bad. You're gonna feel like, okay, you're right. So when you're speaking from that position, like, yeah, they can't get me with this agenda, you see it as an agenda, and I see it as an agenda as well. But a lot of people who are pushing that, they may not actually see it as an agenda, and they in a very genuine way. And this is the part of psychology that I think you guys are discounting here, which is actually very important to understand what how people can actually be socially engineered, even when you do have the, let's say, even when you're not, let's say, the typical masses, right, the typical sheep.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. We have YouTube. I mean, look, we got YouTube channels where we're putting out ideas, opinions, perspectives, even ideologies, and trying to influence people. So I think we understand the power of putting ideas out there into the ether, into the airwaves, to influence people. So
and we wouldn't
that's a
need.
simple point. That's a simple point. That's a simple point that we agree on. I think we all agree on that simple point. And I think we hung up because we thought, I'm going to even reach across the aisle here. We thought OG was saying something that he wasn't. If he wasn't saying that, and if by force all he meant is, hey, somebody made a product, they thought it was a nice product, and they tried to sell it, and that product that they tried to sell was rap music, and they put it out there, paid a lot of money to radio stations, and the radio stations played it, and people enjoyed it. If that's what he meant by forced rap music on us, then yeah, we all agree. Rap music was forced on us if we accept that definition of forcing rap music on us.
And Mr. Bernard, the reason we have YouTube, because people got tired of people forcing shit on them on the 3 networks, and even some as the paid stations too. And so this is why YouTube is getting big, because people needed another outlet, because the people who are critical thinkers want to hear something really pertain to them, the goals that they want in life. And that's why we do have the YouTube, because what the 3 big networks was doing is forcing their agenda, and people got tired of it. And now we have an avenue that we can speak what we want to speak. Even though we might disagree within this same sector, we still can speak the way we want to speak.
Yeah, 3 big networks forcing.
They didn't force. It was a monopoly
agenda. Yeah, there you
and
go.
somebody
That's
opened a
true.
new market with the internet. That's that force word.
Okay,
you love using that word force when this doesn't apply. Nobody
And
forced anything.
in radio stations, there were lots of radio stations back then. It wasn't a monopoly, so I don't even know.
Hey, real quick, hey, thanks for having me, Bernard. I gotta get up out of here.
If you understand peyote, you would have known. regardless of how many stations we had. Payola ran the radio station.
Right. Thanks for having me, Bernard. I'm gonna get you next time. Good show, man.
Hey, take it easy, Ramir. Hey, look,
peace out, man.
I think we getting closer and closer to each other. At least we don't have to yell and scream at each
I
other.
don't got nothing against you, bro. I didn't like what you did last time. I ain't got nothing personal, bro.
But you know what? That's the spoiled milk is over now. We apologize to each other, and at least now we can talk with each other. All right.
I agree. All right, salute then. All right, salute to you guys.
Salute. All right.
Just a fast question. Do you all, on this whole thing of social engineering, influence, all that stuff, do you all think that there is a link between rap and all of the black pathology that you see in the community? With that question out there, I just want to remind everybody that there is a website called World Star Hip Hop, which features black pathology. What's y'all answer?
Yeah, I think all the stuff that's messed up in the community, the fact that there's music that puts it to a beat, and I would say I'll even use the word that glorifies it. Yes, I think that does negatively have an effect on a lot of people. I'll go that far. Yeah,
most certainly. And think about who started that channel too.
All right, anybody else want to take that? Hey, hello.
I just wonder, because sometimes people say the idea of, rap is bigger than black people and all that stuff, which they are absolutely correct in stating that. But my question is to that: does certain things affect people differently? And I give the illustration of liquor and American Indians.
And I know where you're going with that, and I understand that one because I stayed on the reservation for 2.5 years, and most of the places that were in your reservation was dry, what they call dry counties. And now, since the casinos come there, now they can serve liquor on them reservation. You see a totally different in the broken people.
Yeah, so for people to say, just for when they say, everybody listens to this or everybody does this, okay, but it does affect groups differently. We can see a case study in that in alcohol, American Indians.
Or you can see a case study in that in 1955, they did a case study with rats where they supplied the rats with enough food and they got along just fine. And then what they would do every week, they would cut the supply of food. Then they started seeing fighting among the rats. And then they cut another supply of food and then they start actually seeing them kill each other. So these studies of the mind is being done long before what we had in 2021. So don't think these people have did this much money, funded money to do these kind of researches and not know how the mind works.
Yeah, and going back to what you said about payola, yeah, they, like I said, they paid money to sell the product that they created. That's called normal. I mean, so if that's what that's what you mean by force, then we can agree and move on that okay, they forced the product that they sold. Like if I ever make an album, I'm going to try to force it on people by that same exact way.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Riley.
Mm-hmm.
Why we use influence in so narrow tunnel vision? Because influence could be anything. Influence could be an influence of a gun. It could be influence of religion. It could be influence of political. It could be influence. I mean, people who go and be lobbyists, they bring money to influence policy. So why are we limited?
I'll give you that, OG. I'll give you that, OG. That's even arises to another question when people say the whole thing about influence and they throw self as the defense for anti-influence. Another question: are black adults influenced politically?
Yes.
I mean, every adult is politically.
Yes, the amount of we talk about all the time on here, the amount of black men that still vote for the Democratic Party just blindly. Yeah.
So why do we live in an influence?
are
Oh,
they?
go ahead,
So
go
are
ahead,
they?
go ahead.
So
Go
are
ahead.
they do? So are they doing that based upon thinking, or are they doing that just because that's the push of the culture, as it were?
Yeah, it's the push of the culture. Yep.
So
Yes.
why would it be? So why would it be such a large step to say that a community as a whole can be swayed on all sorts of things?
I never said they couldn't.
I wish the two were still up here because I was just wondering. And I'm not, OG defensive.
Well, okay. Well,
as people say,
it sounded like
but
fantastic. It sounded like Fantastic and Ramil was taking a strong stance about how they can't be pushed, and people who get pushed or
right,
influenced to do something stupid, those people are stupid and they're sheep.
right.
That it sounded like they were taking that stance, but overall, like I talk about propaganda. I talk about I always talk about PragerU, how that's Dennis Prager is a conservative propagandist. That's what he does. He pushes conservative propaganda. Propaganda doesn't necessarily mean that you're lying. It just means you have a biased point of view and you're trying to get your biased point of view out. And your biased point of view could be accurate. You could be right.
I think Lamont Hill is
yes, pushing propaganda, pushing your view and your perspective out there. That yes, it will influence people. That was where my disagreement was, because I interpreted something that that J Speed said as something else. He kind of owned it, but then he denied it. But I'm going to trust his word that that's not what he meant. That's
God
not
damn,
what
you
he
think you make me sound like I was switching bake, man. What's going on, man? Why I can't get you to drop that shit?
I know it. I know it when I hear it, when somebody is
Hey, no, maybe we do this a lot. We do this a lot. We think we know something because it sounds similar to what somebody else said. We think we know what that person is trying to say. And sometimes we're looking for a comeback on before we really understand what the person is saying.
Normally when somebody say they forced rap music on us, they basically saying white supremacy, the white man did something to us. That's basically what they're saying. And I don't think rap music getting popular can be explained that way. But if you say you wasn't explaining it that way, then that's fine.
Bernard, normally when 10 out of 10 police officers stop me, I'm only going to get one asshole. There's a lot of people who get 9 assholes. I'm usually going to get one, how I conduct myself. So that's what I'm saying is when you don't quite understand the point that the person come, you can get entangled into some other bullshit you heard.
I was looking at a comment. Sleepy, he said, literally can pull out numbers to negate these ideas of music controlling reality. And I find that very odd because, I think when people talk about rap because they have certain emotions towards it, they get defensive. But if you were to move into another category and say, okay, let's look at a lot of electronica music. You have, when you go into those type of clubs and different things, that they're going to be a higher rate of individuals who.
Hold on, real quick. Hold your thought, SKC. You said you wasn't there, Bernard. They did push out the positive rap. I witnessed it. Okay, the people who was making and had a vested interest in selling the non-positive rap put on a better campaign to sell the non-positive rap than the people who sold the positive rap, and people probably enjoyed NWA more than they enjoyed the positive stuff. That's all that I'm saying. That I'm not saying, I don't think I'm making a controversial statement here.
You are.
How?
Because again, when you know how the big wheels work, Bernard, really work. Married with Children had some of the lowest rating of fucking TV. They went on a campaign to push
Who was they?
The studios, the two studio heads.
The studio heads who wanted the product that they were selling to succeed.
Again, it was almost getting ready to get canceled. But somebody came there and
Quit making
said,
it sound like somebody with that with an outer human shell with a lizard body underneath.
when I say
No,
somebody,
by
I'm speaking in terms.
meaning the people who make, create, and sell the product of Married with Children wanted it to succeed. So
No, they didn't. Well, at that time, they was, when your ratings go so low in your first season, sometimes your show get canceled within its first, let me say, third or fourth show. You have the pilot, and then you have the shows of pretty much 7 shows that most major theaters, let me say, most major companies give a TV show. They usually can cancel that show within the first 7. That show should have been canceled in the first 4. If you go back and look at it, what happened is someone in the big part of decision making decided that no, what we're going to do, we will promote this, give it a different time slot, and we're going to promote this show until people start to like it. It was one of the longest running shows on fucking TV by that fucking decision, and y'all keep acting as if the importance of people making decisions. People who are looking for people who are passionate listeners and turn them into something else. That's why I brought up the word power rotation. If somebody keeps putting something in your face, Rush Limbaugh started off in one fucking station. And then when it was bought by this big industry who put him all over the United States where you had to listen to his ad from goddamn 9 to 11 o'clock, you seen a different monster. That's monopoly. That's the same thing that broke up AT&T and Pacific Bell Company because they had a monopoly on it, because they know the power of putting something in somebody's face, putting something in somebody's ear, or taking an electronic device and saying, you have to use this, and this is the bylaws of this, and nothing you can do about it. And it's only protection of the government. It's only protection of the government to change that.
Why do you think they chose to put Married with Children in our eyes and our ears like that, even though it wasn't doing as well?
Because it goes back to that 1% that Mr. Fantastic was speaking of, and saying that they are the decisions and the shakers and the bakers. And if they decide, if they want to make you believe the fucking sky is blue, sooner or later, after 40 years, you gonna start to have controversy like you have a flat earth.
What was it that they want? What was it that they were trying to make us believe when they put Married with Children out there in front of us?
They was trying to make a show that could cover Sunday night and be the #1 fucking show on Sunday night.
Why Married with Children?
Why not? How many black people you seen other than his personal friend who played mostly the black person on that damn show was his personal friend? So it was a show with 99.9% all white people on it. And the people, when the show first came out, all the executive heads say this is trailer park trash. We don't want white people seen in this way. But there was another man who came along and said, yes, this will be shown. We're going to make this trailer park trash, and we're going to make the most.
It sounds like you're saying that even though when they put that show out there, even though the ratings wasn't good, it sounds like the people who make the show, who put it out there, who control what gets on TV, said, yes, the ratings aren't good. They aren't catching on to it, but this show is unique, and God damn it, we're gonna
make it more raunchy.
We're gonna push it because I know it's gonna stick. I know it's eventually
right, and we're gonna make it. So we're gonna make it just as raunchy as we can get, and we're gonna get the views that we want.
Yeah, so it sounds like people who make TV shows knew they had a good idea, knew they had something unique, and they did what they had to do to sell their product.
One person decided that. And the other was just false.
That doesn't change Bernard's point, though. Bernard's point is correct. Like, that doesn't change his point.
What is your point? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is his point? He's trying to say. Is he trying to say influence is not a powerful What?
It is powerful. We've got to the point in this discussion where we can agree to agree.
Okay.
Yeah. All I was saying is that when it comes to
but the only difference is I think money is one of the biggest determining factors with a lot of this stuff. And so when somebody makes a product, they want to sell the product, they want to make money from selling the product. If the product won't make them money, they won't sell it, regardless of whatever underlining agenda is in there. It seems to me that you're a little more focused on underlining agendas. And so
and why shouldn't I be? Because our community suffer from women. Why shouldn't I be? Because our community suffer from it.
No, and I okay. All right.
Because we were just talking about worldwide. I think when we get on the manosphere and we're talking about things that affect us in our community, and then we understand the things that affect in our decision making. I think it prepares us a lot better to make better decisions.
All right. SKC or JB, either one of y'all got anything else? Because this is turned into a goddamn mini marathon, and I'm running out of spit.
Oh man, you need some milk. But no, you need some goddamn milk.
I just the only thing I have for Bernard that what I originally came before I wanted to get his end thought on why he believed that Marc Lamont Hill was more interested in the feelings after the law instead of what Judge Joe Brown was saying about the execution of the law. Why do you think that was so important for him to pontificate on that?
Because they lost his side of it, lost the legal battle, so he wanted to win the court of public opinion battle.
And that's odd.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is you can't be in Mark's position and hold the view that Cosby could even be innocent. I'm not even saying for him to just straight up say he's innocent. And whether, again, we're talking innocent legally here, but even just putting the idea out there that maybe there's a chance that these people could have lied. It just won't slide. It just won't slide. I mean, one of the reasons I use Uncle Ruckus as my name here is actually because of the number of people who used to be my friends, even some family, who call me an Uncle Tom or a sellout or whatnot, just for, have basically really thinking through in terms of, responsibility and thinking about stuff like from an objective standpoint and not just driven by feelings, etc. So I'm just just looking at it from Marc Lamont Hill's position. He could not, he has to maintain that line. He has to.
So Ruckus, from your point of view, and maybe Jay Speed will answer as well, but from your point of view, do you think that a person like a Marc Lamont Hill, when he says what he says, that resonates more with the Black community, or do you think that what Judge Joe Brown had to say so far as the execution of the law resonates more with the community?
Oh, it's for sure Marc Lamont Hill, for sure. This is not I don't even think that's debatable. I think it's for sure. I think we in the manosphere, I think we're kind of I look at us as like a bubble, right? We're like in a little bubble. And I'm not trying to diminish, what's being done here, but when you look at the overall Black community, I mean, I kind of a lot of times feel like it's a lost cause. Especially coming from the far left myself. I'm just realizing how hard it is for you to get yourself out of a certain mindset. I think most people would look at Judge Joe Brown and probably look at him and call him, some kind of Uncle Tom or something like that, just for even if they were to almost agree with him on the Cosby side of things, just because of all the other things that he talks about when it comes to self accountability, personal responsibility, it's stuff like that, right? Just making sure that you're portraying a good image out there. That already puts a certain that already basically puts him in a certain box when it comes to the overall Black community, at least in America, at least from my perspective. If I'm wrong, if you guys think I'm wrong, then please tell me. But I think Marc Lamont Hill, without a doubt, wins that one.
I do too, and I say that to say this. I seen people who worked in the community and all different levels, and people throw them on the bus. One to come to mind is Jim Brown when he went and met President Donald Trump. How our community throwed him under the bus, regardless of all the things he had did as far as to gain truth, open his house up to try to get the killing stopping and all that, all the stuff that he did. You know, even going to jail and saying I can fuck up my car when I want to, and you can't get me for DV. And they prosecuted him in California for DV by something he owned. So I think that we as people, we still are heavily influenced about outside forces, that even though a person could have receipts of working within that community, they would throw his ass under the bus. And we've seen that done many a times.
So do you all think that that has something to do with why Black people as a whole are so quick to throw away law and order?
Well, I think it comes from a history, and I know this is not said within these YouTube street. I think it comes from a history of being treated in this country. It's been passed down from information to information, and there's paperwork to go along with it. There's receipts to go along with it. If you go to a fucking teller machine, you rob every time you go there, regardless of what somebody try to influence you, that hey, you're not gonna get robbed the next time. Sooner or later, your ass gonna start going to another teller machine, or you gonna make some changes in your life where you can't get robbed. I think what happens with the Black community, with the history of this country when it comes to law, it is a rebellion against law within itself, because so many laws were set against us, where we couldn't marry, where we couldn't vote, where we didn't have rights to do certain things, and all that was law. And so I think we have people who have grown from generation to generation, not respecting the law, not even honoring the law, because it had never been in our best interest as a whole, from historical facts.
And just to add something real quick, I think the way I like think about this is I feel like to me it appears that the Black community basically stays on code for all the wrong things a lot of times. So it stays. We love to stay on code for all the wrong things, and I remember like I had a conversation with somebody, for example, about Obama, right? And I'm gonna make sure I don't completely derail this, but about Obama, and I mentioned that I'm not a fan of Obama, and actually even as a socialist, I wasn't a fan of Obama, right? And I mentioned this, and this is a Black woman, and she's like, "How could you not be a fan of Obama?" She was kind of trying to give me shit about it, and so I actually started listing actual cons of Obama, actual things that he did, right? Like not just my opinion and whatnot. And she literally looked at me and said, "Well, it doesn't matter. He's still, he still was great." Like she completely ignored everything I just said. Like I listed all the things that Obama did wrong, right? Everything from the destruction of Libya to, like a lot of my anti-war sentiments, et cetera, et cetera. I listed a number of things, and she completely ignored all of it because she just wanted to stick by Obama. And I think that's kind of like, for me, a perfect example of how a lot of times, if this person, like, I don't know, we just stay on code for all the wrong things. We can't stay on code when we need to, but then when it comes to all the other things, like Mark Lamont, he will die on that hill, pun intended, he'll die on that hill just specifically to not lose the audience that he already has. He'll die on it. Even if internally, I bet internally he probably is thinking about it and realizes, what, there is something here that's there's something to see here, right? Even if he's thinking that internally, it'd be suicide for him to go to express that, right? Because he already has this position now, and he has to maintain it.
Yeah, and that's why we become what is it, 87% to 90% a Dixiecrat. And if we look at the agenda for the Democrats in the first place, we will see they never really had our best interest. But we're fooled and tricked until they do, because what's on the other side of the table? I guess I dropped the mic on that one.
Oh no, I wouldn't even listen to tell you the truth.
Hey, you know what? You know what, Riley? You know what, Riley?
No, I didn't mean that disrespectfully.
I understand. I understand you try
to get done talking so I can respectfully end the show because I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. So I
have
didn't take it that way. I thought you were trying to get your chuckle in. So I didn't take it as disrespect because I know you like to get a laugh in every once in a while. But anyway, look, man, I don't think we as a people can ever deny the impact and the importance of influence. I think that's what we talk about all the time in these streets, but we don't use the word influence. And I think when we start to understand that a lot more and be honest with it, I think we can make some small changes, or we go die by the wayside. There's a reason why young men comes on this channel, Mr. Rowley. There's a reason why young men are getting into the YouTube streets and the manosphere, because they don't know and they need to be influenced on what's going on in their life and how to make better decisions in their life. So I think we have to account that influence is very powerful weapon. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, Bernard, we gotta let Bernard go. He sounds like he's
yeah.
Bernard's tapping out. He's tapping out right now.
I tapped out an hour ago, but
I'm certain he did. He didn't want to let me up because he knew he was going to be there for another 15 minutes. I just got him, Bernard. You can let me have a little bit. Nah, just go ahead, man. Go ahead and get your sleep. Thank you for letting me on. I know my vernacular is not as good as some of these smart geniuses come on in, but as I always say, you can be smarter than me, but you'll never outthink me. I haven't met a man yet.
Bernard, this is why you got to work out, Bernard. You got to have some stamina.
Yeah,
yes, sir. You got to get some milk in you. You got to get some milk.
Get some water in the diet at least. But all right, y'all, we out of here, man. Thanks everybody who came through. Appreciate everybody who super chat. I did a horrible job at reading the super chats today. I didn't read most of them. Conversation was real intense though, so hopefully I clicked on all of them, but I didn't get a chance to read them. But shout out to everybody who super chatted. Appreciate all of y'all. And with that said, we are out of here.
Is it gonna stay up?
Probably leave it up.
Peace and love, and always surf